Chapter 1145. Another emperor had arrived. His terrifying position in the world was vast. This was definitely a nightmare for countless practitioners in the surrounding area. No one could bear it. All the immortals and gods retreated far away, not daring to come close. The aura of the emperor was enough to make people collapse. Even celestial kings and divine kings had to retreat. Only celestial emperor and Shun king could bear it. Zhang family emperor? That messy old man with fluffy hair was none other than Emperor Zhang of the Zhang family in the human world. The 9-colored chaotic divine pearl was floating above Emperor Zhang's head. This chaotic divine pearl contained a bit of chaotic essence qi. There were 9 colors circling it. It had been refined by the experts of the Zhang family for generations. It was a treasure comparable to a divine weapon. The almighties who entered the heaven realm appeared one after another. This made Gu Fei feel a bit uneasy. These almighties all recognized him. If they recognized him, it would be troublesome. These almighties in the human world knew that he had the mountain and river cauldron. Such a divine weapon of the great path would make everyone jealous. Even the almighties would go crazy for it. Gu Fei had to be careful. Old Jiang, you also want to enter this tomb? Emperor Zi did not like this messy old man. In the human world, they were rivals. Hee, since you can enter, I have to move my old bones too, Emperor Jiang said with a smile. God, Emperor Jiang said with a smile. In this legendary tomb there was something unbelievable. That was the hope of becoming a saint. In the late period of untainted land, the world changed greatly. Since then, no one could become a sage. Becoming a half-sage was the limit of cultivation. Over the years, no one could become a sage. No one knew what had happened. The great path of the world became hard to grasp. If one could not get close to the way, how could there be martial arts? This Yin tomb was the burial place of a supreme ancient existence. If that supreme existence's corpse could really be reborn in defiance of the heavens and evolve into another life form, then something that could defy the heavens must have been condensed on the corpse. As long as they could get this thing, it would be possible to comprehend the way. When their cultivation reached the level of Emperor Zi and the others, they knew what it was. Therefore, they risked their lives to enter the tomb. There are more and more people. There will definitely be a fierce battle in the Yin tomb. Gu Fei sighed. At this moment, another emperor's might came from the distance. A white-robed fairy standing on a 7-colored lotus appeared in the sky. Yaotai Saintess? It was another old acquaintance. This caused Gu Fei's heart to tremble. The 3 almighty beings of the human world had all appeared, and the primordial Taoist master had yet to arrive. After the arrival of the Yaotai Saintess, the Emperor Xian of the eastern land, Yuangu, also arrived. Upon seeing Yuangu, Gu Fei didn't dare to act blindly without thinking. One must know that he had killed Yuangu's own son. This was a great hatred. If Yuangu Emperor Xian knew that he was here, he would definitely kill him. Of course, when one reached the realm of Yuangu Emperor Xian, familial love was already very weak. His only goal was to become a sage. However, the Emperor Zi, who had died at the hands of Gu Fei, was the son of Yuangu Emperor Xian. No matter how indifferent Yuangu Emperor Xian was to family love, he would still be angry at such a great enmity. South Mountain's god Emperor Cong Shao also appeared on a mountain peak. He and Yuangu Emperor Xian were mortal enemies. His appearance made everyone nervous. If 2 emperors were to fight, it would be a terrifying battle that could destroy the entire land. Some people saw that the situation was not right and quickly retreated further away. However, it seemed that everyone's worries were unnecessary. Yuangu Emperor Xian and South Mountain's god Emperor Cong Shao did not make a move. Emperor Zi and Emperor God Jiang entered the Yin tomb one after another. After Yuangu Emperor Xian and South Mountain's god Emperor Cong Shao confronted each other for a while, they also entered the big hole in the ground that was emitting a monstrous cold air. Yaotai Saintess and Tongtian City Lord entered the ground one after another. No one was willing to miss this opportunity. If they could obtain the Tao fruit that was nurtured in the Yin tomb, they would have the hope of becoming a sage. That was a supreme sacred item that could seize the fortune of heaven and earth. It could derive the profundity of life and death, allowing people to be infinitely close to the great path of heaven and earth. Life from death had already broken the laws of heaven and earth. All the emperors entered the Yin tomb. Only the 3 masters of the Duanmu family did not make a move. Although they were also almighty emperors, they could not compare to the almighties who had already entered the Yin tomb. The Duanmu family cultivated a side technique of the Tao sect. It had always been regarded as an unorthodox method, and was not recognized by the orthodox immortal path. However, it had to be said that the old ancestor of the Duanmu family was an extremely talented person. He had relied on some superficial knowledge of the immortal path to create a great technique without a teacher. This was not something that just anyone could do. Let us begin as well. The eldest of the three masters said. The Geomaster and Human Master nodded. Then the three Feng Shui masters spread out and began to carve Tao patterns around the cave formed by the collapse of the earth. Gu Fei walked over from afar after seeing Violet Emperor and the others enter the Yin tomb. The other cultivators who had retreated also gradually gathered over. What are the three masters of the Duanmu family doing? They seem to be setting up a Feng Shui formation. Someone murmured. These were almighty Feng Shui masters. Even moving mountains and draining seas was not a problem for them. It seemed that the Duanmu family really valued Duanmu Hong. One had to know that the Duanmu family only had 3 almighty Feng Shui masters. The Duanmu family's third master was already in existence at the level of the ancestors of the Duanmu family. He had a supreme status in the Duanmu family. Tao patterns appeared in the hands of the Duanmu family's third master. They struck Tao patterns into the ground. The eldest heavenly master even used a divine ability to imprint divine patterns into the void. This clan sorcery is really something. Gu Fei stood on a mountain peak and looked at the 3 almighty Feng Shui masters in front of him. He could clearly sense that a force was rapidly condensing, and the momentum of heaven and earth in front of him was gradually changing. Many formations could change the momentum of heaven and earth, but Gu Fei felt that there was earth qi flowing on the mountain peak he was standing on. Soon the ground began to tremble. Everyone was bewildered, and some people began to retreat again. Is this the earth dragon qi that is being restrained? Gu Fei used his martial Tao heavenly eye and looked into the ground. He saw endless earth qi rapidly gathering towards the place where the 3 masters were setting up the formation. Around the cave there seemed to be earth dragons swimming. On the ground, soil constantly rose up, as if the mountains and rivers were forming. This was artificially changing the landscape, condensing the terrain. Coupled with the formation, a Feng Shui formation was rapidly forming, and the terrain within a radius of thousands of miles was rapidly changing. The originally low-lying land arched up, forming a mountain peak. The original mountain peak sank down, forming a deep valley. This was the transformation of the sea into mulberry fields. This kind of transformation could only take place after countless years, but now, the scene of the sea turning into mulberry fields appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Heaven and earth were being changed by a force. Changing heaven and earth. Chapter 1146. The Duanmu Sanchi's Feng Shui technique was changing the momentum of heaven and earth. This method was very frightening. The terrain was changing rapidly, and 9 mountain ranges rose up around the pitch-black cave. These 9 mountain ranges were extraordinary. Although they weren't formed naturally, each mountain range had dragon-shaped earth energy emerging. These were 9 dragon veins. This great technique is truly terrifying. They actually created 9 dragon veins. How is this possible? Although Feng Shui is an unorthodox method, it still has its own outstanding points. No one could remain calm after seeing this scene. This method was really too shocking. The Duanmu Sancher was still branding the Tao patterns. The earth was moving up and down, and the earth energy was rising up. Rumble. The 9 mountain ranges were like 9 true dragons, swimming in the earth. A shocking terrain was taking shape. This was no small matter. This is... Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the changing terrain in front of him. He had seen 9 true dragons before. 9 dragons competing for the pearl, a peerless ominous land. Gu Fei's voice trembled a little. He was not mistaken. The geomancy array set up by the 3 masters was exactly the same as the peerless 9 dragons competing for the pearl that he had seen in the Naraka realm. This kind of terrain was extremely rare. Even Gu Fei had only seen it in the depths of the Hell Path. However, after that battle, the terrain in the Hell Path had also been broken. 9 dragons competing for the pearl, it was a narrow escape. Gu Fei muttered to himself. He couldn't help but be absent-minded as he recalled the various things in the Naraka Tao. First heaven, second earth, third man, what are you doing? Just as Gu Fei was in a daze, a loud roar resounded in his ears. This loud roar was like rolling thunder, causing Gu Fei to wake up from his stupor. Another emperor-class expert? When Gu Fei came back to his senses, he was given a huge fright. He saw an old man walking over from afar, directly walking into the mountain range that looked like 9 real dragons, as if he was taking a stroll in his own courtyard. This level of cultivation, one had to know that the terrain of the 9 dragons vying for the pearl was such that even a sage would have a headache. Moreover, that person was not a sage, yet he dared to barge into such a terrain. There was a Taoist rhyme surging beneath that person's feet. It was the power of the great path. Every step he took caused the entire space to tremble. It was as if he could suppress the entire world with his own strength. When Gu Fei clearly saw that person's appearance, he understood. This old man was none other than Old Man Profound Heaven, the Profound Heaven Holy Land's half-sage. Only a half-sage could possess such divine abilities and magic power. Even a half-step saint has come. Is there really something in the tomb that can make a half-step saint jump out? Gu Fei was very shocked. The arrival of the old man stunned the 3 Duanmu masters. The heavenly master, the earthly master, and the human master quickly stopped and went to welcome the old man. Greetings, Senior Black Heaven. Duanmu and the other 2 martial artists didn't dare be disrespectful, and they bowed in unison to the old man with extremely respectful attitudes. After all, this was a half-saint. This is a half-sage from the Profound Heaven Holy Land? Even such a character has come. Most of the celestial being realm emperors recognized Old Man Profound Heaven. When they saw his arrival, they were shocked. After all, this was a half-sage. In the heavenly realm, a half-sage was synonymous with invincibility. In this world where sages were extinct, a half-sage was invincible. No one dared to challenge such an existence. What are you doing? Do you want to kill everyone in the Great Tomb? Old Man Profound Heaven stared at the 3 martial artists, his killing intent faintly discernible. The old man was really angry. After all, there were already 7 or 8 emperors who had entered the Great Tomb. If the 3 martial artists killed all of them in the Great Tomb, it would definitely be a great loss to the human race. In recent years, the demons had become restless, and the demon venerables in the 100,000 Devil Mountains seemed to be unable to bear the loneliness. They were constantly making moves in the dark. The situation in the heavenly realm had already become turbulent. The almighty beings of the human race could be said to be the deterrent force of the entire human race's cultivation world. The demons did not dare to act rashly. If 7 or 8 almighty beings of the human race fell at once, their strength would inevitably weaken. Emperors of the almighty realm, even in the heavenly realm which was full of experts, there were not many. Those who could cut down the Tao were definitely in the minority. Senior, don't misunderstand. Feeling the baleful aura of the old man, the 3 martial artists immediately broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly replied. The other party was a half-sage. Killing them would be as easy as blowing off dust. Misunderstand? This kind of terrain clearly has the power to cut down emperors. The old man said coldly. It was impossible for the 9 dragons fighting for the pearl to appear in this world. It was rare in the entire heavenly realm. This kind of terrain was too heaven-defying. It was envied by the heavens and earth. It was impossible for it to form. Senior, you really misunderstand. We are just using this terrain to gather the essence of the earth to suppress this tomb. Old Man Heaven analyzed and said, Boss is right. How can we set up this kind of terrain? The second brother of the green-clothed old man said. They were just imitating, they could not really set up the terrain of the 9 dragons fighting for the pearl. Old Man Mysterious Heaven thought for a moment and said, If I find out that you are lying to me, then the Duanmu clan can only be passed down to your generation. The old man left behind these harsh words and entered the Great Tomb. With Old Man Mysterious Heaven's cultivation, he was not afraid of the 3 martial artists playing tricks behind his back. As Old Man Heaven said, this kind of heaven-defying terrain was not something a human could set up. Seeing Old Man Dark Heaven enter the great necropolis, the 3 patriarchs breathed sighs of relief and wiped the sweat off their foreheads. Although the old man didn't unleash the pressure of a half-sage, the 3 patriarchs could still feel the pressure. Boss, this? Old Man Third wanted to say something but hesitated. Old Man Mysterious Heaven had already warned him. This was not a small matter. If there was any mistake, the Duanmu clan could only be passed down to his generation. The profound Heaven Holy Land was powerful and Old Man Mysterious Heaven was a half-sage. It was not impossible for Old Man Mysterious Heaven to destroy the Duanmu clan. Continue. Old Man Mysterious Heaven pondered for a moment and said, the Duanmu clan's 3 master teachers continued to imprint divine imprints onto the earth and the void. The power of the heavens and earth rapidly took shape, and the entire void seemed to be sealed. The 9 dragon-like mountain ranges emanated boundless earth essence chi, as though they had come to life, moving about on the ground. The 3 martial artists wanted to use this method to bind the Een tomb. The 9 mountain ranges wrapped around the entire great tomb, preventing it from sinking into the depths of the earth. Chapter 1147. The Duanmu 3 masters used the 9 dragons locking technique to draw in the boundless essence of the earth and change the terrain. A great power that made even Gu Fei's heart palpitate rapidly condensed. This wasn't the 9 dragons fighting for a pearl, because no one in the world could set up such a great power. 9 was the ultimate number and represented the limit. In order to save Duanmu Hong, the Duanmu clan's 3 Almighty Realm Feng Shui masters had even used their ultimate technique. It was enough to show how much importance the Duanmu clan placed on Duanmu Hong. Rumble. The heaven and earth shook. 9 dragon-like mountain ranges rose and fell, and the 9 dragon veins gradually formed. This was a supreme technique that could change the heaven and earth. It was truly frightening. However, this didn't seem to be enough. Beneath the ground, the Een tomb was shaking. Even the 9 dragons locking technique couldn't lock down the legendary mysterious Een spirit tomb. Boss, it's up to you. The second master of the Earth Master had already used all his strength to draw in the thick earth energy. His magic power surged, and mysterious Tao patterns appeared around him. The second master of the Earth Master was proficient in the art of changing the terrain. The terrain had been completely changed by him, and the 9 dragon veins had already formed. However, it still couldn't completely lock down the tomb. The 9 dragon-shaped mountain ranges surrounded the huge hole in the ground. The huge hole was still emitting black gas, and the chilling aura didn't weaken at all. The surrounding area within 1,000 miles of the cave was frozen by the surging chilling aura. Although the earth energy above the 9 mountain ranges was strong, it was still covered in a layer of frost. The mysterious Een spirit chill is truly terrifying. Gu Fei saw this scene from afar and was shocked. It had to be known that the terrain formed by the 9 mountain ranges was enough to kill almighty realm emperors. It was no wonder that Old Man Mysterious Heaven would leave behind such harsh words. If the Duanmu 3 masters really had evil intentions, then those almighty emperors who entered the Een tomb would be in danger. This kind of terrain could be converted into a supreme killing technique. It was only afternoon, and the yang energy was still strong. However, everyone felt waves of chilling aura invading their bodies. Even celestial realm emperors felt uncomfortable. Among the Duanmu clan's 3 master teachers, Tian Lao made his move at this moment. He rushed up into the sky and used his magic energy to imprint numerous divine imprints in the air. Every divine pattern was condensed and did not dissipate. Very soon, the sky was filled with densely packed Tao patterns. This was a great technique that could only be used by emperors at the Almighty Realm. Tian Lauda was setting up a formation in the void. As the formation runes were perfected, a terrifying ripple began to descend from the sky, causing people to feel as though the entire world was pressing down on them. Everyone felt a great pressure. Is he trying to attract the power of the firmament of the universe? I can feel the power of the stars. The Duanmu clan actually grasped such a great technique. Many people cried out in surprise. The great technique that Boss Tian displayed was too shocking. He wanted to draw upon the power of the stars in the universe for his own use. Raise the formation. After Leader Tian laid down the last rune, he let out a loud roar and activated the formation in the sky with all his might. At that instant, everyone felt as though the universe had been turned upside down. Boom! Countless runes that were imprinted in the void suddenly emitted endless divine light. The entire sky was shaking. After that, endless divine light condensed into a dazzling light pillar that shot up to the sky. Above the boundless firmament, Dots of starlight began to appear. How is this possible? This is too heaven-defying. This is the appearance of the stars in 100 suns. Everyone raised their heads and saw that above the firmament, dots of starlight had actually appeared. One after another, the stars twinkled in the boundless firmament. Gu Fei saw this scene and was very surprised. This boss Tian really attracted the power of the stars. This was really shocking. Ordinary formation masters would not be able to do such a thing. One should know that it was currently afternoon and the sun was shining brightly. It was absolutely impossible for stars to appear in the sky. But now they actually appeared. The sun dimmed. Following the activation of the formation, a starry sky appeared above the firmament. This was the true phenomenon of the appearance of the stars in 100 suns. Boss Tian sat in the middle of the formation and operated a supreme technique. 9 beams of starlight shone down from the firmament and entered the formation. Dots of starlight began to appear in the formation. In the middle of the formation, there seemed to be a starry sky that resonated with the real starry sky above the firmament. Finally, above the firmament, 9 big bright stars appeared, sprinkling endless starlight. The power of the stars was vast between the heavens and the earth, shocking everyone. The 9 big stars in the sky and the 9 mountain ridges on the ground were 2 different forces. This was the intertwining of the power of the heavens and the power of the earth, the combination of the power of heaven and the power of the earth. The power of the stars and the power of the earth that rose from the ground began to merge under the full power of Boss Tian and second Boss D. The starlight that descended from the sky shrouded the 9 mountain ridges. These 2 forces intertwined, giving rise to an unfathomable power. It seemed that the great way of heaven and earth was evolving. With the help of the power of the stars, the 9 veins of the earth actually showed signs of locking the Xianyin spirit underground. The vast cold air coming from the cave gradually weakened. "Third brother, it's all up to you," Boss Tian shouted. He used all his strength to drive the formation and drew the endless power of the stars. He had no time to spare. "Good. Fellow Taoists, please lend me a hand." Third brother D suddenly sneered and then waved his hand to produce divine glyphs. The divine glyphs shot out in all directions and instantly hit the foreheads of all the cultivators present. Swoosh! A divine light shot towards Gu Fei. It was a divine glyph of the Great Path. Third brother D wanted to imprint this divine glyph on Gu Fei's forehead. Humph! Gu Fei coldly laughed. With a single step, he vanished from his original location. Although the speed of the divine inscriptions was extremely fast, Gu Fei wasn't slow either. He rushed down the mountain, but the divine glyph followed him like a shadow and continued to imprint on his forehead. Swoosh! A vertical purple mark appeared between Gu Fei's eyebrows. Then, a purple divine light rushed out from between his eyebrows and hit the divine glyph. Poof! The divine glyph was scattered in the void by Gu Fei. There was an inner world in the Naiwan Palace between Gu Fei's eyebrows. This divine light condensed the power of the inner world and could destroy the divine glyph. Third brother D seemed to feel the dissipation of the divine glyph, and looked in the direction of Gu Fei in surprise. However, at this critical moment there was no time for him to think. Chapter 1148. Unless it was an existence of the same level, no one could resist the attack of a mighty emperor. The Celestial Emperor, Shun King, and Demon Emperor were all imprinted with Tao patterns and imprisoned in the formation by the second elder of the Duanmu clan. The heaven, earth, and human masters of the Duanmu clan all had supreme techniques. The first elder of the celestial master could draw upon the power of the universe and cause stars to appear in 100 suns. The second elder of the earth master could change the mountains, rivers, and the earth. The third elder of the mortal master's technique was a bit strange. He actually imprisoned the surrounding cultivators. Was he trying to use the power of the crowd for his own use? This human master really lived up to his name. The Duanmu clan, what do you want to do? Do you want to become the public enemy? Let us go. Do you think your Duanmu clan can fight against the great sects? Someone shouted loudly. They had entered the formation and sensed the terrifying aura and waves from the formation. They were scared out of their wits. If the formation collapsed, they would definitely not be able to withstand the destructive power. They would be destroyed immediately. They wouldn't even be able to become ghosts. They would completely disappear from this world. The three of us don't want to be enemies with anyone. We just want everyone to help us with a small matter. The third elder of the Duanmu clan said with a fake smile. Is this a small matter? You old bastard, you bastard. So many people have died, but you still don't want to die. You three old bastards, let us go. Someone cursed. Those who dared to curse the mighty emperor definitely had a powerful background. They dared to ignore the Duanmu clan, the third elder of the Duanmu clan. The appearance of the Yin tomb shocked all directions. There were many cultivators gathered around the cave, and all of them were not weak. There were even Celestial Being Realm Shun King and Celestial Emperor. A few demon emperors with towering demonic aura were also imprisoned by the third elder of the Duanmu clan. The facts proved that Old Third really didn't dare to do anything to these people. After all, these people all had great backgrounds, and most of them were from the various great sects of the Central Plains. Those few greater demons were from the demon clan of the Southern Mountains. The Southern Mountains was the ancestral court of the Dragon clan, and also the location of the 100,000 Devil Mountains. The demon clan of the Dragon clan had been fighting against the demons for many years, and the greater demons that came from there were definitely battle-hardened characters. Roar! Terrifying roars rang out as those few greater demons utilized their innate skills. Demonic chi surged out as they tried to rush out of the grand formation. However, the power of the stars in the sky slammed down, suppressing these greater demons within the formation. Third Elder Ran used his divine art, and all the cultivators trapped in the formation felt their foreheads heat up. Then their magic power surged uncontrollably, using the power of all living beings in the world as a bridge to connect the heavens, the earth, and the people. This terrifying power that had not appeared in the past 10 million years once again appeared before everyone's eyes today. This was the power of the heavens, the earth, and the people. The three powers combined into one, creating the perfect time, place, and people. This kind of power, that had not appeared in the past 10 million years, had the power to turn something rotten into something magical. Rumble! The entire earth trembled. The great tomb deep underground actually showed signs of being captured from the ground. The heaven, earth, and mortal masters controlled the right time, place, and people of an area. This kind of power was too terrifying and always successful. Perhaps even a true saint would have a change of expression. Some of the cultivators who were not trapped in the grand formation were all moved. The three ancestors of the Duanmu clan are indeed outstanding. Gu Fei was also shocked. The Duanmu clan could stand tall in the heavenly realm for countless years. Although they were not valued by the orthodox immortal Tao, they still had their own mysterious great arts. However, the cultivators who were captured by Third Elder Ran and forced into the grand formation cursed all 18 generations of Third Elder Ran's ancestors. This was simply hard labor, and it was free labor. The people who were captured in the grand formation were forced to use all their magic power to resist the grand formation. And the magic power of those cultivators was used by the grand formation. The power of heaven and earth was harmonized by the people, giving birth to a mysterious Tao aura. It actually showed a trace of the power of the great Tao. The Duanmu clan and the mortal masters used all their strength and finally locked the great tomb underground. After the heaven, earth, and mortal masters locked the great tomb underground, they each used their own divine items to suppress the grand formation. Their real bodies also entered the underground cavern. At this time, the profound Yin cold chi that surged out from the underground cavern leading to the Yin tomb had been completely suppressed. The cold chi in the surrounding area was quickly weakening. For that Duanmu Hong, these three guys are really risking their lives. Gu Fei walked over from afar. He was not in a hurry to enter the Yin tomb because there was someone more anxious than him. A few figures silently appeared outside the grand formation. This grand formation was really amazing. The sky was a starry sky with endless starlight shining. The endless power of the stars fell, as if the sky was above everyone's head. On the ground there were 9 mountain ridges that looked like real dragons. Each mountain ridge had boundless earth essence rising, as if there were 9 huge dragons that could fly out from the ground at any time. Between the 9 mountain ridges, there were no less than 1,000 powerful cultivators desperately channeling their magic power. Every single one of them was extremely nervous. Some of their faces were flushed red, while others were glaring at the sky with puffed beards. Third Elder Run is really too wicked, an old man in black said. This old man held a walking stick in his hand. He was a little hunched, but his eyes were bright. The Duanmu clan will be in big trouble, another middle-aged scholar said while waving his feather fan. It should be known that the people who were forced to do hard labor by Third Elder Ren were all disciples of the great sects in the Middle Earth. Among them were experts like the Immortal Emperor, the Shun King, and the Demon Emperor. It was not difficult to imagine what kind of situation the Duanmu clan was going to face. At least those three old fools have a conscience, leaving a life gate for us to enter and exit. A handsome white-robed young man surrounded by demonic chi said coldly. The appearance of this white-robed young man was too handsome, giving Gu Fei a feeling of déjà vu. This young man's temperament was somewhat similar to Ziyu's. Seeing this young man, Gu Fei couldn't help but sigh as he thought of his former sect members. Since we are already here, how can we be satisfied if we don't go in and take a look? The black-robed old man said and walked into the grand formation in front. This heaven and earth grand formation was not a killing formation, but it was not a killing formation. If it was, there would still be danger. The three masters of the Duanmu clan did not intend to start a massacre. There was a door of life left in the great formation. The three experts entered the great formation one after another, and then entered the cave. They were three quasi-emperor experts. Such figures had already taken one step into the realm of almighties. They didn't pay attention to Gu Fei. Gu Fei smiled. It was his advantage that others couldn't see through him, because he knew their strength, but they didn't know his strength. Many Shin King and Immortal Emperor rushed over from afar, and then entered the cave. Chapter 1149. Gu Fei blended in with a few abstruse transformation Immortal Kings and God Kings as he entered the great necropolis. The heaven, earth and mortal triultimate's grand spell formation unleashed incredible power. The spell formation thrummed with the power of great Das, locking down the great necropolis. However, Gu Fei knew that it was only temporary. The terrifying entity inside the great necropolis seemed to have gone back to slumber, and the terrifying aura of the great necropolis wasn't coming out. That was the power of a sage, and in a world where sages were extinct, the entity inside the great necropolis was invincible. If that entity were to come out, the heavenly world would face a catastrophe, and the living beings of the three realms wouldn't be able to escape. Even the mortal world would be affected. After entering the great necropolis, everyone had to use their divine abilities and magic to fight back against the ever-present abstruse frigid energy. Even Gu Fei felt a bit cold. He was a Deva martial emperor, and his fleshly body was unimaginably strong. But even he felt the chill, much less the other cultivators. Those who could enter the great necropolis were all in the abstruse transformation level and above. Even immortal gods couldn't handle the frigid energy. And although there were plenty of immortal gods who entered the great necropolis, they quickly left. This was an abstrusine cavern that only appeared once every 10,000 years. If his guess was correct, someone had used a boundless divine ability and magic to capture an abstrusine ancestor meridian and refine it into the great necropolis. Only a sage would be able to do something like that. The abstrusine ancestor meridian contained boundless abstrusine frigid energy that could freeze even immortal gods. Even immortal kings and god kings would have to go all out to fight back against the frigid energy. Gu Fei pretended to circulate his vital energy to fight back against the abstrusine frigid energy. Swish! A god pearl shot out of the head of one of the demon kings next to Gu Fei, and a crimson ball of fire erupted from it, dispelling the frigid energy in the area. Vermilion Bird Pearl? So brother is from the Vermilion Bird clan. Could it be that brother is the Vermilion Bird King? Someone recognized the origin of the crimson divine bead. The divine bead emitted the divine fire of the extreme yang. Within the flames, a divine bird could be vaguely seen. The people around the young man were all shocked. They didn't think that a great completion demon king would be among them. If it wasn't for the Vermilion Bird King using the Vermilion Bird Race's spell, no one would have been able to see through him. The Vermilion Bird God Pearl contained the flame quintessence of the bright South Life Fire, which was the bane of the profounding frigid energy of the great necropolis. Below the orb, a young man in azure clothes bathed in the flames. He gave off an aura of rebirth, as if there was a terrifying divine beast slumbering within him. The power of the bloodline? Gu Fei's heart shook when he sensed the youth's abnormality. He had once sensed this kind of aura from the Little Peng Emperor body of the Tianpeng race. Quite a few people were approaching the Vermilion Bird King. After all, the Vermilion Bird Divine Fire was the bane of the profounding frigid energy. There was no frigid energy within 300 meters of the king. The Vermilion Bird King is an expert from the Vermilion Bird clan. His brother is even more talented than him. Some people say he's already in the Emperor level. Are you talking about the Vermilion Bird Emperor? I heard he's in seclusion. I doubt he'll be here. The ancestor of the Vermilion Bird clan in the Heaven world was a pre-heaven divine beast, the Vermilion Bird clan. They had the bloodline of pre-heaven divine beasts, and although the power of their bloodline was weak, they were still a force to be reckoned with. No one dared to look down on the Vermilion Bird clan. Pre-heaven divine beasts were as terrifying as sages. Although their ancestor was gone, the Vermilion Bird clan's resources were incomparably deep. The Vermilion Bird King didn't say anything. He simply walked forward. In the great tomb, the sky was dark. Ribbons of black clouds fell from the sky. Energy lingered and black fog filled the air. From time to time, mournful cries could be heard from the depths of the darkness. This was a dark world that stretched as far as the eye could see. Even if someone cultivated the heavenly eye, it would still be difficult to see into the depths of this world. Mountains towered over the pitch-black land like tombs. Using heaven and earth as a tomb. How extravagant! On a distant hill, a black-robed old man holding a walking stick sighed. This black-robed old man had a hunchback. He was the quasi-emperor expert who had entered the great tomb with the bewitching young man and the middle-aged scholar. The so-called quasi-emperor was an existence that had already stepped into the almighty realm. Such an existence was extremely terrifying and could easily kill a martial emperor. Using heaven and earth as a tomb? Everyone was shocked. Such a method could only be used by a supreme existence of the sage level. Could it be that there was a sage buried in the eternal tomb? If that was the case, this eternal tomb was definitely not inferior to the land of the saints. The two were close neighbors. Could it be that the land of the saints and the eternal tomb were related in some way? In the Scarlet Plains, the land of the saints appeared. And then Duan Muhong and the others found this eternal tomb. Was this a coincidence? Or was there some kind of connection? No one knew, because whether it was the Scarlet Plains or the eternal tomb, they were both great secrets of the world. Even in the ancient times, not many people knew about these great secrets. There were 7 or 8 immortal kings and divine kings gathered around the Vermilion Bird King. Gu Fei was also one of them. He didn't want to reveal his strength too early. However, everyone seemed to be apprehensive of the Vermilion Bird King, and didn't dare to get too close. No one made a sound. Everyone was on high alert and carefully walked forward in this strange and evil world. Gu Fei felt that with every step he took, there was a burst of cold air coming from the bottom of his feet. The Vermilion Bird King's body was surrounded by fire energy. This was the Vermilion Bird clan's Nanmingli fire, one of the most powerful divine fires in the world. The Nanmingli fire seemed to have the same origin as the fire energy from the Fire Phoenix divine pearl that Gu Fei obtained. But there seemed to be some differences. The Vermilion Bird King suddenly stopped. That is, everyone smelled a trace of blood. Under the light of the fire, they saw a large pool of blood in front of them. Next to the pool of blood was a badly mutilated corpse. It was the lower half of a cultivator. This cultivator seemed to have been attacked by some ferocious beast. The corpse was torn to pieces, and even the clothes on the body were indistinguishable. The people of the Middle Earth's great sects all wore different clothes. From their clothes, one could determine the origin of their master. Could there be a ferocious beast here? Everyone's expression was a bit ugly, but Gu Fei's expression didn't change. He knew what attacked this unlucky cultivator. In this extremely strange and evil tomb, there were countless ferocious guards. Roar! Suddenly, a deep roar that made one's hair stand on end sounded from the black fog beside them. Everyone was shocked and quickly looked in the direction of the sound. That is, Chapter 1150. Roar! A white tiger the size of a small mountain walked out of the black fog. Its roar shook the heavens and earth. Blood was still dripping from its bloody mouth. When everyone saw this white tiger, they couldn't help but take a few steps back. This white tiger was extremely similar to the legendary white tiger divine beast. The tiger's might was extremely intimidating. Boom! The Vermilion Bird King's body was covered in flames. The divine energy of the Vermilion Bird was vast and mighty. A fiery bird emerged from the Vermilion Bird King's body, faintly discernible, resisting the mighty tiger's might. Roar! The white tiger roared again. The surrounding black fog was dispersed by this roar. After that, the white tiger that was as big as a small mountain gradually shrunk. With a flash of divine light, a naked middle-aged man appeared in front of everyone. How is this possible? Gu Fei was incomparably shocked when he saw this scene. This white tiger clearly didn't have any signs of life. How could it still transform? The middle-aged man's body was only filled with the qi of death. There were no signs of life at all. He must have been dead for countless years. His body was immortal, and he became a ferocious evil guardian. Such a ferocious evil guardian couldn't possibly have his own consciousness. Not to mention, he was proficient in transformation and could transform between his original form and human form. This person is... An aged voice rang out from behind, causing everyone to jump in fright. Even Gu Fei's heart pounded violently as he felt a chill run down his spine. Someone actually appeared behind him without him noticing. Based on this person's cultivation and strength, there was no doubt that this person was above him. Gu Fei abruptly turned his head around, only to see that the hunchbacked old man in black had silently appeared behind everyone at some point in time. "Senior, do you know that person?" A middle-aged man in black asked the old man in black respectfully. The old man didn't reply. He carefully observed the middle-aged man who looked like the reincarnation of a white tiger. His brows gradually furrowed as if he had thought of something. An expert from the White Tiger clan? The Vermilion Bird King was very domineering. He automatically moved forward. The Vermilion Bird Divine Fire surged, burning the void like transparent water. Everyone couldn't help but retreat to the distance. Heh! The middle-aged man's body was surrounded by a deathly aura. His blood-red eyes stared at the Vermilion Bird King as blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. He looked insane and ferocious. Could this person be? The black-robed old man thought of a person and his face revealed an incomparably shocked expression, as if he had seen something unbelievable. Swoosh! The Vermilion Bird King made his move. His elder brother directly slashed out with his hand. Boundless Vermilion Bird Divine Power gathered in his hand, transforming into a blazing heavenly blade. With a slash, the void was split into two. Everyone watched this scene anxiously. The middle-aged man in front of him didn't make any attempt to dodge. Instead, he pushed off the ground with both feet and pounced towards the Vermilion Bird King like a ferocious beast hunting for food. He lost his life and became an evil being. What a pity! A genius of a generation fell in this place just like that. The black-clothed old man couldn't help but sigh. When they heard the old man's words, the few immortal kings and divine kings that had cultivated for quite a long time couldn't help but be stunned. This person is an expert of the White Tiger clan, moreover. He's an extraordinary genius of his generation. Could it be that he's that person of the legends? Could it be that this person is the legendary Tiger Emperor? Legend has it that 10,000 years ago, the White Tiger clan produced a heaven-defying evildoer. Cultivating for 100 years was equivalent to others cultivating for 1,000 years. In the same rank, he was an absolutely invincible existence. Someone said something like that. It turned out that 10,000 years ago, the White Tiger clan produced an extraordinary figure. Not only was this person invincible in the same rank, but even the experts of the older generation found it hard to suppress him. This evildoer-level figure, cultivated for less than 1,000 years, already successfully cut the Tao, became an almighty-level emperor, and was called Tiger Emperor by people. However, this Tiger Emperor suddenly disappeared when he was at the peak of his power. This matter at that time even caused quite a stir in the heaven realm. The experts of the White Tiger clan all went out, wanting to find the youngest emperor in the clan. However, the people of the White Tiger clan almost turned the heaven realm upside down, but still couldn't find the Tiger Emperor. Instead, because they were looking for the Tiger Emperor, they even offended many people. Bam! That middle-aged man directly smashed the raging inferno heavenly blade that the Vermilion Bird King struck out with a punch. In an instant, he arrived in front of the Vermilion Bird King. With a stretch of his hand, he grabbed towards the Vermilion Bird King's chest. His physical body is actually so strong? The Vermilion Bird King was secretly shocked. The opponent's physical body was incomparably strong. The unparalleled saber aura that he struck out couldn't hurt this middle-aged man at all. Swish! The Vermilion Bird King's figure blurred on the spot. In the next moment, he had already retreated 10 feet away in an instant, dodging the middle-aged man's grab. Roar! That middle-aged man couldn't hit Gu Fei, so he roared towards the sky. The entire void shook under the roar. An incomparably overbearing aura spread out from the middle-aged man's body. Gu Fei only felt his ears ringing, as though there were tens of huge bells ringing in his ears. The blood and qi in his body churned, and he needed to circulate his cultivation art to suppress the churning blood and qi in his body. Even Gu Fei was in such a state there was no need to talk about the others. With a single roar from the middle-aged man, 3 to 4 immortal kings and god kings fainted. The others were also on the verge of collapsing as blood seeped out from their ears. With a single roar, the mountains and rivers trembled, and the heavens and earth lost their colors. After that middle-aged man continued to advance towards the Vermilion Bird King. Black and white tiger tattoos appeared on his body, and an abnormally ferocious white tiger appeared on his body. The Vermilion Bird King circulated the Vermilion Bird Divine Force in his body with all his might. An ancient Xiantian vermilion bird also appeared on his body, facing off against the middle-aged man's white tiger. This was a contest of bloodlines. The Vermilion Bird King's body contained the bloodline of the ancient Xiantian vermilion bird. Although the bloodline of the Vermilion Bird King was already very thin, it was still activated by him. One couldn't help but say that this Vermilion Bird King was also outstanding. Some people said that his elder brother was even more monstrous, showing signs of atavism. Not only was the Vermilion Bird bloodline not thin, but he was also the only descendant of the Vermilion Bird race whose bloodline was the closest to that of the ancestral divine beast. Boom! The Vermilion Bird Divine Pearl above the Vermilion Bird King's head began to tremble. A firebird emerged from the Vermilion Bird Divine Pearl and soared into the sky. It emitted a monstrous fire as it pounced towards the middle-aged man. This was the Vermilion Bird Clan's Nanmingli fire, one of the most powerful divine fires in the world. The Vermilion Bird King unleashed his power and activated the Vermilion Bird Divine Bead, instantly turning this area into a sea of flames. The flames burned so much that the void seemed like it was about to collapse. The heat waves were overwhelming, and everyone felt their mouths go dry. The yuan qi in their bodies felt like it was about to be ignited. Chapter 1151. The Vermilion Bird King fought against a legendary figure. The flames burned the sky and swallowed the man into the sea of fire, wanting to refine him into the divine fire. Roar! Tiger roars came from the fire. That naked middle-aged man wasn't burned to death by the fire. Instead, he leaped around in the sea of fire like a ferocious tiger hunting for food. A genius of the White Tiger clan from 10,000 years ago. Although he had died 10,000 years ago, he was still very terrifying. His body was powerful to an unimaginable degree. One had to know that this was the Vermilion Bird clan's Nanmingli fire. It wasn't an ordinary divine fire. This divine fire could burn immortal divine materials. The Vermilion Bird clan's progenitor used this divine fire to refine a supreme holy weapon. Of course, the Vermilion Bird King hadn't cultivated this divine fire to the grand completion realm. He was still far from being able to unleash the power of this divine fire. Tiger stripes appeared on the middle-aged man's body. This was the manifestation of his bloodline power. Even though he had died 10,000 years ago, the bloodline power that belonged to the progenitor divine beast hadn't completely dissipated. A phantom of a white tiger appeared behind him, displaying a terrifying ferocious might. He instinctively rushed into the sea of fire. His white tiger spirit qi was vast and mighty, blocking the fire around him. He chased after the Vermilion Bird King and instinctively launched simple attacks. The White Tiger clan's genius could no longer display the various divine abilities he had when he was alive. He had fallen in the Een tomb for 10,000 years, but the power of his bloodline hadn't been completely erased by the cold Een energy here. It was truly shocking. Clang! The sound of clanging rang out unceasingly. In the sea of fire, flaming saber lights constantly burst forth like heavenly sabers being unsheathed. They emitted a peerless saber-chi as they slashed towards the middle-aged man. However, the middle-aged man's body was truly monstrous. Even when the Vermilion Bird King attacked with all his might, he still couldn't destroy it. The flaming blade energy slashed at his body and shattered it. There wasn't even a mark left on the place where the blade energy slashed. Those who cultivated the heavens I could see into the sea of fire. When they saw this scene, they couldn't help but be secretly shocked. This White Tiger clan's genius was truly terrifying. It was truly hard to imagine how powerful he was when he was alive. Damn it! The Vermilion Bird King also did not expect that this White Tiger clan powerhouse's fleshy body was actually so powerful, making him have a feeling of not knowing where to start. He could only retreat continuously. If he wanted to slay the evil that this White Tiger clan powerhouse had transformed into, he would probably have to use that thing. He was very unwilling to use his trump card now. Even the Vermilion Bird King found it difficult to kill this evil beast. The others knew that their cultivation and strength were inferior to the Vermilion Bird King's, so they didn't dare to attack. Let's fight. The Vermilion Bird King gritted his teeth. He didn't use his trump card. Instead, he circulated the Vermilion Bird's divine power with all his might and activated the Vermilion Bird Divine Pearl to attack the middle-aged man. Rumble. The Vermilion Bird's divine power was vast and mighty, and the Vermilion Bird Divine Pearl emitted endless divine light. It was as if a small sun had appeared in the dusky sky, illuminating the entire world. Such a huge commotion had alarmed some of the older generation powerhouses in the nearby regions. Several powerful divine senses swept over from afar. Gu Fei carefully retracted his aura. He was not worried that these powerhouses would see through him. Unless it was a saint-level existence, otherwise, no one would be able to see through him, not even a half-saint. Like a divine sun descending from the sky, the vast and mighty Vermilion Bird's divine power from the Vermilion Bird Divine Pearl suppressed the ground to the point of collapsing. Roar! The middle-aged man dashed left and right, wanting to rush out of the sea of fire. However, the boundless divine power from the Vermilion Bird Divine Pearl froze the sky, sealing the middle-aged man underneath. The middle-aged man was worthy of being a genius of the White Tiger clan 10,000 years ago. Even at this time he still instinctively reacted. A phantom of a white tiger rushed out from his body. Roar! The tiger's roar shook the sky. This white tiger showed signs of transforming from an illusory form to a real one, as if it wanted to come out from the void. It displayed an unprecedentedly powerful tiger might. Only a trace of the bloodline's power remains, but it's still so powerful. It's really terrifying. Someone secretly sighed. This was a powerful character who was watching everything that was happening here. So it's him. No wonder the bloodline in his body hasn't dried up even after 10,000 years. Is it the Tiger Emperor from 10,000 years ago? Some of the older generation discussed. They had already seen through the origin of this fierce tiger and couldn't help but sigh. In the distant past, the name Tiger Emperor had awed an entire generation. The Tiger Emperor was a genius that appeared in the White Tiger clan with the hope of returning to the ancestral state. His ancestral bloodline was more powerful than anyone else's, and he was already invincible among his peers at a young age. Such an amazing character had fallen in the legendary Een tomb. This Een tomb had strangled a genius. Rumble. The divine sun descended and the Nanmingli fire surged. The earth was melted into magma by the divine fire that surged down from the sky. The Vermilion Bird King wanted to obliterate the last trace of the Tiger Emperor's bloodline. Stop! The white tiger that emerged from the Tiger Emperor's body gradually dimmed. At this time a loud shout suddenly came from the distance. Roar! At the same time, a white tiger as large as a mountain appeared in the distance. The endless white tiger divine power dispersed the black fog in the entire world. The white tiger roared, and the world lost color. Gu Fei and the others were even more shaken. The blood in their bodies surged and someone spat out a mouthful of blood. Even Gu Fei had a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. The person who came was incomparably powerful. He should be a supreme expert, and he was also a powerhouse of the White Tiger clan. This was a real Tiger Emperor. Everyone was shocked. The white tiger's ferocious might was vast and mighty. It made people have a feeling of prostrating themselves in worship. Those with weak cultivation had already knelt down while trembling. Even the emperor of the celestial being realm would have a change of expression. The white tiger that appeared in the distance leaped and arrived close. Then it stretched out a tiger claw and grabbed at the vermilion bird divine pearl that was still sinking. This was an incomparably shocking scene. A white tiger that was as large as a mountain grabbed a divine sun in its hand. The divine fire that filled the sky dimmed and then dissipated in the void. The world darkened in an instant. A divine sun had been taken away. Wah! The vermilion bird king spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. The vermilion bird divine pearl was connected to his mind, and it was forcibly taken away. He suffered a great shock. The blood he spat out contained fire chi, and divine fire could be faintly seen. Supreme Tiger, what is the meaning of this? A figure rushed over from the distance and hugged the vermilion bird king who was flying backward. Then they landed on the ground. At this time the vermilion bird king had already fainted. Chapter 1152. The White Tiger Clan's expert suddenly appeared, and used his divine ability to take away the vermilion bird divine pearl of the vermilion bird king, causing the vermilion bird king to suffer a great shock. The divine weapon that was connected to his soul and aura was forcefully taken away. This made the vermilion bird king anxious and angry, causing him to faint. Tiger Sovereign, what is the meaning of this? The person who came carried the vermilion bird king who was flying away and landed on the ground. Then, he coldly stared at the burly, white-haired middle-aged man in front of him. This middle-aged man was very domineering. A white tiger phantom appeared on his body, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as if it would pounce forward at any time. Everyone retreated far away, and no one dared to approach. Even the few powerful divine senses that swept over from afar also retreated. Humph, even if my clan's expert has fallen, we can't let others blaspheme him. The white-haired tiger sovereign's divine might was awe-inspiring. His tiger eyes were wide open, and the one on his forehead was constantly twitching. He used his right hand to suppress the tiger-like middle-aged man's head, pressing him to the ground. No matter how the legendary tiger sovereign struggled, he couldn't break free. Almighties were almighties. They actually easily subdued this evil tomb guardian tiger sovereign. Just now the vermilion bird king used all his divine abilities, but still couldn't suppress him. The one who was hugging the vermilion bird king was a youth with long red hair. His looks were ordinary and couldn't be considered handsome. However, the aura he exuded was enough to cause one's heart to palpitate. Gu Fei was also very shocked. This youth wasn't simple. He was like a prehistoric divine beast that hadn't awakened yet. Very terrifying. No wonder he dared to compete with almighties. Return my younger brother's divine pearl. The red-haired youth didn't say much and directly demanded the vermilion bird divine pearl that was taken away by Tiger Sovereign. That was the vermilion bird king's fate divine weapon. He couldn't lose it. Humph. That divine pearl is the interest for blaspheming my clan's expert. How can I return it to you? Tiger Sovereign sneered. The opponent was the number one of the vermilion bird clan's younger generation, but he was an emperor of the almighty realm. Why would he be afraid of this junior? If that's the case, then there's nothing more to say. The red-haired young man's voice immediately became cold. Then he opened up a space and sucked the unconscious vermilion bird king into it. That is... Gu Fei was a little surprised when he saw this. This red-haired young man actually managed to refine an inner world. Those who could refine an inner world were all people who possess great opportunities and luck. Not everyone could open up an inner world. As Gu Fei's cultivation level grew higher and higher, he realized how lucky he was to have opened up his own inner world before becoming an immortal. Of course, Gu Fei did not rely on his own power to open up his inner world. When the mountain and river cauldron was born, Gu Fei obtained the embryo of chaos within it. Then he used the power of the embryo of chaos to evolve the void of the world, and turned it into an inner world. Is this the vermilion bird emperor? I didn't expect him to have refined an inner world. His future is limitless. Everyone who saw this couldn't help but sigh. One should know that the vermilion bird emperor was not an almighty yet. His cultivation level should be at the advanced realm of the emperor realm. Advanced realm emperors that could open up an inner world was an anomaly. Most emperors would find it difficult to comprehend the laws of the world before severing the Tao. They could not open up an inner world and evolve a small world. Only almighty emperors that had severed the Tao could touch the laws of the world and touch the essence of the world. Only then could they open up an inner world and evolve a small world. You're just a little emperor. Do you want to challenge me? Tiger Sovereign was a little disdainful. He also opened up his inner world and sucked in the Tiger Sovereign, who had turned into a tomb guard. So what if I challenge you? The Vermilion Bird Emperor was extremely domineering. He took a step forward and stared at Tiger Sovereign. At the same time, a clanging sound came from his body and a terrifying ripple spread out from his body. This is... Even Tiger Sovereign was shocked. He seemed to have thought of something and unwillingly said, "Fine. I'll return this divine bead to you." Tiger Sovereign immediately lost his temper. He raised his hand and threw a red divine bead the size of a fist towards the Vermilion Bird Emperor. The divine bead was surrounded by flames. Everyone couldn't understand this scene. Tiger Sovereign was very domineering just now. Why did he retreat when he was about to fight? Tiger Sovereign's attitude was completely different from before. This made everyone speculate. Could it be that even Tiger Sovereign is afraid of the Vermilion Bird Emperor? Or does the Vermilion Bird Emperor have the ability to kill a great emperor? The Vermilion Bird Emperor was much more powerful than his younger brother, the Vermilion Bird King. Even Tiger Sovereign was unwilling to fight him. Gu Fei, who originally wanted to see a fierce battle, was a little surprised. There seems to be something awakening inside the Vermilion Bird Emperor's body, Gu Fei thought. He could feel the ripple coming from the Vermilion Bird Emperor's body. This ripple was definitely not the ripple of the Vermilion Bird Emperor's own power. At this time, the strange sound inside the Vermilion Bird Emperor's body disappeared, as if it had never appeared. The ripple coming from his body also calmed down. Tiger Sovereign looked deeply at the Vermilion Bird Emperor, then turned around and left. "Greetings, Vermilion Bird Emperor." Some cultivators immediately went up to greet the Vermilion Bird Emperor after Tiger Sovereign left. They originally thought that the Vermilion Bird Emperor was in seclusion. They didn't expect him to appear here. Many people who knew about the Vermilion Bird Emperor were very surprised. Yes. The Vermilion Bird Emperor nodded and walked into the depths of the tomb. He was also very interested in the things in the depths of the tomb and didn't want to miss it. Gu Fei saw all this, but he didn't make a sound. He knew that if the existence in the depths of the tomb was alarmed, not many people would be able to walk out of the tomb alive. The old turtle and the little monk Fan Shou both had holy weapons. Only they were qualified to fight for the heaven-defying Tao fruit nurtured by the tomb. That is, suddenly Gu Fei saw a yellow light flash on a hill in the distance. He couldn't help but be shocked. Did that guy also enter the tomb? Gu Fei thought of the mysterious yellow skeleton. The origin of the mysterious yellow skeleton was mysterious. It was a skeleton that crawled out of the mysterious yellow great tomb in the pseudo-heaven realm. If it was really him, the old turtle and the little monk Fan Shou would be in trouble. The situation in the tomb had become very chaotic. Experts from all sides appeared one after another. The depths of the tomb was destined to be a fierce battle. Chapter 1153. The Vermilion Bird King's brother, the Vermilion Bird Emperor, was a grand completion emperor. Rumor had it that he had entered the ancestral land of the Phoenix clan to cultivate and break through to the almighty realm. However, no one expected that the Vermilion Bird Emperor would appear in the Yin tomb. No one dared to get too close to the Vermilion Bird Emperor, let alone travel with him. One should know that this was someone who could scare away revered tiger. Swoosh! The Vermilion Bird Emperor took one step and appeared dozens of miles away. The earth quickly retreated under his feet. This was a very common earth shrinking technique. Only those with a little bit of cultivation would be able to use this kind of technique. However, this extremely common technique, when used by the Vermilion Bird Emperor, had the power to turn something rotten into something magical. Many people chased with all their might, but they were gradually left behind by the Vermilion Bird Emperor. The Vermilion Bird Emperor moved further and further away until he disappeared from everyone's sight. The Vermilion Bird Emperor could shake off everyone, but he couldn't shake off one person. That person was Gu Fei. Gu Fei used the 8 desolation step. With one step he could travel dozens of miles. He followed the Vermilion Bird Emperor from a distance. With this guy scouting ahead, it was much more reliable than without the group of people. Roar! The surroundings were dark. From time to time, the evil guards would let out mournful roars. One could vaguely see a huge figure moving in the dark fog. After traveling for 1,000 miles in this dark land, the figure that looked like the reincarnation of the god of fire suddenly stopped and turned around. Swoosh! 2 flames appeared in the darkness. It was the divine light from the Vermilion Bird Emperor's eyes. He glanced back and immediately locked onto Gu Fei. The Vermilion Bird Emperor's eyes were extremely bright. His eyes were like 2 divine suns. Even Gu Fei felt that it was a bit dazzling. He couldn't help but be secretly shocked. You do have some ability to be able to chase after me. The Vermilion Bird Emperor was surprised to see Gu Fei. This person was not simple. He should be a king-level cultivator, and was hiding his strength among the immortal kings and godly kings. Brother, you're also very impressive. You actually dared to challenge a powerful existence. Gu Fei walked over and clasped his hands towards the Vermilion Bird Emperor. Although the Vermilion Bird Emperor was powerful, Gu Fei wasn't afraid. Instead, his blood was boiling. He had no enmity with the Vermilion Bird Emperor, so he didn't have any killing intent toward the Vermilion Bird Emperor. This was an instinctive reaction to encountering an evenly matched opponent. You want to fight? The Vermilion Bird Emperor's body was surrounded by a fiery aura that flickered. His red hair fluttered without any wind and his body emitted a powerful aura. He could sense Gu Fei's battle intent and felt his blood boil. Gu Fei was very powerful, so powerful that he could rival him. He had underestimated this person. Gu Fei shook his head. This was not a place to spar. Since that's the case, how about we travel together? The Vermilion Bird Emperor's invitation told him that this was a person very similar to him. Of course, this wasn't referring to appearance but temperament. When the 2 of them met, they couldn't help but feel a sense of mutual appreciation. They could be opponents, but they might not be enemies. Sure, I was thinking the same thing. Gu Fei nodded. The 2 of them were very direct and didn't know how to beat around the bush. In this tomb, it was definitely a good choice for the 2 of them to join forces. At this time, they had already entered the central region of this world. This was no longer a tomb. In the depths of this world, there were probably really unimaginable things. Gu Fei. Gu Fei directly said his name. He didn't hide it, and there was no need to hide it in front of the Vermilion Bird Emperor. If he did, he would be at a disadvantage. Gu Fei? You are Gu Fei? Hearing this, the Vermilion Bird Emperor's eyes immediately lit up. His face revealed a shocked expression, but he quickly calmed down and looked at Gu Fei in a different light. What? Brother Vermilion has heard of me? Gu Fei was a little surprised. He didn't expect the Vermilion Bird Emperor to have such a big reaction after hearing his name. Haha, I'm not the only one who has heard of you. In the entire Heaven Realm and the 5 major regions, there aren't many people who don't know of you. The Vermilion Bird Emperor said. What? Hearing this, Gu Fei's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. This was very bad. When did he become so famous? Could it be that Eastern Land Emperor Xiangu's doing? You killed the Eastern Land's Purple Emperor. This matter has already spread throughout the Heaven Realm. Good method, good courage. The Vermilion Bird Emperor couldn't help but sigh. Among the younger generation of cultivators in the Heaven Realm, the Eastern Land's Purple Emperor was almost invincible. Other than the Golden Spirit Ape clan's Yuan Hong, no one in the Eastern Land was a match for him. However, such a character was killed by the person in front of him. This made the Vermilion Bird Emperor very much look forward to fighting against Gu Fei. He also wanted to compete with Gu Fei. The Vermilion Bird Emperor's hands were itching. He hadn't met a worthy opponent in many years. Gu Fei's blood qi was as vigorous as a true dragon. His vitality was as vast as the sea. This wasn't the physique of an old cultivator who had cultivated for countless years. As expected, Gu Fei couldn't help but understand. It seemed that primordial Emperor Xiangu had his eyes on him. Moreover, this primordial Emperor Xiangu was still in this big tomb. This big tomb was definitely built by a saint-level existence. Otherwise, who would dare to use the world as a tomb? Only a saint-level existence would have such a method. Gu Fei saw the Vermilion Bird Emperor's strange expression and couldn't help but ask, "Are you afraid of that primordial Emperor Xian and don't dare to team up with me?" "Humph. You underestimate me too much. Why would I be afraid of that primordial emperor?" I've long wanted to compete with the Purple Emperor, but unfortunately I won't have the chance. The Vermilion Bird Emperor was a bit disappointed. The Purple Emperor was one of the most powerful rising stars in the Eastern Land. He had long wanted to compete with him, but the Purple Emperor was killed by Gu Fei. This was truly a pity. Primordial Emperor Xiangu is here. You must be careful, the Vermilion Bird Emperor reminded. Gu Fei was about to speak, but at this time a rustling sound came from all directions. It seemed like something was quickly crawling on the ground towards them. Swoosh! The Vermilion Bird Emperor raised his hand and a divine bead appeared in his hand. A dazzling ball of fire shot out from the divine bead in his hand. The power of the fire element surged in all directions, dispersing the black fog in the surroundings. The divine bead in the Vermilion Bird Emperor's hand was the Vermilion Bird divine bead of his second brother, the Vermilion Bird King. This is Chapter 1154. The Vermilion Bird Divine Pearl was an important treasure of the Vermilion Bird clan. It had been refined into a divine weapon by the younger brother of the Vermilion Bird Emperor. Once activated, a divine sun seemed to appear in the Vermilion Bird Emperor's hand, illuminating the surroundings. The black mist in the surrounding area was immediately dispersed. A rustling sound came from the ground. When Gu Fei and the Vermilion Bird Emperor looked over, they were shocked. The ground around them was densely packed with countless black scorpions. The countless scorpions were endless. They surged towards Gu Fei and the Vermilion Bird Emperor from all directions. The rustling sound was the sound of the scorpions crawling. What's going on? Even Gu Fei found it difficult to remain calm. These black scorpions were only the size of a palm, but each one was surging with demonic chi. They were demon scorpions. Are they demon scorpions? The Vermilion Bird Emperor's expression changed. He had never imagined that someone would try to kill him here. Countless demon scorpions surged towards them in the blink of an eye. Not only on the ground but also in the air, there were also countless black dots moving quickly. They were demon scorpions with wings on their backs. They were several times larger than the scorpions on the ground. Boom! The Vermilion Bird Divine Pearl emitted an endless fiery light. Like a divine sun, it flew up from the Vermilion Bird Emperor's hand. A circle of fiery light spread out from the Vermilion Bird Divine Pearl and enveloped both Gu Fei and the Vermilion Bird Emperor. Bam! 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 The demon scorpions with wings on their backs rushed over and collided with the layer of fiery light. It was as if they had collided with an invisible wall and were all repelled. The demon scorpions that formed the fiery wall were not burned to death. The demon scorpions were surrounded by demonic chi and were unexpectedly able to resist the Vermilion Bird Divine Fire. The soaring devil scorpions that had been sent flying once more flew back, constantly crashing into that layer of flame. The tide of devil scorpions on the ground also surged forward, but they were also blocked by that layer of divine flame, unable to get close. Even though those devilish scorpions couldn't get close to Gu Fei and the Vermilion Bird Emperor, even Gu Fei couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine at the sight of so many black devilish scorpions. Where did this scorpion devil come from? Gu Fei asked. It's just a scorpion demon. It won't be able to cause any trouble. The Vermilion Bird Emperor didn't seem to care about the scorpion demon and didn't want to say more. When Gu Fei heard this, he felt that the Vermilion Bird Emperor was being a little too arrogant. This scorpion demon was probably a great demon. Every scorpion seemed to have a trace of divine sense coming from it. Creating thousands of thoughts with a single thought was not something an ordinary great demon could perform. This scorpion demon was probably in existence at the level of Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor was someone who could compete with Emperor Xian and the God Emperor. Hee. How arrogant! An eerie voice suddenly sounded in the surroundings. It was as if countless people were speaking at the same time. It was as if the demon was everywhere, and it was impossible to determine its exact location. Swoosh! A purple divine light appeared between Gu Fei's eyebrows. It was as if a divine eye was about to open, and a circle of ripples that could be seen with the naked eye spread out from between his eyebrows. Come out! Gu Fei shouted coldly. A purple divine light shot out from between his eyebrows, piercing through the void and shooting into the group of scorpions outside. Hundreds of devilish scorpions were immediately turned into dust. A mass of demonic energy exploded. The demonic energy didn't dissipate and gradually converged. A black figure stood up from the ground. This figure was faint and illusory, as if it could be blown away by the wind at any time. Scorpion devil? Gu Fei opened his martial path heavenly eye and saw through this demonic figure. This was not an existence of flesh and blood, but a human figure condensed from a mass of demonic energy. This was not the true body of the scorpion demon. Want to find this demon emperor? Unless you kill all the scorpions here. The eerie and terrifying voice of the scorpion demon sounded again. What's so difficult about that? The vermilion bird emperor strode forward. Then, a clanging sound came from his body as if there was a divine weapon vibrating in his body. A domineering aura spread out from his body. In the dark, the scorpion demon exclaimed as if he saw something unbelievable. Just like the white tiger race powerhouse Sovereign Tiger, he had some misgivings. Humph. I didn't expect that old fart to actually pass this item to you. The scorpion demon's words were filled with resentment, as if he had a great grudge against a certain powerhouse from the vermilion bird race. It's good that you know. Why are you still not retreating? Do you really want to fight me? The vermilion bird emperor was very domineering. The clanging sound in his body became louder and louder, as if a primordial beast was gradually awakening in his body. Divine weapon? Gu Fei felt the vast and powerful aura in the vermilion bird emperor's body. He was also shocked. This was the fluctuation of a divine weapon. This vermilion bird emperor was really not simple. He actually refined a divine weapon into his body. One had to know that divine weapons were not ordinary divine weapons. It was not an easy thing to refine a divine weapon into one's body. If one was not careful, one's body might explode because of the divine weapon. Gu Fei was an exception. He had an incomparably powerful sovereign martial body, and also cultivated an inner world. He could directly throw an extreme divine weapon into his inner world. Could it be that this vermilion bird emperor also stored a divine weapon into his inner world? The vermilion bird emperor was also a sovereign who cultivated an inner world. So what if you have that thing? Today I'm going to kill you. The scorpion demon roared. Then countless flying demon scorpions flew from all directions, surrounding Gu Fei and the vermilion bird emperor within the wall of fire. On the ground, countless demon scorpions were crawling. It was like an ocean of scorpions, rising and falling continuously. Among the demon scorpions, a few demon shadows appeared. Each demon shadow looked like a real person, but this was not the true body of the scorpion demon. It was just an avatar. Gu Fei did not attack, nor did the vermilion bird emperor. The vermilion bird divine pearl stopped above their heads and sprinkled a layer of transparent divine fire that enveloped Gu Fei and the vermilion bird emperor, blocking the countless demon scorpions outside. A cold wind blew and demonic chi filled the air. 9 demonic flags were erected outside, trapping Gu Fei and the vermilion bird emperor inside. On each demonic flag there was a demon god, emitting a towering demonic chi. It's the 9 sons of demon god. This old demon. Seeing the 9 demonic flags, even the vermilion bird emperor's expression changed. Even in ancient times, the 9 sons of demon god Saint Slaughtering formation was a famous demonic formation. Who knew how many experts of the primordial era had been killed by it? The 9 sons of demon god? Gu Fei's eyes narrowed as he looked at the 9 demonic banners. He could sense a dangerous aura coming from the 9 demonic banners. Chapter 1155. The 9 demonic flags were planted in 9 different directions, trapping Gu Fei and the vermilion bird emperor inside. Beneath each flag there was a demon god. Demonic chi surged around the flags. The 9 demons were ferocious and terrifying, as if they were about to rush out from the flags. These were the demons guarding the flags. This demonic treasure was incredible. Although the 9 demonic flags weren't supreme saint treasures, the fluctuations of their souls were vast. Beneath each flag, there was a demon soul guarding it. These were the 9 children demonic flags. The scorpion demon had laid down the 9 children demon god slaughtering demonic formation. He wanted to refine Gu Fei and the vermilion bird emperor together with this formation. Even in ancient times, the 9 demon gods Saint Slaughtering formation was a famous demonic formation. There was once a great demon who used these 9 demonic flags to roam the ancient desolate land. It was unknown how many experts were refined by these 9 demonic flags, their bodies and souls destroyed. Monstrous demonic chi enveloped the entire world. A ball of sun-like fire was fixed in the endless demonic chi, illuminating the darkness and dispelling the coldness. Rumble! The vermilion bird divine pearl trembled. Endless Nanmingli fire surged out from the divine pearl, blocking all the demonic chi that surged in from all directions. Struggle before death. The scorpion demon's sinister voice rang out in all directions. It was as if there were countless scorpion demons speaking at the same time, making it difficult to determine his exact location. Clang! The saint weapon in the vermilion bird emperor's body was awakening. Rays of fire rushed out from his body. It was as if there was an ancient primordial beast hiding in his body. An extremely powerful wave of energy was emitted from his body. In thunder rise! The scorpion demon shouted. As he spoke, the rumbling of thunder seemed to come from the horizon. Then it quickly approached, shaking the heavens and earth. Rays of black lightning descended from the sky, bombarding towards Gu Fei and the vermilion bird emperor. A destructive power surged as the black lightning tore through the void. The vermilion bird divine pearl that floated above the two of them trembled. The black lightning was about to strike the vermilion bird divine pearl. The blazing light emitted by the vermilion bird divine pearl immediately dimmed. Profounding demon thunder? The vermilion bird emperor could no longer maintain his composure. This demonic formation, which had been infamous since ancient times, was far too terrifying. Even a holy artifact like the vermilion bird divine pearl could not withstand it. The power of the vermilion bird divine pearl was suppressed, and the Nanmingli fire was constantly being destroyed by the black Yin demon thunder. The area that the divine fire covered was constantly shrinking, and the demonic formation displayed great power. Kill! The vermilion bird emperor roared. Clang! A deafening roar rang out from his body, shaking the world. 18 dazzling beams of divine light rushed out from his body, shooting in all directions. The aura of a sage surged. The vermilion bird emperor finally activated the sage weapon in his body and unleashed an extremely powerful attack. The 18 rays of divine light turned into 18,000 Zhonglong heavenly sabers. Each of the heavenly sabers had Dao runes and Dao energy surrounding them. These 18 heavenly blades slashed through space and tore apart the heavens and the earth. Everywhere they passed, pitch-black spatial rifts were left behind. They were unstoppable and unstoppable. Is this really the vermilion bird saber? The cries of the scorpion demon came from the darkness. The 18 heavenly blades directly broke through the layers of demonic energy, and even destroyed the black Yin demon thunder that was falling from the sky. The 18 heavenly blades rushed out of the demonic formation. A large number of demon scorpions were instantly killed. The 18 heavenly blades wrapped around the 9 demonic flags and actually cut them in half. Clang! The sounds of clang continued as the 18 heavenly blades released a monstrous Nanmingli fire, dispersing the endless demonic energy. Countless flying demon scorpions turned into balls of fire and fell from the sky. The 18 heavenly blades flew back and entered the vermilion bird emperor's body. The terrifying aura retreated like the tide and disappeared into the vermilion bird emperor's body. After the heavenly blades entered his body, the vermilion bird emperor's face flushed red and then became deathly pale. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. However, after thinking about it, he understood. With the cultivation of the celestial being realm, using a divine weapon refined by a sage was quite a miracle in itself. Divine weapons were weapons exclusive to sages, so they were called divine weapons. It was difficult for emperors to use divine weapons. Even emperors in the almighty realm had to pay a great price to use divine weapons. The amount of origin chi needed to use a divine weapon was too great. It was not something that anyone could bear. Gu Fei had 2 inner worlds in his body. He had also refined the Hell Path's realm bead, so he could use the power of the Hell Path. It was equivalent to him having 3 sources of power that could provide him with an endless supply of origin chi. Even with the endless origin chi as support, if Gu Fei wanted to use an extreme divine weapon, he couldn't do it instantly. It needed time. After the vermilion bird emperor used the divine weapon, his aura immediately weakened, and his expression became a little weary. When Gu Fei saw this, he couldn't help but admire the vermilion bird emperor. This vermilion bird emperor was truly impressive. No one knew better than Gu Fei how much origin chi was needed to use a divine weapon. After the Vermilion Bird Emperor used the divine weapon, he didn't show any signs of collapsing. He still had the strength to fight. However, at this moment, a sinister laugh came from afar. With a rustling sound, countless demon scorpions surged in from all directions. The soaring devil scorpions were like locusts, blotting out the sky and covering the earth as they rushed over, filling up the entire sky. The demonic aura was vast, and the entire world was shrouded in darkness again. What shocked Gu Fei and the Vermilion Bird Emperor was that the 9 demonic flags that had been broken by the Vermilion Bird Heavenly Blade stood up again. What's going on? Gu Fei and the Vermilion Bird Emperor turned pale with fright. The 9 demonic flags still emitted a monstrous demonic aura, and there was still a demon god faintly visible on each demonic flag. An indestructible demonic flag? When Gu Fei saw this, his pupils couldn't help but contract. The newly erected demonic flags emitted an aura that was even stronger than before. The 9-headed demon god seemed like it was about to struggle out of the demonic flags. It wasn't a real demon god but a demonic soul. It was the soul of a demonic person with cultivation. The scorpion demon had imprisoned it in the demonic flags and made it the demon god that guarded the flags. This formation can even kill a sage. How can it be so easily broken by you? The scorpion demon's words were filled with arrogance and smugness. The Vermilion Bird Emperor's expression became very ugly. He had just used the divine weapon in his body once and was already running out of strength. In this situation, he could only use the divine weapon one more time at most. The situation was very disadvantageous to Gu Fei and the others. Boom! The Vermilion Bird Divine Pearl that floated above Gu Fei and the Vermilion Bird Emperor's heads once again emitted a dazzling divine light. The endless divine light burned the flying demon scorpions that were rushing over from all directions to ashes. The fire essence contained in the Vermilion Bird Divine Pearl was activated. An almost transparent circle of Nanmingli fire spread out from the pearl. Everywhere it passed, the flying demon scorpions that were pouncing over fell to the ground. Demonic fire and thunder rise. The scorpion demon shouted. As his voice rang out, the 9 demonic flags that were stuck in the ground immediately fluttered despite the absence of wind. 9-headed demon gods appeared from the demonic flags, and then rushed out from the demonic flags. Rumble! The demonic aura surged. The 9 demon gods were like ancient demons that had come from the ancient times. Their bodies were covered in demonic flames and streaks of pitch-black lightning shot out. Each demon god was the size of a small mountain and gave off a strong sense of oppression. Gu Fei discovered that these 9 demon gods were extremely powerful. Every one of them had the strength of an emperor. It was as if 9 emperors had descended at the same time. Roar! The 9 demon gods roared angrily at the sky. The heavens and earth shook, and the sky seemed to collapse from the roar. Endless demonic flames swept out from the 9 demon gods' bodies. Within the demonic flames, there were streaks of lightning that could tear the void apart. There was no sound of thunder. This was soundless demonic lightning that was even more terrifying than the demonic lightning that had sound. Even an emperor-level expert would be half dead if struck by this kind of demonic lightning. The demonic fire was all-pervasive and could burn everything. Even the void was violently distorted by the heat, like a layer of transparent water rippling. The 9 demon gods rushed over. Their overwhelming demonic might cause the heavens and earth to lose color. The 9 demon gods were not to be underestimated. This scorpion demon had definitely obtained the inheritance of an ancient demon and cultivated such a terrifying formation. Streaks of black lightning as thick as mountains struck down from the sky. Endless demonic flames enveloped the entire world. Every demon god spewed demonic flames from their mouths, burning towards Gu Fei and the others. The Vermilion Bird Divine Pearl above Gu Fei and the Vermilion Bird Emperor's heads gradually dimmed under the endless demonic flames. The power of the Divine Pearl was gradually suppressed. Gu Fei guided the power of heaven and earth and poured it into the Vermilion Bird Divine Pearl, causing it to emit wave after wave of Nanmingli fire. This blocked the black lightning and the monstrous demonic flames. When the Vermilion Bird Emperor saw this, he couldn't help but be secretly shocked. This Gu Fei seemed to have endless divine power. It was truly unbelievable. Gu Fei didn't know how to activate the Vermilion Bird Divine Pearl. He was completely using endless essence to activate the power of the divine pearl. This was the most primitive and also the most effective way to make a Dharma treasure display its power. As long as there was enough essence, any Dharma treasure could be activated. Even an extreme saint artifact could display a trace of extreme divine might. You're dead for sure. Don't waste your energy, the scorpion demon shouted. The 9 demon gods and demon slaughtering saint array was an ancient demon array. Ever since he refined this array, as long as they were trapped by this array, no one had ever been able to escape. Gu Fei, who was inside the array, felt a great pressure. This demon array could kill him. This was a kind of intuition that warriors had towards danger. Gu Fei didn't dare to be careless. Divine Snatch. Chapter 1156. Gu Fei finally made his move. His first move was one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the Divine Snatch. His powerful will took the form of a human. 9 tiny purple figures soared into the sky and charged at the 9 demon gods. The 9 secrets of the immortal Tao was a heaven-defying secret art created by the Tao ancestor. It was the embodiment of the great Tao, and each purple figure had a trace of the great Tao circulating around it. Whoosh! 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 Gu Fei's divine sense condensed into a small purple person that moved quickly within the devil formation. Wherever it passed, it was virtually impenetrable. None of the devil firing lightning could get close to it. This is... The Vermilion Bird Emperor couldn't help but be shocked when he saw Gu Fei unleashing such an unimaginable technique. He could already tell that this technique was no small matter. The 9 tiny purple figures instantly charged in front of the 9 demon gods. Roar! The 9 demon gods roared and spat out demonic fire at the tiny purple figures. Bolts of black lightning wreaked havoc as they tried to kill the tiny purple figures. However, all of this was useless. The 9 tiny purple figures merely flashed and charged through the endless demonic fire and lightning, disappearing into the foreheads of the 9 demon gods. What? The Vermilion Bird Emperor was even more shocked. Was Gu Fei trying to use his will to control the 9 demon gods? Was that even possible? After all, the 9 demon gods weren't real demon gods. They were just demonic souls. Haha, kid, are you stupid? You're using your will to feed my demon gods? The scorpion demon laughed loudly outside the demonic formation. The 9 disciples' sacred slaughtering formation had all sorts of unimaginable transformations. The demon gods on the flags could devour the primordial spirits and essence of cultivators to strengthen themselves. Humph, is that so? Gu Fei sneered. Each of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao had heaven-defying power. How could the will manifested from such a secret art be devoured so easily? Very soon, the scorpion demon's exclamation came from outside the formation. He seemed to have seen the most unbelievable thing in the world, and he was indescribably shocked. Gu Fei activated his secret technique, and a divine eye seemed to open between his brows. Endless divine light flickered in it, as if a world was evolving there. The 9 tiny purple figures appeared in between the brows of the 9 demon gods, sitting there cross-legged, fixing themselves on the center of their brows. The 9 demon gods stopped, no longer spewing demonic flames at Gu Fei and the others. The 9 demon gods seemed to be showing signs of losing control, no longer attacking Gu Fei and the others. How is this possible? The Vermilion Bird Emperor was very shocked. Gu Fei had actually used his powerful divine sense to control the 9 divine demons, greatly reducing the power of the demonic formation. What spell technique is this? Even the scorpion demon couldn't help but be moved. This was the first time he had encountered such an incredible thing after refining the 9 god-fiend holy slaughtering formation. I'll let you have a taste of the demonic fire in lightning. Gu Fei continued to circulate the godly seizing demon art. The 9 tiny purple figures on the eyebrows of the 9 demon gods emitted a trace of Tao charm, and a powerful divine sense spread out from the purple figures. The 9 god-fiend turned in unison, then spewed demonic flames at the scorpions in all directions. The winged flying demon scorpions that were flying in the sky fell like rain. Countless demon scorpions on the ground were also turned to ash by the demonic flames. Pitch-black lightning descended from the sky, but it wasn't aimed at Gu Fei and the others. Instead, it struck outside the formation, killing countless scorpions. No one had expected things to turn out like this. The 9 god-fiend holy slaughtering formation had always been successful. No one could break it and no one could control it. Damn it! The scorpion demon almost vomited blood. The killing formation that he had painstakingly refined was actually controlled by someone else. Terrifying demonic chi filled the air. Large swathes of demon scorpions died under the demonic flames of the 9 god fiend. Pitch-black lightning tore through the sky, and more flying demon scorpions fell from the sky. After the demon scorpions were killed, the demonic chi didn't dissipate. Instead, it quickly formed a black scorpion the size of a small mountain. Scorpion demon's true body? After seeing the huge scorpion shadow outside the formation, Gu Fei and the Vermilion Bird Emperor were shocked. This scorpion demon could actually split his thoughts into millions, and countless divine senses entered the demon scorpions. The scorpion shadow dissipated, and a black figure walked out. It was a middle-aged man dressed in black. At this time, the middle-aged man's expression was very ugly. The 9 god fiend holy slaughtering formation was actually controlled by someone. He waved his hand, and the 9 demonic flags that were stuck in the ground immediately flew towards the middle-aged man. They quickly shrank and finally revolved around the middle-aged man. Collect! The middle-aged man shouted. The 9 demonic flags immediately produced a heaven-devouring power, and a pitch-black vortex quickly formed on each flag. Endless demon chi converged from all directions. Gu Fei felt an extremely powerful suction force enveloping him. It was as if the suction force wanted to swallow him into the 9 demon flags. Chaotic reversal. Without hesitation, Gu Fei used another of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. As soon as he used it, a strange power surged out of his body. Space and time seemed to be thrown into chaos, and the heaven-devouring power of the 9 god fiend flags was shifted away by Gu Fei. With the chaotic reversal, Gu Fei was practically invulnerable. This was an undefeatable secret art created by the supreme Tao ancestor. Rumble. At that moment, the 9 demonic gods, each the size of a small mountain, emitted endless demonic fire and lightning as they pounced towards the figure in the distance. The 9 devil princes were merely 9 devil souls that had been refined into the devil flag by Devil Scorpion. These 9 devil souls had already been blinded by Devil Scorpion, allowing Gu Fei to take advantage of them. Collect! The scorpion demon shouted in a deep voice. Immediately, 9 shocking waves of demon chi burst out from the 9 demon flags. Ancient demonic runes appeared on the demonic flags, intertwining with each other to form an unfathomable power. A mass of black light rushed out from each demonic flag, enveloping the 9 demon gods that were rushing over. The 9 demonic gods that were charging at the scorpion demon rapidly shrank in size, and were absorbed into the 9 demonic flags. However, the moment the 9 demonic flags absorbed the 9 demonic gods, the scorpion demon cried out in alarm. Then, a series of explosions came from the 9 demonic flags. The 9 devil flags were shaking, and a few of them even had a few cracks on them. Roar! I'm going to kill you! The scorpion demon was enraged by the fact that the 9 god fiend flags were damaged. His eyes turned red, and his killing intent soared to the sky. His face contorted with malevolence as if he wanted to tear Gu Fei to shreds. Chapter 1157. Most cultivators wouldn't do that. It was a suicidal method. Even if they could heavily injure their opponent, they would also be affected and their primordial spirit would be injured. Whether it was the immortal Tao, divine Tao, demon Tao, or Buddhist Tao, they didn't cultivate the physical body but the soul. The soul was the main and the physical body was the support. The immortal Tao and divine Tao had the saying of ascending to heaven. Buddhism had the body as the sea of bitterness and the soul as the boat. Once the soul crossed the sea of bitterness, it would immediately become a Buddha. The demon Tao and demon Tao also cultivated the primordial spirit. Only the martial Tao created by the martial ancestor focused on the physical body. Therefore, although Gu Fei's soul was powerful, he hadn't cultivated the primordial spirit to the nascent soul stage. Even the self-detonation of the divine Tao didn't affect Gu Fei's Tao foundation. Even so, when the 9 divine intents were detonated, Gu Fei still had a splitting headache. One of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the divine seizure secret art, wasn't just used to steal other people's Tao fruits. It was also a great killing art. The detonation of the divine intents could instantly destroy the opponent's soul. Gu Fei's divine intents entered the 9 demon gods. But he found that he couldn't steal their Tao fruits, because the 9 demon gods didn't have any Tao fruits at all. How dare you destroy my 9 fetuses demon flag? If I don't tear you to pieces and suppress your soul for 10,000 years, I won't be able to dispel the hatred in my heart. The scorpion devil roared again and again. This demonic artifact was something that he had spent countless blood, sweat, and tears, and who knew how many living beings he had killed in order to obtain this kind of power. The 9 fetuses demon flag needed to be nourished by the blood and souls of all living beings. The more souls and blood essence it devoured, the more powerful the flag would be. Each of the 9 devil flags had a devil god's devil soul as the flag's devil god. These were devil flags with souls. Although they weren't extreme Tao devil tools, they still had unlimited growth potential. Since the guardian demon god had been killed, the 9 demon flags were already half useless. Their power was greatly reduced, and it would be very difficult to repair them. They would have to be refined again. Bang! A pitch-black hand descended from the sky, exuding boundless demonic chi that enveloped the entire world. It slammed down towards Gu Fei and the Vermilion Bird Emperor, wanting to obliterate them. This demonic hand was like an ancient demonic mountain, shattering the space below it. The aura of the Great Tao circulated around it. This was a technique that was close to the Great Tao. When Gu Fei sensed the mighty aura coming down from above, he couldn't help but turn pale with fright. This was a great perfection demon emperor, who was about to enter the semi-saint realm. Swoosh! The Vermilion Bird Emperor directly opened up his inner world and rushed in. Even if he used the saint weapon in his body, it would be difficult for him to gain any advantage against such an existence. He simply put away the Vermilion Bird divine bead and hid in his inner world. At this moment, the Vermilion Bird Emperor couldn't care less about Gu Fei. He never thought that the scorpion demon would be this powerful. It was unbelievable. The Vermilion Bird Emperor knew a little about the scorpion demon. This scorpion demon was a demon scorpion from the 100,000 demon mountains. He was a demon general of one of the 10 great demon mountains. It seemed that this scorpion demon had obtained the inheritance of an ancient demon god. Otherwise, how could his cultivation be so powerful? Swoosh! Gu Fei immediately used the 8 desolation steps and rushed out from under the demonic hand. Even the powerful demon emperor couldn't really seal him. Huh? How is this possible? The scorpion demon was taken aback. This human cultivator was able to escape from the encirclement of his giant hand. It was hard to imagine. One had to know that he had sealed off this part of the void with supreme demonic power. No one could escape. Gu Fei instantly appeared 100 miles away. Go! The scorpion demon retracted his giant hand and then waved it. A black mass of flying demon scorpions rushed out and surged toward Gu Fei like a dark cloud. This scorpion demon was actually too cautious. After all, the Vermilion Bird Emperor was the most outstanding figure among the younger generation of the Vermilion Bird tribe. He also had a divine weapon. The scorpion demon had some misgivings. Otherwise, if this demon attacked fiercely, Gu Fei and the Vermilion Bird Emperor would be half dead even if they didn't die. Swoosh! Gu Fei didn't stop. He didn't dare to stop either. He directly used the 8 desolation steps and rushed forward. With every step he took, Taoist rhymes flowed under his feet. This was a sage technique. When Gu Fei used it, he could already condense Taoist rhymes. What kind of footwork is this? It's so fast. The scorpion demon saw that Gu Fei only took a few steps and disappeared into the dark sky. He couldn't help but be startled. This kind of speed was too frightening. The flying demon scorpions that covered the sky couldn't catch up to Gu Fei. Damn it! One hid in his inner world while the other escaped with extreme speed. This infuriated the scorpion demon, but he couldn't do anything. Although he was a grand completion monarch, he couldn't break through the void to find the Vermilion Bird Emperor hiding in his inner world and kill him. The Vermilion Bird Emperor had a divine weapon and used it to guard his inner world. Only a sage could break through the void and enter his inner world. Otherwise, no one would be able to do anything. A few powerful presences came from afar. A few figures appeared on the hill in the distance. Some cultivators passing by were alarmed by the battle here and came to check. All of you die. The scorpion demon had nowhere to vent his anger. He waved his hand and a dense swarm of flying demon scorpions immediately flew over. Ah, this is It's the flying demon scorpions, the scorpion demon. The people on the hill were scared out of their wits when they saw the flying demon scorpions rushing over like dark clouds. Some of them turned and ran. Someone sent out a signal without thinking. Whoosh! A ray of golden light and a ray of purple light shot into the sky. Bang! Bang! Two sounds rang out as a ball of golden light and a ball of purple light exploded high up in the sky. The dark world was illuminated by these two balls of divine light. In the lifeless sky, it was as if a golden and a purple sun had appeared. When the two balls of golden light and purple light appeared in the sky, the flying devil scorpions that covered the sky arrived. Countless devil scorpions fell down, and a few short screams rang out. The cultivators were destroyed in body and soul. Not even bones were left. Roar! Who dares to kill my sect's disciples? An extremely powerful divine will swept out from the depths of the dark world. A voice rang out in the world, exuding an unparalleled majesty. Sensing this divine sense, even the scorpion demon's expression changed. He immediately put away the countless demon scorpions and wanted to retreat. Bang! Chapter 1158. Boom! Without any suspense, the scorpion demon was slammed into the ground by the purple hand. The ground within 100 miles instantly shattered and then collapsed. It was as if doomsday had arrived. Dust rose high into the sky. The endless gloomy clouds and deathly aura were dispersed. The earth undulated violently like waves. This attack was earth-shattering. Someone was attacking to destroy the scorpion demon. The purple hand dissipated, and a bottomless palm-shaped pit appeared on the ground. The endless demonic aura was directly dispersed, and a figure covered in demonic blood rushed out of the pit. The scorpion demon did not die. After all, he was a great accomplishment demon emperor. It was not so easy to kill him. Swoosh! The scorpion demon directly opened a demonic scroll surging with demonic aura. A spatial door condensed from endless demonic power appeared in the void. The scorpion demon rushed into the void door. At the moment when the scorpion demon rushed into the domain door, a shocking divine light slashed out from the depths of this world. It directly shattered the void and split the domain door in half. The demonic scroll was crushed by the divine light. You ran fast. In the void, someone muttered. The person who attacked did not show himself from beginning to end. He only attacked twice and the scorpion demon fled. How powerful was this battle strength? One must know that the scorpion demon was a great accomplishment emperor. Gu Fei used the 8 desolate steps and calmly retreated. In just a few breaths he had already rushed thousands of miles away. Such a speed was unparalleled in the world. Even the scorpion demon would be dumbfounded. That guy is actually a great accomplishment emperor. Gu Fei did not stop. He changed his direction and headed towards the depths of this world. Those big shots who entered the Yin tomb had already entered the depths of this world. There was an incredible thing buried there. It was the hope of becoming a saint. However, the depths of this world were more evil than any other place. There was an inexplicable aura lingering around. Gu Fei sensed an inexplicable fluctuation, and could not help but feel a little uneasy. The Yin tomb had existed for countless years. No one knew when this great tomb appeared. This great tomb was as famous as the saint burial ground. It was the most ominous and evil place in the world. For thousands of years, it was unknown how many strong cultivators had fallen here, becoming the evil guardians of the tomb. No matter how powerful one was, as long as one walked into this place where the inconceivable things were buried, it would be difficult for them to come out. When Gu Fei approached the depths of this world, a figure shrouded in purple divine light stopped Gu Fei. This was a godlike figure. Emperor, stop! That person's entire body was emitting a resplendent purple divine light. His entire person was like a purple sun, dazzling in the dusky world. Who are you? Gu Fei stopped. This person was very powerful. His entire body was filled with vast and mighty divine energy, forming a purple divine light that curled around his body. He was like an ancient deity. You don't even know me? The young emperor was a little displeased. Should I know you? Gu Fei couldn't help but smile. Although this young emperor was powerful, it was still possible for him to kill this person. Damn it! The young expert was a little annoyed. He waved his hand and a purple dragon rushed out of his hand, pouncing towards Gu Fei with bared fangs and brandished claws. The young emperor was holding a dragon-shaped magic treasure in his hand. Humph! Gu Fei sneered and directly punched out, scattering the purple dragon. Then he closed in on the young emperor. His blood and qi surged as the power of yin and yang surged in his body. I've underestimated you. The young cultivator, who was like a deity, was greatly shocked. Next he backed away. Gu Fei's atmosphere was simply too strong. His figure was like a primordial divine mountain moving forward. At this time a few figures appeared nearby. They were 3 celestial realm emperors. Only celestial realm emperors could enter this part of the world. That is, Ziyang Saint from the Purple Sun Sacred Ground? Who is that person? He's actually fighting with Ziyang Saint. The 3 emperors felt the fluctuations of divine power. They were extremely surprised to see Gu Fei fighting with the young emperor, who was emitting divine light. Ziyang Saint? Gu Fei stopped. He didn't expect the other party to be a saint from a sacred ground. The Purple Sun Sacred Ground was a major branch of the Heaven Realm Dao sect. Its power was unimaginably great. It was said that in the Purple Sun Sacred Ground, there was a divine weapon personally refined by Supreme Dao Ancestor. Although it was not an extreme divine weapon, it was still amazing. An item personally refined by an extreme saint was definitely extraordinary. It was not something that ordinary divine weapons could compare to. In this world where saints did not appear, divine weapons became a deterrent. No one was willing to provoke forces that possessed divine weapons. The Purple Sun Sacred Ground had been able to stand for countless years. Although it had experienced several catastrophes where it was almost destroyed, it still stubbornly passed on. The heritage of this sect was unimaginable to others. Ziyang Saint looked at Gu Fei and then said to Gu Fei, "You better leave. Anyone below the almighty level will only be courting death if they enter." What? At this time the 3 emperors also walked over. They couldn't help but be shocked when they heard this. Anyone who could reach this place was not weak. It should be known that in this part of the world, there were countless evil tomb guards. Some of the evil tomb guards were extremely powerful and comparable to almighties. Even real almighties would have a headache if they encountered them. Since Ziyang Saint had said this, the depths of this part of the world was definitely an extremely dangerous place. Even celestial realm emperors could not enter. I think that I can still protect myself. Gu Fei thought for a while and then said, since he was already here, he would not be satisfied if he did not go in and try it out. Ziyang Saint stared at Gu Fei and said indifferently, "Who are you? There doesn't seem to be someone like you among the younger generation in the 5 regions of the Heaven Realm." Ziyang Saint did not dare to be negligent since the other party was an expert who was not weaker than him. In the Heaven Realm where the strong were respected, strength was everything. Only by being strong enough could one be respected and feared by others. Gu Fei. Gu Fei did not intend to hide anything. It was not his nature to hide. Even though he knew that he had many enemies in the Heaven Realm, he still did not hide. "You are Gu Fei?" Ziyang Saint and the 3 emperors were shocked when they heard this. This was the person who had killed Zi Huang, who was known as the #1 person among the younger generation in the Eastern Land. Zi Huang was the son of the primordial Emperor Xian. He had cultivated supreme celestial arts and possessed talent and resources that others could not hope to reach. His rise could be said to have been a smooth road. In the entire Eastern Land, only the son of the golden spiritual apes, Yuan Hong, could rival Zi Huang. He was almost invincible among his peers. Even the Golden Wing Little Peng Emperor had been defeated by Zi Huang. However, such a person who was at the peak of his power in the Eastern Land had suddenly died. The person who had killed this genius was a person called Gu Fei. It could be said that Gu Fei's name had long spread throughout the 5 regions of the Heaven Realm. Among the younger generation of cultivators, there were probably not many who had not heard of Gu Fei. He is the one who killed Zi Huang, the son of the primordial Emperor Xian? I did not expect to see such a person here. The 3 emperors were very shocked. This was a person who had killed an emperor. He did not seem to be old, and his qi and blood were vigorous. He was at his peak. Can I go over now? Gu Fei acted as if he did not see these people's shock. Ziyang Saint thought for a while, then retreated to the side and made way. His opponent was a killing god who had even dared to kill Zi Huang. He was most likely not a match for him. Ziyang Saint's thoughts raced. He knew that his cultivation level was at most on par with the Purple Emperor. He definitely did not have the cultivation and strength to kill the Purple Emperor. Since the other party could kill the Purple Emperor, the other party could also kill him. The battle record of killing the Violet Emperor shocked everyone present. Gu Fei calmly walked past Ziyang Saint. With just a few steps, he had already disappeared into the dark sky and was nowhere to be seen. When Gu Fei disappeared from everyone's sight, the three emperors came back to their senses. A skinny middle-aged emperor looked in the direction where Gu Fei had disappeared and murmured, "This Gu Fei is really bold. Doesn't he know that the primordial Emperor Xian has also entered this big tomb?" The primordial Emperor Xian was here, but Gu Fei did not hide at all. This was really unbelievable. It should be known that the primordial Emperor Xian was not an ordinary Emperor Xian. He had already taken the step to become a sage and was an invincible half-sage. Gu Fei was only a celestial being realm emperor. If he encountered the primordial Emperor Xian, there would only be one outcome. He would be killed by the primordial Emperor Xian, and his body and soul would be destroyed. Then, the three emperors also wanted to go over, but they were stopped by Ziyang Saint. "Brother Purple Sun, you're going too far. Why can Gu Fei go over but we can't?" The skinny middle-aged monarch spoke up again. "Humph. If you also have the cultivation and strength to kill an emperor, you can also go over," Ziyang Saint said coldly. He did not take these three emperors seriously. They were all emperors in the celestial being realm, but these three emperors could not be compared to Gu Fei at all. The strength of killing an emperor. The three emperors stopped talking after hearing Ziyang Saint's words. The cultivation and strength of killing an emperor was almost invincible among those of the same level. The three emperors did not think that they had such strength. In the end, the three emperors still retreated. They were not Gu Fei who could kill an emperor, and they did not want to provoke Ziyang Saint. They could only retreat unwillingly. Gu Fei. Chapter 1159. In the depths of the land of profound Yin Qi pervaded the air, forming a grayish-black mist. If one were to look at it with the naked eye, one wouldn't be able to see very far in this place. Even those who cultivated the heavenly eye could only see a few miles around them when they used the heavenly eye divine ability. They couldn't see anything further than a few miles. This place was shrouded by an unfathomable power. It was this power that disrupted the heaven's will, causing no one to be able to divine what was buried in the depths of this great tomb. Even those who were proficient in amethyst divination and great divination divine art couldn't divine it. As Gu Fei walked, he didn't dare to be careless. In this pitch-black land there wasn't a trace of life. There were only abnormally cold stones. Even the sky was grayish-black. He couldn't see anything. There were black ribbon-shaped clouds drifting in the air. The entire sky looked like it was about to collapse, causing Gu Fei to feel a great pressure. Gotcha! Gu Fei crushed another skeleton under his feet. There were many bones scattered on the ground. From time to time a bone-chilling cold wind blew over. Even Gu Fei could feel the cold invading his body. He had to circulate his martial path true force to resist it. Otherwise, it would be bad if the cold invaded his body. A layer of black and white yin-yang astral qi emerged from Gu Fei's body, blocking the cold outside. This place was indeed not a place that ordinary sovereign realm experts could enter. Even with Gu Fei's sovereign martial physique, he had to circulate his qi to resist the cold. If other cultivators came in, they would probably be frozen stiff. In the depths of the great tomb, the profound yin qi was very dense. Although there wasn't even a blade of grass growing here, it was a holy land for cultivating the extreme yin power. Cultivating the extreme yin power here would definitely yield twice the results with half the effort. Bang! 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 Suddenly, heavy footsteps came from afar. Gu Fei felt the ground tremble slightly. It seemed like a huge monster was walking towards him. What is that? Gu Fei was shocked. He quickly looked in the direction of the sound. However, he could only see a grayish-black fog. He couldn't see anything. In this place, the power of extreme yin was gathered, and even Gu Fei's martial Dao heavenly eye could only see things within a radius of several li. As the footsteps got closer, the ground beneath Gu Fei's feet began to shake. Gu Fei hid behind a large rock and looked in the direction of the footsteps. Very quickly, the grayish-black mist in front of him surged and a huge creature walked over from afar. This is When Gu Fei saw this colossus, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. How was this possible? This was an extinct primordial creature. It was a giant 3,000 meters tall. The giant's head touched the sky, and his feet touched the ground. He had a rough appearance and he wore no clothes. His lower body was covered by a piece of beast skin, and he held a stone axe in his hand. The edge of the stone axe already had more than a dozen cracks, making it look like a stone rake. A violent aura spread out from the giant's body. A primordial giant? Gu Fei was shocked to the extreme. He had never imagined that he would encounter a legendary primordial giant here. According to legend, these giants weren't humans, but a race from the primordial era. This race contained the bloodline of the ancient celestials. They were incomparably powerful, and their battle prowess was even more frightening. A grand completion primordial giant was comparable to a sage. Fortunately, the primordial giant race didn't know any cultivation techniques. Their divine power was naturally formed by heaven and earth. Even so, this race was incomparably valiant, and they dared to tear apart immortals and gods. No matter how peerless your divine abilities were, these primordial giants could use their stone axes, stone swords, and stone spears to break them. In front of absolute power, all divine abilities and magical arts were useless. Even peerless divine abilities couldn't block a single strike from the giant's stone axe. It should be known that a grand completion primordial giant was comparable to a sage. And this giant in front of him was 3,000 meters tall, like a small mountain. When he walked, the entire ground trembled. This was definitely a grand completion primordial giant. The primordial giant race had disappeared in ancient times. In the later period of the primordial era, people no longer saw their silhouettes. Gu Fei discovered that this primordial giant had become the grave guardian of this great tomb. Its lantern-like eyes were a deathly gray, without any spirit. The primordial giant's 7 orifices were filled with strands of black energy. His body was surging with a sinister and terrifying power. This evil power made even Gu Fei's heart palpitate. This was a primordial giant with an extremely powerful body. Even Gu Fei didn't want to encounter such a thing. He retreated behind the boulder. Gu Fei retracted all of his aura. The primordial giant walked past the boulder and into the depths of this small world. It didn't notice Gu Fei. The primordial giant carried the stone axe and walked into the depths of this small world. Only after the giant disappeared into the darkness did Gu Fei walk out from behind the boulder. Even the primordial giant had become the grave guardian of this great tomb. Gu Fei found it hard to believe. Although he didn't want to believe it, the truth was right in front of him. This was definitely a super antique. One had to know that the primordial giant race was a powerful race that lived in an incomparably ancient world. Could it be that the time of this great tomb's appearance could be traced back to that incomparably ancient era? Very quickly, several extremely powerful fluctuations came from the depths of this small world. Some great characters were taking action, causing the entire world to be filled with dark gray mist. Roars came from the distance. Did someone encounter the primordial giant? Gu Fei was surprised and bewildered. He pondered for a moment, and then he chased after the footprints of the primeval Titan clan. In next to no time, he sensed a mortal Tao divine energy that surged like tempestuous waves. The dark gray mist in the surroundings was dispersed. A cultivator with the appearance of an old man was attacking the primordial giant. With a wave of his hand, the old man shot out thousands of pitch-black balls of lightning toward the primordial giant. Each ball of lightning contained a vast aura of death. Boom! 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 The countless black balls of lightning struck the primordial giant's body, causing it to stagger back and roar. Roar! The primordial giant roared and hacked out with an ordinary-looking stone axe, blocking all the divine thunderbolts that bombarded the sky. It was a stone axe without any fluctuations or aura. However, it was this axe made of stone that could shatter the void of the world with a single chop. Chapter 1160. An ancient giant actually appeared in the depths of this world. This was truly inconceivable to Gu Fei. One had to know that such an existence was definitely a super antique. Primordial creatures were all incomparably ancient, but such an ancient creature had become the fiendish guardian of this great tomb. Could it be that this great tomb had already existed since ancient times? If that was the case, then this great tomb was truly extraordinary. Perhaps it had already existed since the Age of Legends. It was truly hard to imagine. When Gu Fei encountered the ancient giant, he chose to retreat, not daring to fight against it. Perhaps even supreme existences and half-saints would lose their composure when facing such a giant. He didn't dare to fight against such a fiendish being, but others would dare to provoke it. An old man displayed a supreme emperor's might, fighting against the fiendish being. The grayish-black mist within a 1,000-li radius was dispersed by the boundless divine power emitted by the old man. This was an extremely powerful god emperor. Gu Fei watched the battle from afar. That god emperor also couldn't contend against the giant and kept retreating. The giant stone axe kept chopping down. Although it didn't have the majesty of divine power, nor the turbulence of immortal energy, it was still able to create pitch-black cracks in the void. This was the most direct manifestation of power. Although this ancient giant had already fallen and turned into a fiendish guardian, its divine power was still preserved. Buzz! The stone axe chopped down, causing the entire void to tremble. Even if it had turned into a fiendish guardian, this ancient giant was still unbelievably powerful. The old god emperor sensed great danger. He turned into a bolt of purple lightning, moving at high speed to avoid the giant axe. Boom! The stone axe chopped down on the ground, like an ancient divine mountain crashing down. Dust rose high into the sky, the earth sank, and a crack appeared on the ground, extending far into the distance. A bottomless abyss was created with one chop of the axe. It was truly terrifying. The entire earth trembled. That 1,000-zhang-tall giant was incomparably ferocious, just like an ancient celestial being. His battle prowess was shocking, and he was invincible. Even the old god emperor's expression changed. Roar! That primordial giant's axe didn't strike the old god emperor. After that, he directly stretched out his right hand and grabbed towards the old god emperor. That gigantic hand was like a small mountain. If a god emperor was grabbed by it, even a god emperor would die. Humph! The old god emperor let out a cold snort, and a violent fluctuation of divine power gushed out of his body. Then, bolts of purple lightning rushed out of his body. Purple thunder shakes the sky. The old god emperor roared. Heaven and earth trembled as boundless divine power erupted from his body. Bolts of purple lightning that were as thick as mountains swept through everything. With the old god emperor as the center, everything within a radius of 100 kilometers turned into a sea of purple thunder and lightning. A massive figure condensed within this sea of thunder and lightning. It was a giant that was condensed from countless purple lightning bolts. Its entire body was emitting endless purple lightning. It was like the reincarnation of the ancient thunder saint, with Taoist rhymes surging. Mighty cultivators of the severing path could already draw upon a sliver of the power of the great path. This was the fundamental reason why mighty cultivators could kill Runhuang cultivators as if they were mere ants. When they used the power of the great path, existences below the level of mighty cultivators could not contend against them at all. Boom! The purple lightning giant stretched out its palm and firmly collided with the ancient giant. Huge cracks appeared in the sky and earth. A terrifying destructive power spread out in all directions. Everything on the ground ceased to exist. It was destroyed in an instant. The hills were turned into dust. It seemed that there was something buried in those hills. There were coffins and skeletons that collapsed in the void and also turned into dust. Although Gu Fei was very far away, he was still affected by the shockwaves. He had no choice but to retreat further away. During this process, several figures rushed out from the darkness. However, they were instantly swallowed by the mighty destructive storm. They did not even have time to scream. There was only one outcome for those who were swept into the destructive storm, and that was the annihilation of their bodies and souls. There was no suspense. Gu Fei used the 8 desolation steps and displayed the extreme speed of 8 steps. In an instant, he ran hundreds of miles away, avoiding the destructive storm that swept out in all directions. He did not dare to stop. He rushed out thousands of miles away before stopping. Then he turned around and looked back. He saw a circle of dust sweeping out in all directions. Everywhere it passed, the hills were swallowed up. The land within a radius of hundreds of miles turned into a desert. 2 giants were moving at high speed, constantly unleashing destructive power that could topple mountains and overturn seas. It was an immortal battle. Endless purple lightning and the soaring death chi completely submerged that place. Even Gu Fei's martial path heavenly I could not see inside. This was a battle between emperors. Could easily destroy a region. Gu Fei sensed that several powerful divine thoughts swept over from other places. Purple Cloud God Emperor? This old guy is still alive. Ancient giants. Several divine thoughts were communicating. They did not have any scruples. Even ordinary cultivators could sense the fluctuations of their divine thoughts and understand what they meant. These were the divine wills of the emperors. At their level of cultivation, besides half-saints, there was no one in the world that could frighten them or intimidate them. Gu Fei did not know what kind of big shots there were in the heaven realm, nor did he know who the Purple Cloud God Emperor was. But that old God Emperor was really terrifying. He unleashed his divine Tao phenomenon and condensed a violet lightning giant to fight against the ancient giant. The entire world seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Bolts of lightning the size of mountains shot out from the battlefield, and the void was like a thin piece of paper that was constantly being torn apart. Is this the power of a Tao-severing expert? Gu Fei was secretly shocked. This was a power that even celestial being realm emperors could not hope to reach. There was Tao rhyme lingering around it, triggering a trace of the power of the great Tao. Only a Tao-severing expert could be called an absolute existence in the world. This was a figure who stood at the peak of the cultivation world, able to intimidate a region. If a warrior could Tao-severing, Gu Fei was looking forward to it. If he could Tao-severing, would he still have the power to be invincible in the same realm? He was really not sure about this. However, with Gu Fei's current cultivation, he was still far from the threshold of the ninth heaven of celestial being realm. No one could easily Tao-severing. In the entire heaven realm there were many experts, but there were not many emperors who could Tao-severing. Especially Gu Fei, if he wanted to Tao-severing, it would be much more difficult than ordinary celestial being realm emperors. Maybe he would have to Tao-severing himself. Chapter 1161. He did not conceal his killing intent. The celestial chi lingered in the sky, and he was like Emperor Xian. He wanted to kill Gu Fei. He stood in the air and wore a crown on his head. His face was like jade, and there were 9 rays of divine light revolving around his body. Every move he made seemed to be made by the heavens. This emperor was the celestial emperor of the East, Yuan Gu. Oh no! Gu Fei was shocked when he saw that it was the Emperor Xian of the Eastern land, Yuan Gu. It should be known that he and Yuan Gu had a great enmity. His son, the Purple Emperor, had died at the hands of Gu Fei. Swoosh! Without any hesitation, Gu Fei used the 8 desolation steps and rushed into the distance. He used all his strength, and his speed was so fast that he could not even see his shadow. Humph! You still want to escape? Celestial Emperor Yuan Gu sneered. Then he stretched out his right hand and pressed down on the void below. Laws of the Tao appeared in his hand and instantly sealed a part of the void. This was the technique of a half-step saint, and it could draw the power of the great path for one's own use. Of course, the power that a half-step saint could draw was very limited, but even so it was no small matter. Bam! Gu Fei was shaken out of the void by the huge hand. His body had suffered a great impact, and it was cracked all over, as if it was about to collapse. Ah! Gu Fei opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. He fell from the sky. He felt pain all over his body, and he did not know how many bones in his body had been broken. A half-step saint is indeed terrifying. Yuan Gu Emperor Xian had only casually slapped out a palm, and Gu Fei could not bear it anymore. This was a killing technique that could draw the power of the great path, and it could obliterate all enemies with one palm. Below the half-step saint, even the almighty of the Tao-severing realm, were all ants. Gu Fei's martial path true power surged through his body, and his broken bones and torn flesh quickly reconstructed. In just a moment he had recovered. You can die now. Yuan Gu Emperor Xian's emotionless voice came down from the sky. Then, another huge hand descended from the sky like a huge mountain, slamming down on Gu Fei, who had fallen to the ground. The fact that Gu Fei was able to withstand his palm strike without dying surprised Emperor Xian. It must be known that if it was an ordinary emperor, they would have died many times over. A terrifying pressure spread out from the hand. This was the pressure of a half-step saint. It could shake the heavens, and everyone had the urge to prostrate themselves in worship. A terrifying force descended from the sky and suppressed Gu Fei to the ground. Even with Gu Fei's strong body, he could not move at all. Although the huge hand had not yet slapped down, the mighty force coming from it was not something that Gu Fei could withstand. Gu Fei sensed the aura of death. He was about to open his inner world and hide inside. Under such circumstances, only by hiding inside his inner world would he be able to escape this calamity. Just as Gu Fei was about to open his inner world, a figure rushed over from the side and directly slapped out a palm towards Yuangu Emperor Xian's huge hand. Bang! A muffled sound was heard, and the whole world shook like waves. Yuangu Emperor Xian's huge hand had been blocked. Everyone was extremely shocked. Many experts in the nearby area were watching. The battle between the Purple Cloud Emperor and the ancient giant had caused a huge commotion, and it was impossible not to attract the attention of others. "It's you?" Yuangu Emperor Xian was shocked when he saw the appearance of the person who had blocked his attack. Even he could not afford to provoke this person. He had no choice but to retreat, and he did not want to fight with this person. "Humph! Yuangu, how dare you injure my brother?" The person was wearing a purple dragon robe. He was tall and had a dignified appearance. However, his tone was like that of a ruffian. "Crown Prince, don't go too far." Yuangu Emperor Xian's expression suddenly turned ugly. It should be known that many people were secretly watching this place, and he did not want to be laughed at. Old Tortoise? Gu Fei could not help but be pleasantly surprised when he saw the person. It was none other than one of the crown princes, the Old Tortoise, whom he had been separated from for some time. After the Old Tortoise appeared, two figures with towering demonic aura appeared nearby. They were two old demons who had cut down their Tao countless years ago. They were the antiques of the Nanling demon race. These two antiques were the Old Tortoise's protectors and the Crown Prince's sons. The Old Tortoise's origin was too great. This was the Supreme Crown Prince's bloodline. The Old Tortoise was regarded as the hope of the Nanling demon race, and nothing could happen to him. The Old Tortoise's return had greatly increased the Nanling demon race's strength, because the Old Tortoise had already recovered to the Almighty Realm, and he had mastered the demon weapon Supreme Imperial Seal. Therefore, the Old Tortoise did not have to spend much effort to become the Crown Prince of the Nanling demon race. His status was incomparably illustrious, and he was the supreme ruler of the demon race. Legend had it that the Crown Prince had 9 sons, who were known as the 9 divine dragons. Each of them had the cultivation and strength of a saint. If the Old Tortoise completely recovered his former cultivation, he would be an invincible demon saint. In this world where saints were extinct, if a demon saint appeared, the demon race would be invincible in the entire cultivation world of the heaven realm. "What do you mean by too much? You wanted to kill my brother, isn't that too much?" The Old Tortoise said coldly. He really did not give any face to the Eastern Land Emperor Xian Yuangu. The Crown Prince's bloodline was incomparable. The Old Tortoise had the qualifications to ignore half-saints. If he had not been trapped in the isolation formation and almost lost his cultivation, he would still be a demon saint. "This kid is your brother?" Yuangu Emperor Xian frowned. This was not good. How did Gu Fei become related to this evil star? It seemed that it was impossible to kill this kid today. The Old Tortoise's return to the Nanling demon race was a big event in the heaven realm. The appearance of the Supreme Imperial Seal made all the superpowers in the heaven realm feel insecure. That was the supreme demon weapon refined by the Supreme Emperor. With the supreme demon weapon in hand, it was not impossible for the demon race to unify the cultivation world of the heaven realm. Yuangu Emperor Xian had some misgivings. "Humph!" The Old Tortoise did not say anything and only snorted coldly. At this time, Gu Fei had already stood up and came behind the Old Tortoise. Yuangu Emperor Xian's half-saint power could no longer affect Gu Fei. "Do you know that he killed my son, the Purple Emperor?" Yuangu Emperor Xian stared at Gu Fei and said while gritting his teeth. "So what?" The Old Tortoise was very strong. He did not leave any leeway in his words. He was determined to protect Gu Fei. He could not care less about the life and death of Yuangu Emperor Xian's son. Yuangu Emperor Xian looked at Gu Fei, and then at the Old Tortoise without saying anything. In the end he had no choice but to retreat. He really did not want to offend the Nanling demon race, and he did not dare to provoke the old tortoise. Chapter 1162. Just as Gu Fei was about to die, the old tortoise arrived in time to stop the primordial Emperor Xian. The old tortoise was extremely powerful and did not give the primordial Emperor Xian any face, forcing the primordial Emperor Xian to retreat. No one was willing to provoke someone who had an extreme path sacred weapon. The Tai Sovereign Seal was the extreme path sacred weapon refined by the Supreme Tai Sovereign. In the ancient primitive era, the Tai Sovereign Seal was a sacred weapon that made all living beings tremble. The old tortoise was the son of the Tai Sovereign and possessed the purest bloodline of the Tai Sovereign. This kind of bloodline of an extreme path expert was incomparable to any other life form. The fact that the Tai Huang Seal was in the hands of the old tortoise was even more shocking. This was because no one knew whether or not the demonic saint of the past had some secret technique that could activate the Tai Huang Seal and completely revive the extreme path sacred weapon. If a saint weapon of the extreme way was completely awakened, it would be equivalent to a saint of the extreme way appearing in the world. Unless a saint of the extreme way appeared, no one would be a match for someone who possessed a fully awakened saint weapon of the extreme way. Several powerful divine wills retreated, and no one dared to peep at the old tortoise. Rumble. At this time, the battle between the Purple Cloud Emperor God and the Primordial Giant was still going on. Violent power spread out in all directions, as if two ancient celestial beings were fighting. The whole world was shaking as if it was about to collapse. The two super experts fought further and further away. Everywhere they passed, everything was destroyed. The earth shattered, the void cracked, and the hills turned into ashes. "Old man Purple Cloud, come on!" the old tortoise shouted. Although the primordial giant had turned into a tomb guard, it was still not easy to deal with. It was equivalent to a profound emperor fighting against the Purple Cloud Emperor God. Every time the stone axe in the giant's hand slashed out, endless purple lightning would be dispersed by the stone axe, forcing the Purple Cloud Emperor God's heaven and earth law to retreat. The Purple Cloud Divine Emperor displayed his divine Tao avatar and condensed the purple lightning Dharma form. A purple lightning giant that was completely condensed from purple lightning attracted the power of lightning between heaven and earth. Every time the violet lightning giant raised its hand or stomped its foot, endless purple lightning emerged and bombarded the ancient giant. Every bolt of lightning was as large as a mountain, piercing through heaven and earth, tearing the void between heaven and earth. The power of destruction swept across the world. "Old tortoise!" Gu Fei walked over. "Brat!" The old turtle was also a bit excited to see Gu Fei again. If it weren't for Gu Fei, he might still be trapped in the dead formation in the virtual sky world. In ancient times, there was a supreme figure who fought against the Tai Emperor. He even captured the Tai Emperor's son, Demon Saint Basya, and set up an absolute formation to trap him inside. The dragon had 9 sons, and the leader of the 9 sons was Basya. The supreme sovereign was the first true dragon born from the world, and he was the dragon ancestor. "Go. Let's meet in my inner world." The old turtle opened the inner world and stepped inside with Gu Fei. He was the crown prince and his status was too prominent. The old turtle didn't call the 2 old monsters into his inner world, and the 2 old monsters didn't dare to follow the old turtle and Gu Fei into his inner world. The 2 old monsters were frighteningly old, and the vicissitudes of life on them made people's hearts palpitate. They were definitely people who had survived since ancient times. Such people were very terrifying. They had cut their Tao countless years ago, and no one knew what level of cultivation and strength these 2 old monsters had reached. However, in front of the old turtle, the 2 old monsters still regarded themselves as juniors and didn't dare to overstep their boundaries. They were extremely respectful to the old turtle and didn't dare to slight him in the slightest. Of course, the old turtle was also a super antique, and these 2 old monsters were probably really his juniors. As soon as Gu Fei entered the old turtle's inner world, he immediately felt the spirit chi hitting his face. All the pores on his body opened up, and wisps of spirit chi seeped into his body through his pores. It was extremely comfortable. The spirit chi of the world was so dense that it was verdant and lush. What appeared in front of Gu Fei was a world full of vitality. The old turtle's inner world was very different. There was spirit chi in the depths of the world, and there was a divine spring of life that was spreading life essence and nourishing the entire world. This was a world that had already begun to take shape. Mountains rose and fell, and ancient trees towered into the sky. Birds and apes cried, and many spiritual springs could be seen between the spiritual peaks. A huge star was fixed in the sky, and this star was shining like the sun, illuminating the earth. Gu Fei felt a little strange. This huge star in the sky seemed to be very close to him, as if he could pick it up if he soared into the sky. This was not the real sun. It was just a divine pearl of the sun that was fixed in the sky by the old turtle's power. Even so, the old turtle's inner world was amazing. It was full of spirit chi and was definitely a holy place for cultivation. Cultivating here would yield twice the result with half the effort compared to cultivating in the outside world. The old turtle soared into the sky and flew toward a heavenly palace that was floating in the sky. It was the old turtle's residence, and he was imitating the heavenly court of the ancient demon clan. The ancient heavenly palace gave people an extremely oppressive feeling, as if a terrifying prehistoric beast was lurking there, and could be awakened at any time. It was a little different. It was not the first time that Gu Fei had come to this heavenly palace, but he felt a strange aura now that he was here again. After entering the heavenly palace, Gu Fei had just sat down, and before he had time to speak to the old turtle, he saw figures flashing at the entrance of the hall. Several young people walked in. Among these young people, a fair and plump man was very conspicuous. Martial ancestor. As soon as the plump man saw Gu Fei, he immediately rushed over and hugged Gu Fei's thigh, crying loudly. His tears and snot wet a large part of Gu Fei's clothes. This plump man was Gu Zhong's son, Gu Fei's granddisciple Gu Xiaofeng. The others were He Tian, Shaoqing, and Balan. They were also very excited to see Gu Fei. They quickly walked over and looked at Gu Fei, not knowing what to say. Gu Fei was also stunned to see Shaoqing, He Tian, and the others. He had never thought that he would see them here, so he could not react for a while. No one spoke in the hall. After a long silence, they began to talk about what had happened after they parted. It turned out that after Shaoqing and Gu Fei had separated, they had been heading south. They were not like Gu Fei, who could hide in the streets and mountains alone. Chapter 1163. Gu Fei entered the old tortoise's inner world. He had never expected to see He Tian, Shaoqing, and the others in the old tortoise's inner world. This surprised and delighted Gu Fei. Everyone talked for several hours in the main hall of the heavenly palace in the old tortoise's inner world. Only then did they finish asking all the questions they wanted to ask. It turned out that Shaoqing, He Tian, and the others had been chased for 100,000 miles by the experts dispatched by the primordial Emperor Xian. They had encountered great danger several times. Fortunately, He Tian knew a lot of ancient formations and was able to escape danger every time. Not only that, but He Tian had also dug a lot of big holes along the way for the people of the primordial Emperor Xian to jump into. In the end, many of the experts under the primordial Emperor Xian were killed. There was even a half-step almighty at the half-step emperor realm that was almost obliterated by He Tian's ultimate formation. Although the half-step emperor realm expert had managed to escape in the end, he had also suffered great injuries and it would be very difficult for him to recover. He Tian's formation cultivation was very good. Gu Fei had also seen his attainments in formation, but he had never expected that He Tian's formation cultivation had reached the point where he could seriously injure a half-step emperor. After the old tortoise led Gu Fei into his inner world, he left by himself. He was also very interested in the things in the eternal tomb. Boom! While Gu Fei and the others were still talking in the old tortoise's heavenly palace, an earth-shattering sound suddenly resounded, causing the whole world to shake. The old tortoise's inner world was suddenly in chaos. Birds and beasts scrambled to escape, and the huge star in the sky was also shaking, almost falling from the sky. The void thousands of miles away from the heavenly palace suddenly collapsed. A figure broke through the void from the outside and rushed into the old tortoise's inner world. It was a figure with soaring demonic chi. Behind the figure, a large yellow hand reached out and chased after the old turtle into this world. It was an incredible scene. When Gu Fei and the others heard the commotion, they immediately rushed out of the heaven palace and happened to see this scene. They couldn't help but be shocked to the extreme, and all of them were dumbfounded. How was it possible that someone had entered the old tortoise's inner world? Emperors at the almighty realm definitely didn't possess such terrifying cultivation and strength. Could it be that a saint was making a move? Old Tortoise was beaten into his inner world. The huge yellow hand emitted an unparalleled yellow chi. Wherever it passed, everything was destroyed. The mountain ridges below were instantly turned into ashes. Damn it! The old turtle's demonic aura soared into the sky. He roared at the sky, and his voice shook the sky. With just a thought, he attracted the power of this part of the world. Endless divine light turned into heavenly swords and slashed at the yellow hand. Using the power of heaven and earth to transform endless sword chi to kill the opponent, this was the power of heaven and earth. In his inner world, the old turtle was an omnipotent god. The terrifying sword chi surged between the heaven and earth. Even Gu Fei and the others felt a great pressure, as if they were facing a part of the world. The old turtle's sword momentum was simply unstoppable, and could destroy everything. Humph! A sneer was heard in the void. Then the yellow hand trembled slightly, and the thousands of heavenly swords that were slashing at the old turtle were all shattered in an instant. The person who had entered the old turtle's inner world was too powerful and displayed terrifying combat strength. The yellow essence chi was mighty under the heaven and earth, shaking the whole world. "You're courting death," the old turtle roared. The other party dared to attack his inner world. Didn't the other party know that in this part of the world, he was the supreme god? Bam! A huge seal rushed out from the top of the old turtle's head, and a terrible pressure immediately descended on this part of the world. Countless living beings in this part of the world trembled with fear. The old turtle used the Tai Huang seal. This was the supreme holy weapon refined by his father. He had received the true teachings of the Tai Huang, so he was even more adept at using the Tai Huang seal. An extreme divine power was awakened in the Tai Huang seal. At this time, even Gu Fei and the others were shocked and had to retreat into the heavenly palace. The heavenly palace in the old turtle's inner world was shrouded in an inexplicable power that actually weakened the pressure emitted by the Tai Huang seal by more than half. The Tai Huang seal? A powerful spiritual fluctuation spread out from the endless mysterious yellow essence chi, and the mysterious yellow giant hand gradually dissipated in the void. Then, a vague human silhouette emerged from within the mysterious yellow essence chi. Boom! The old turtle mobilized the power of the entire world to activate the Tai Huang seal. He wanted to revive the Tai Huang seal and then kill the guy who dared to attack his inner world. The world shook and the ancient seal became as huge as a mountain. Mysterious divine runes of the supreme path appeared on the seal, and endless Tao rhymes circulated. This was the power of a flawless great path that was imprinted in the Tai Huang seal. This power of the flawless great path could destroy the world, and no one below the level of a saint could resist it. Bam! The figure in the yellow essence chi was very straightforward. He directly smashed the void and rushed out the way he came, not daring to fight against the Tai Huang seal at all. Although the mysterious person was powerful, it was obvious that he was not strong enough to fight against a divine weapon of the supreme path. He had no choice but to retreat. At this time, even a saint would have to retreat. The yellow figure disappeared into the shattered void and withdrew from the old turtle's inner world. Just like that, an earth-shattering battle ended. The Tai Huang seal trembled and completely obliterated the traces left by the mysterious person. This was a technique that the person left behind to determine the location of the old turtle's inner world. If the traces were not obliterated, the mysterious person could attack the old turtle's inner world again at any time. The old turtle only put away the Tai Huang seal after sensing that there were no strange fluctuations. It was only then that Gu Fei and the others dared to come over. "What happened?" Gu Fei asked. He was extremely shocked that there was someone in this world who could force the old turtle to use the Tai Huang seal. Who was it? Everyone looked at the old turtle. The mysterious person was so powerful that he was able to enter the old turtle's inner world. This made everyone very uneasy. "We met the descendant of Ruthless. That guy must have obtained the inheritance of the ancient villain and cultivated the yellow essence chi to become a half-saint." The old tortoise's heart palpitated as well. His opponent was too powerful. If he hadn't used the Tai Huang seal, he didn't know how his world would have been destroyed. The descendant of the ancient villain? Chapter 1164. The Great Calamity. Xian Huang was a great calamity of the ancient times. He was famous for his ruthlessness. Wherever this great calamity passed, blood would flow like a river. In the untainted land, this great vicious being had exterminated many large clans. Even the supreme saints of the untainted land would turn pale upon hearing his name. Even such a ruthless person had died in the end. Legend had it that several supreme saints had joined forces to kill this great vicious being in the outer firmament. Unexpectedly, this great vicious being of the untainted land had a Taoist tradition passed down. Even the old tortoise was surprised. It should be known that the Tai Huang had once fought with this great vicious being. Everyone returned to the heavenly palace and sat down. If you don't use the Tai Huang seal, even you are no match for this great vicious being? Gu Fei asked. The old tortoise's cultivation had almost recovered, and he was only one step away from becoming a great sage of the demon clan. If even the old tortoise was no match for this great vicious being, then that person was definitely not an emperor of the almighty realm. He should be a half-sage with one foot in the sage realm. If I don't use the Tai Huang seal, I can still fight with this little vicious being. The old tortoise pondered for a moment and said, if he could completely restore his former cultivation, not to mention the descendant of the ancient villain, even if the ancient villain Xian Huang came, he would be able to compete with him. Although the great sage of the demon clan was not a supreme saint, he was still a demon saint who had comprehended the great path. Even in the untainted land there were very few sages. Those who could become sages were all supreme existences that could shock the world. Except for the supreme saints who had comprehended the great path, no one in the world was a match for them. From the old tortoise's words, Gu Fei and the others learned that the situation outside was almost on the verge of breaking out. Some old antiques could not help but take action. With the world as the tomb, this ancient tomb had nurtured an unimaginable thing. This thing was absolutely a heaven-defying existence that everyone was jealous of. In the end, except for Gu Fei's grand-disciple and the little fatty Gu Xiaofeng, everyone followed the old tortoise out of the inner world and came to the outside. Except for Gu Fei, Heitian, Shaoqing, and Balan were all emperors in the celestial being realm. With their cultivation, they were not afraid of the cold air outside. Moreover, they had holy weapons to protect them. A 9-story golden divine pagoda appeared behind Shaoqing. It exuded boundless metal elemental power, repelling the surrounding frigidine qi, making it difficult for it to get close to him. Above Heitian's head floated a divine pearl that was as dazzling as a star. The vast power of the stars surged and fell from his head, enveloping him within. As for Balan, his original body was a fire qilin. He cultivated the supreme yang divine fire, and he also had a sun divine pearl. This was a divine pearl that contained the essence of the sun, and could emit sun divine fire. The divine sun flame was the nemesis of the abstruse cold qi. Among the crowd, only Gu Fei and Baron had an easy time resisting the abstruse cold qi. Boom! Just as Gu Fei and the others came out of old tortoise's inner world, and before they could see their surroundings clearly, there was a huge tremor above their heads. The entire sky seemed to have collapsed all of a sudden. A large yellow hand shattered the void and slammed down on old tortoise, Gu Fei, and the others. Boundless power of heaven and earth surged down from the huge hand, sealing the space around them. Although it had not actually slapped down on the group, they could already feel as if their bodies were being pressed down by an immemorial divine mountain. They were being pressed down from the sky to the ground. How dare you? Are you done yet? Old Tortoise was really angry this time. The descendant of the eternal villain had actually targeted him. He had just come out, and the little villain had already attacked. Bam! The old tortoise stretched out his right hand and slapped downwards. A purple dragon claw rushed out from his hand and instantly grew to the size of a mountain. It shrouded the entire heaven and earth and welcomed the giant yellow claw that was slapping down. Let's go! At the same time, Old Tortoise used the Dragon Clan's great skill to shift the void and instantly teleported Gu Fei and the others thousands of miles away. The energy fluctuations released by the battle between the two super experts were not something that Gu Fei and the others could withstand. Even from thousands of miles away, they still felt great pressure. Boom! The purple dragon claw and the huge yellow hand instantly bombarded each other. Amidst the earth-shattering loud noise, a circle of visible ripples spread from the center of the collision. It was as if two primordial divine mountains had suddenly crashed into each other. The void instantly collapsed, turning into the most primitive point of chaos. Everything was destroyed, and nothing could be preserved. The terrifying coercion spread in all directions. Even though Gu Fei and the others were protected by divine weapons, they still suffered a great impact and had to retreat further away. The huge yellow hand and the purple dragon claw dissipated at the same time, and the terrifying fluctuations spread down. The entire land was shaking violently, and the hills collapsed in an instant. There were many great characters buried in this ancient tomb. Every hill could be a tomb because when the hills collapsed, there would often be some coffins flying out, shattering along with the hills in the void. These tombs were distributed across the entire land in a very orderly manner, as if they were guarding the depths of this side of the world. This was definitely not a coincidence. Swoosh! A silhouette surrounded by mysterious yellow spirit chi appeared in the void. It was a tall and straight middle-aged scholar. He looked gentle and weak. No one would have thought that the descendant of an ancient villain would look like this. Gu Fei and the others were very surprised. At first glance, they thought that this person was one of those literati in the human world. It was too surprising. Who are you? Old Tortoise's figure appeared in front of the middle-aged scholar. His whole body was full of demonic chi, as if there was an ancient giant beast hiding in his body. Once that power broke out, it would be able to destroy the world. The middle-aged scholar said indifferently, "Yellow." Old Tortoise could not help but be startled and then said disdainfully, "How dare you call yourself Yellow? Do you really think you are an ancient great villain? Without using the Tai Huang seal, I can kill you in 10 moves. The middle-aged scholar called Yellow looked at Old Tortoise without a trace of expression and was still indifferent. Kill me in 10 moves? Old Tortoise seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. Was this guy crazy? How could he say such words? Humph. No one in this world can kill me in 10 moves, not even your ancestor Yellow. Old Tortoise sneered. Swoosh. Chapter 1165. A gentle middle-aged man was like a scholar in the human world. He should not have the strength to catch a chicken, but this scholar was not elegant at all. Instead, he looked like a demon. His momentum was like a rainbow, and his killing intent soared into the sky. He was like an ancient demon that had descended into the world. Yellow and black chi filled the world, displaying a terrifying combat strength that made one's heart palpitate. As long as one succeeded in cultivating the great arts of the great beasts throughout the ages, one's entire body would be filled with a murderous aura that would cause all living things to pale. This bloodline was made up of beasts that were born to kill. First move. The middle-aged man pointed a finger, and a ball of divine light emerged from the tip of his finger. It was like a black and yellow divine sun that instantly grew bigger and rushed towards the old turtle. He wanted to kill the old turtle in 10 moves. Rumble. It was as if a real sun was moving, and the entire void shook. Cracks in the void began to spread in all directions with the ball of mysterious yellow divine light as the center. This was a terrifying power that could tear the heavens and split the earth. Gu Fei and the others watched this scene from afar, and could not help but be shocked. They were very worried for the old turtle. It should be noted that the descendant of the great bandit was probably a half-saint. The old turtle had only recovered his cultivation and strength at the peak of the almighty realm. It seemed that he had no chance of winning against a half-saint unless he used the Tai Huang seal. Hand of the Great Dragon. The old turtle did not flinch. He shouted and used the great technique of the dragon clan. A purple dragon claw rushed out from his hand, emitting a terrifying wave of energy. The purple dragon claw quickly grew bigger, and covered the entire void in front of the old turtle. It directly grabbed at the yellow and black divine light that was rushing towards him like a divine sun. This was simply a divine dragon snatching a pearl. This scene was so shocking that even Gu Fei and the others were dumbfounded. The power of the true dragon surged and the purple dragon claw tore through the void, destroying everything. It grabbed the ball of heaven and earth divine light in its claws and wanted to crush it. However, the yellow and black divine light did not wait for the old turtle to exert any force and self-destructed. Boom! A strong light flashed and instantly illuminated the entire dark world. This was followed by an earth-shattering noise. The purple dragon claw that the old turtle had transformed into suddenly collapsed. Damn it! The power of the yellow and black divine light erupted, causing the old turtle to suffer a great impact and fly backward. Second move. The middle-aged scholar walked in the void. Every time he took a step, A Tao pattern formed by the interweaving black-yellow spirit chi emerged under his feet. He directly chased after the old turtle, who was still flying backward, and slapped it with his palm. Bang! The void collapsed under the palm of the middle-aged scholar. The extremely fierce palm force crushed the void between heaven and earth, forming a terrifying force that could destroy heaven and earth. It rushed toward the old turtle. Old Tortoise was infuriated that he was suppressed by his opponent as soon as he made his move. Moreover, his opponent was still calculating how many moves he had made. This was simply looking down on him. The old turtle roared. He then used the dragon god step and soared into the sky. The disdain of the old turtle stimulated his endless fighting spirit. If he was really killed by the old turtle in 10 moves, the dragon clan would lose all face. Even the old turtle, who had been missing for countless years, would probably vomit blood if he knew that his son could be killed in 10 moves. The middle-aged man's palm power enveloped the world and sealed the void. If it was an ordinary great cultivator, they would definitely not be able to avoid it and could only fight against the descendant of the great calamity. However, the old turtle was not an ordinary great cultivator. The power of the middle-aged man's palm shrouded heaven and earth in all directions, suppressing the void of this part of the world. If it was an ordinary almighty, they would definitely not be able to avoid it and could only face the descendant of the great omen head-on. However, the old turtle was not an ordinary almighty. The dragon god step was a great technique of the dragon clan. It was a footwork technique created by the old turtle. With every step the old turtle took, there would be Tao rhymes under his feet. He actually rushed out of the middle-aged scholar's palm power. A killing technique of the dragon clan? Seeing this, the middle-aged scholar was a little surprised. His second move was actually dodged by the old turtle. He retracted his palm. Mysterious yellow 13 sage slaughtering forms. As the middle-aged man shouted, he performed the life-slaying technique with both hands. A terrifying force surged from his hands. The Tao rhymes circulated as he attracted the power of the great Tao. Swoosh! The middle-aged scholar's hand swept across the void. A divine light of annihilation immediately rushed out from his hand and instantly arrived in front of the old turtle. The old turtle used the dragon god step, as if he had transformed into a heavenly dragon. He soared in the 9 heavens and rushed out the moment the divine light of annihilation was about to kill him. The middle-aged man's expression changed. The old turtle's footwork was too mysterious. It could even avoid the mysterious yellow sage slaughtering forms. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing. The mysterious yellow 13 sage slaughtering forms was a killing technique created by the great calamity of the ancient era. It was a supreme technique created solely for killing. After obtaining the inheritance of the mysterious yellow 13 sage slaughtering forms, the middle-aged scholar was invincible. As long as the 13 killing techniques were used, he could instantly kill opponents stronger than him. Because of this, he dared to say that he could kill the old turtle within 10 moves. However, it seemed that he had underestimated the old turtle. One had to know that the old turtle was the son of the Supreme Emperor. The Supreme Emperor was a supreme character that deterred an era. Before he had achieved the flawless great Tao, he could already compete with the great calamity of the ancient era. The great technique of the dragon clan that he created was the embodiment of the great Tao. When it was used, there would be Tao rhymes that could attract a trace of the power of the great Tao. This was a technique of the great path great saint. The great techniques created by the great Tao were imprinted with the great Tao comprehended by the great Tao. This was a great Tao saint technique that could not be compared to ordinary techniques. I have underestimated you. But so what? I can still kill you within 10 moves. The middle-aged scholar could not help but be moved when he saw that the old turtle could dodge his divine light of absolute death. He immediately attacked again. This time he did not use the divine light of absolute death. Instead, he used the Tao patterns that were condensed from the endless mysterious yellow divine light. Every Tao pattern emitted a terrifying fluctuation. It was as if every Tao pattern could crush a piece of the world. It was extremely terrifying. Buzz! The Tao patterns were vibrating. The void emitted the heavenly sound of the great Tao. Countless Tao patterns filled the void between heaven and earth. The old turtle could not escape at all. The mysterious yellow Tao patterns trapped the old turtle inside. The mysterious yellow Tao patterns intertwined and formed a formation. A terrifying aura that seemed to be able to destroy the world emanated from the countless Tao patterns. This time, even the old turtle's expression changed. The mysterious yellow 13 sage slaughtering forms was indeed worthy of its reputation. It was only the second move, but it could already attract a trace of the power of the great Tao. Countless mysterious yellow Tao patterns were combining. The middle-aged scholar wanted to use the Tao patterns to attract the power of the great Tao of heaven and earth to obliterate the old turtle. This is the fourth move. You no longer have a chance, the middle-aged man said coldly. He was in the endless mysterious yellow Tao patterns. His body bloomed with mysterious yellow divine light, illuminating the whole world. It was as if he had really incarnated into an ancient fierce man. The middle-aged scholar was so powerful that he could completely suppress the old turtle. This scene was too shocking. The middle-aged scholar's body emitted a supreme ferocious power. It was as if the ancient fierce man had come back to life, shocking the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Gu Fei and the others were completely shocked and dumbfounded. It's too early for you to be happy, the old turtle said coldly. He could feel the power of the great Tao condensing. This guy was really amazing, but this level of strength was not enough to kill him. Even if you have mastered all kinds of supreme techniques of the Dragon Clan, you will still be killed by the mysterious yellow Tao patterns. The middle-aged scholar was very confident. Once the mysterious yellow 13 sage slaughtering forms was used, it would always be successful and invincible. In fact, the middle-aged scholar also admired the old turtle very much. He could actually force him to use the second move of the mysterious yellow 13 sage slaughtering forms. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation since he started his cultivation. All the opponents he had encountered before, even those who were stronger than him, had died under the first move of the mysterious yellow 13 sage slaughtering forms. No one had ever been able to force him to use the second move. The old turtle was the first. Every mysterious yellow Tao pattern was imprinted in the void, blooming with endless divine light, triggering the power of the great Tao of heaven and earth. A terrible power of heaven and earth emerged. This power was enough to kill a half-step saint. In the distance, Gu Fei and the others were sweating for the old turtle. They watched the battle in front of them nervously. The old turtle was at a disadvantage and everyone could see it. Someone who could suppress a peak demon emperor, if not a half-step saint, then what was? It should be known that a peak demon emperor was invincible among the same level. Only those who had broken through the almighty realm and had taken the step to become a saint could suppress a peak demon emperor. The dense mysterious yellow Tao patterns that covered the void gradually suppressed the old turtle. The power of heaven and earth was like a blade, almost penetrating the old turtle's body. You win. I, the old turtle, will also fight with my life. Although the old turtle was using the dragon god step, it was impossible for him to rush out of the array formed by the yellow and black Tao patterns. The yellow and black Tao patterns were everywhere, and had completely sealed the void of this part of the world. Roar! The old turtle roared at the sky. His demonic power was vast and mighty. The purple chi that rushed out of his body was vast and mighty for 30,000 miles. The whole world shook under his roar, and even the dark clouds in the sky were dispersed. In the midst of the roar, the old turtle's clothes burst, and dragon scales appeared on his skin. Soon, the purple dragon scales covered his whole body, and 2 dragon horns grew from his forehead. Bang! A turtle's back burst out of the old turtle's clothes and was revealed. Boom! Endless demonic light rushed out of the old turtle's body, and the void shook. In the demonic light, a behemoth appeared in front of everyone. This is Chapter 1166. Rumble. It was as if an immemorial mountain had suddenly appeared in the sky. The old turtle displayed endless demonic energy and transformed into his original form. It was a huge dragon turtle with the mighty power of a true dragon. The dragon turtle breathed out clouds and mist, and was surrounded by endless purple light. With just a slight movement, the entire void trembled. He had the power to destroy the entire world. This scene was too shocking. The dragon had 9 sons, and each of them was different. This was the eldest son of the Supreme Emperor Ba Xia. In ancient times he was a great saint of the demon race. Although his cultivation had not fully recovered, even a half-saint would be afraid of him if he fought with his life on the line. Countless dark yellow patterns of the Tao that were imprinted in the void were flashing, and the power of heaven and earth condensed. The middle-aged scholar operated the great formation, turning it into rays of destructive divine light that pierced towards the dragon turtle in the middle of the formation. This was the great Tao of the ancient villain. The power contained in such a great technique was immeasurable. Even a half-saint would be killed by it. However, the dragon turtle completely ignored the destructive light condensed from the power of heaven and earth. It directly rushed into the endless yellow Tao patterns, shattering the void and obliterating the Tao patterns. The old turtle, who had reverted to his original form, seemed to have an immortal body. He rampaged through the great destruction formation as if he was invincible. A large number of the yellow Tao patterns that were branded in the void were obliterated by him. The power of the grand formation was rapidly weakening. The remaining yellow Tao patterns dimmed and seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Even the descendant of the ancient villain was dumbfounded. He never thought that the old turtle would be so powerful after transforming into his original form. This old turtle, Gu Fei and the others were also extremely shocked. They had never seen the old turtle transform into his original form. One should know that there were not many people in the world who could force the old turtle to transform. Even when he was chased by the little monk Fan Xiu for thousands of miles in the human realm, from the West Earth to the North, he did not transform into his original form even in such a critical situation. The Supreme Emperor's bloodline possessed unparalleled power. Old Tortoise was the Supreme Emperor's son, so he naturally inherited the power of the Supreme Emperor's bloodline. No one in the world could compare to the power of this bloodline except for the saints who were also supreme saints. This kind of innate advantage originated from the Supreme Sovereign was incomparable to the descendant of the Great Omen. Obviously, the old tortoise had activated the power of his bloodline. The great techniques created by extreme Tao powerhouses could be imprinted with the great Tao they had comprehended, let alone their bloodlines. The Tai Huang bloodline in the old tortoise's body allowed him to be close to the great Tao since he was born. When he cultivated the Dragon Clan's great skills, he could get twice the result with half the effort. Even if others cultivated for 1,000 years, they could not compare to him cultivating for 10 years. This was also the reason why all 9 sons of the Grand Emperor could become saints. Once the power of the Extreme Path bloodline was activated, even a saint would be moved. This was because the Extreme Path bloodline contained the power of the Extreme Path. If one could activate this power, it would be equivalent to attracting the power of the Extreme Path. This was Old Tortoise's final trump card. He did not want to reveal this power so early, but the other party had gone too far, so Old Tortoise had no choice but to take action. Boom! Old Tortoise's body once again erupted with an extremely bright divine light. The entire world was illuminated by this divine light, and the light turned purple. The sky seemed to be about to collapse. A trace of Saint's power emanated from Old Tortoise's body, and the endless black and yellow patterns imprinted in the void collapsed one after another. Even the descendant of the Great Omen, who boasted that he could kill Old Tortoise in 10 moves, was sent flying. Terrifying spatial cracks appeared in the void, and each spatial crack was as thick as a mountain. Even though Gu Fei and the others were thousands of miles away, they still could not withstand this extremely powerful aura. Gu Fei had to activate the power of the inner world and shroud everyone. With the power of the inner world as a barrier, the aura coming from the front was weakened to the extreme. Even so, it was difficult to completely isolate the trace of Saint's power. I was careless, completely careless. Only then did the descendant of the Great Omen realize how ridiculous his words were. Killing the Tai Huang son in 10 moves? That was simply impossible. Even 100 or 1,000 moves would not be enough to kill Old Tortoise. The Tai Huang bloodline possessed unparalleled power. Old Tortoise, who had transformed into his original form, had scales that were comparable to a divine weapon. Even the mysterious yellow saint slaying 13 forms would not be able to break through Old Tortoise's defense. This was the advantage of the extreme Tao bloodline, which was superior to everyone else. Old Tortoise's tough body was almost indestructible, and the power of his bloodline was even more terrifying. Bam! Old Tortoise's huge claws directly slammed towards the middle-aged scholar, and a part of the void was destroyed under his claws. This was not a great technique of the Dragon Clan but a simple blow. Even so, it was frightening enough. How much power did it take to break through the world with just a lift of one hand? Swish! The middle-aged scholar once again unleashed the divine light of absolute death. A ray of mysterious yellow divine light, like a heavenly blade, went towards Old Tortoise's huge claws. Clang! The sound of metal clanging was heard. The so-called divine light of absolute death strangled the claws of Old Tortoise, but only a few sparks were produced. It could not hurt Old Tortoise at all, and not even a mark was left on the scales of Old Tortoise's claws. This! The middle-aged scholar gasped and retreated as expected. At this moment, Old Tortoise could not be resisted at all. Old Tortoise was extremely powerful. Boom! Old Tortoise's claws slammed down, turning the place where the middle-aged scholar was into a mess. Heaven and earth were shattered, and the void was pierced through. Although Old Tortoise had transformed into his original form, which was like an ancient mountain, his movements were still extremely fast. He instantly caught up to the middle-aged scholar, and then opened his mouth to spit. Clang! A sound was heard, and from the huge dragon's mouth, countless terrifying sword-like divine powers were spat out. The divine powers pierced towards the middle-aged scholar who was retreating. It was a sword-like storm that swept out, and the astral wind even cut through the void. Both of the middle-aged scholar's hands moved quickly. In the process of retreating, the mysterious yellow spirit chi gathered towards his hands, and a mysterious yellow pagoda condensed. He performed the life and death technique of the mysterious yellow lineage, and actually condensed the mysterious yellow pagoda with the power of mysterious yellow. Buzz! The mysterious yellow pagoda of heaven and earth vibrated, as if the real mysterious yellow pagoda of heaven and earth had appeared in the hands of the middle-aged scholar. The mysterious yellow spirit chi was mighty, and a trace of Tao rhyme loomed in the mysterious yellow pagoda. Bam! Chapter 1167. The descendant of the great omen of eternity was very powerful. He had actually evolved the weapon of the great omen of eternity. A worldly black and yellow pagoda appeared above his head, emitting a boundless black and yellow divine light. It then pressed down on the old turtle. Bang! The void shook, and the world was almost shattered. The fierce attack of the old turtle was immediately dissolved. Although this worldly black and yellow pagoda was not the real black and yellow pagoda, there was still a trace of Tao rhyme circulating around it. The worldly black and yellow pagoda that the middle-aged scholar had evolved actually attracted the power of heaven and earth. It made everyone feel as if a blade was pressed against their throats, giving them goosebumps. Buzz! The black and yellow divine pagoda shook as if thousands of blades and swords rushed out of the pagoda, emitting a towering murderous aura. The middle-aged man called it back and held it in his hand. When Gu Fei and the others saw this scene, they could not help but think of the black and yellow pagoda that appeared in the depths of the pseudo-heaven realm, which was suspected to be the great omen of eternity. The black and yellow pagoda that appeared in the black and yellow tomb should be the real great omen of eternity. At that time, many powerful figures fought for this supreme great omen of eternity, but Gu Fei did not know who obtained this supreme great omen of eternity. The great omen of eternity was the most ruthless person in the entire untainted land. His weapon was also a peerless great omen. Once he used it, it would definitely be filled with a towering murderous aura that could change the color of heaven and earth. So what? Even if it's the real black and yellow pagoda, I'm not afraid. The dragon turtle, which was as huge as a mountain, was swallowing clouds and spitting out mist in the sky. The power of the true dragon was vast and mighty. Rays of purple divine light constantly flickered around his body. A supreme holy might descended from the sky, shaking the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The bloodline of the supreme great emperor was too strong. After the power of the bloodline in the old turtle's body was awakened, it actually attracted a trace of the great emperor's aura. Although it was only a trace of the great emperor's aura, it was enough to shock everyone. The great emperor's bloodline is unparalleled. I was too careless. At this time, the middle-aged scholar could see that even if he had the real mysterious yellow pagoda of heaven and earth, he might not be able to do anything to the old tortoise. This kind of bloodline power was inherited from the extreme Tao Tai Huang. This was an innate advantage that could not be made up for with hard work. As the crown prince, the old tortoise had already stood at a height that others could not reach since he was born. Didn't you say you would kill me in 10 moves? I should be the one saying that. Old Tortoise's voice came down from the sky. His original form was not his final form. In a sense, this was not Old Tortoise's original form. The dragon gave birth to 9 sons, and each son was different. However, when the son of the dragon cultivated to the demonic saint realm, he would transform into the most primitive form of the ancestral dragon. This was the phenomenon of atavism. The current Old Tortoise still had a dragon head and a tortoise body. Have a taste of my Bashya power. As he spoke, a huge dragon claw slammed down from the sky. The void below the dragon claw immediately shattered, piercing through the world. Rumble. The whole world was shaking. The power of Bashya was too powerful. It was not a great technique, but a manifestation of power that crushed everything with absolute power. As long as the power was strong enough, no matter how powerful one's magical power was, one punch could break it. Nothing could compete with it. The Old Tortoise's Dragon Clan combat skills were similar to Gu Fei's martial arts combat skills. Both of them used power to win and break all magical powers. The power of Bashya was so violent that it almost overturned the whole world. The middle-aged scholar was shocked and hurriedly used the mysterious yellow pagoda of heaven and earth to resist it. However, the dragon claw of the Old Tortoise crushed the mysterious yellow pagoda of heaven and earth easily, and then slammed down on the middle-aged scholar. The middle-aged scholar's mysterious yellow pagoda of heaven and earth could not shake the dragon claw at all, nor could it stop the momentum of the dragon claw. The legendary power of Bashya? Gu Fei could not help but be shocked when he saw the Old Tortoise's terrifying combat strength. This kind of combat strength could break all magical powers. No magical power or magical power could compete with it. The Old Tortoise's move looked like a martial arts technique no matter how he looked at it. Could it be that when any magical power was cultivated to a high level, it could be comprehended with a single principle and 100 principles? Bam! Without any suspense, the middle-aged scholar was smashed down from the sky by the Old Tortoise's claw. Blood splattered in the sky. So what if he was a half-sage? In the face of absolute power, he was also an ant. The middle-aged scholar was so depressed that his chest almost exploded. He was a half-sage, but he was defeated by someone at the peak of the almighty realm. If this news were to spread, he would lose all his face. He was careless and neglected the most important thing. The Old Tortoise was not only a demon emperor, but also the son of Wu Tai Emperor. The power of his bloodline was unimaginable. The middle-aged scholar's body was almost torn apart. He fell to the ground, creating a large pit. However, he used the earth chi to perform the earth escape technique, wanting to escape underground. After the Tai Huang bloodline in the Old Tortoise's body was stimulated, his physical body became unimaginably strong. Even a divine weapon of the extreme path would not be able to destroy it. You want to leave? The power of the true dragon surged and the Old Tortoise's body gradually shrank. He turned back into a human, but his body was still covered with a layer of purple scales and the dragon horns on his head did not disappear. He shot out 18 rays of divine light into the ground, piercing towards the middle-aged scholar. Each ray of divine light contained a trace of the Tai Huang's power, enough to kill a half-sage. The middle-aged scholar was instantly caught up by the 18 rays of divine light. Then the 18 rays of divine light pierced through the middle-aged scholar's body and disappeared into the ground. The middle-aged scholar suffered great injuries and almost died. The 18 rays of divine light almost destroyed his Tao foundation, causing him to be seriously injured and on the verge of death. He's still not dead? The Old Tortoise descended from the sky. He sensed that although the middle-aged scholar's aura was at its weakest, he did not die and was still moving into the distance. The descendant of the eternally ferocious man was truly terrifying. One should know that each of the 18 divine lights he shot out could kill a half-step saint. However, the middle-aged scholar was pierced by the 18 divine lights and survived. Just as the Old Tortoise was about to attack again, a terrifying aura that caused all living things to tremble suddenly came from the depths of this world. Not only was the Old Tortoise shocked, but even Gu Fei felt that a great danger was coming. This aura was comparable to the aura of a sage that had appeared that day. Chapter 1168. Rumble. The entire world was shaking. Countless cultivators who had entered the dusky world felt a great threat. A terrifying aura began to emerge from the depths of the world. On a small hill, An old man tore apart a ferocious-looking ferocious beast and looked towards the depths of the world in shock. The old man's eyes seemed to have the stars of the universe fading away. His body was shrouded in the aura of the Tao. He was a half-step saint who had touched upon the grand Tao but had yet to comprehend it. In another direction, a goddess was standing on a seven-colored lotus, also looking into the depths of the world. Next to her was a woman with a white veil covering her face. Somewhere a hill collapsed, and a skeleton shrouded in a mysterious and yellow aura drilled out of the hill. In its eye sockets there were two balls of divine light twinkling like divine suns. Swoosh! The yellow skeleton shot up into the sky and turned into a beam of yellow and black light. Without any hesitation, it charged towards the depths of the world. At this moment, all the experts who had entered the tomb were alarmed. The almighty emperors were the first to react. On the contrary, the super antiques at the half-step saint level were a little hesitant. The super antiques at the half-step saint level had lived for countless years. Some of them had even survived the late desolate era. Although the supreme tomb could nurture heaven-defying things, it was also filled with unimaginable dangers. These super antiques were a little apprehensive. They had more considerations than the almighty emperors. After all, the supreme tomb had existed since the desolate era. Back then, there were still saints in the world. Even saints couldn't obtain the things nurtured in the supreme tomb. They were only half-step saints, so their chances were even slimmer. But who didn't want to become a saint? This was especially true for the super antiques. This was the goal of their cultivation. It was 10,000 times more important than anything else. Although they were hesitant, these super antiques still rushed into the depths of the world. The heaven and earth were the tombs where unimaginable things were buried. This supreme tomb was rarely seen even in 10,000 years. Normally, it would pass through the earth and devour the draconic energy of the earth to nourish the things inside. No one knew what kind of heaven-defying things the tomb had nurtured over the years. Some people said that this great tomb and the land of Saint Burial came from the same source. The land of Saint Burial was the Yang tomb, while this peerless great tomb was the Yin tomb. Some people wanted to throw the Yin and Yang into chaos. Gao Tianji's old tortoise transformation completely vanished, and the dragon scales and horns vanished into his body. He descended from the sky, and Gu Fei and the others immediately rushed over. The old tortoise had actually defeated a half-saint. Everyone felt that it was unbelievable. After all, the old tortoise had only recovered his cultivation at the peak of the almighty realm. However, he was afraid of even half-saints when he fought with his life on the line. Once the grand imperial bloodline was awakened, even the inheritor of the eternally ferocious man was almost killed by him. Although Old Tortoise was a pinnacle demonic emperor, he had the battle prowess of a sage slayer. I want to go in and take a look. Those old things are already on the move. Old Tortoise looked into the depths of this world. There seemed to be stars floating in his eyes. Several powerful auras began to surge out from the depths of this world. One of them belonged to the Emperor Xian of the Eastern Land, Yuan Gu. After that, a few more powerful auras surged out from the depths of the world. This was the strength of a half-saint. Their auras were so powerful that they could spread throughout the entire Great Tomb and intimidate the evil guards of the tomb. Shrill and terrifying roars rang out everywhere in the peerless Great Tomb. Countless evil guards were roaring uneasily. There will be a great battle here. Do you want to enter my inner world or stay outside? Old Tortoise asked. This was a battle between Almighty Realm experts, and it was not something that Gu Fei and the others could withstand. Although He Tian and Shaoqing were only half a step away from the Almighty Realm, they were not Almighty Realm experts. They were not qualified to participate in a battle of this level. Gu Fei and the others had a brief conversation. Then, apart from Gu Fei and He Tian, Shaoqing and Balan chose to enter Old Tortoise's inner world. They did not have the ability to protect themselves in a battle of this level. Their holy weapons were stolen from the Yuanshi Immortal sect in the human world. If they were seen by the experts of the Dao sect, they would be in big trouble. Gu Fei was confident that he could deal with Almighty Realm emperors, but He Tian wanted to try his luck. His background was mysterious and he cultivated all kinds of incredible secret techniques. Even Almighty Realm experts might not be able to do anything to him. In the end, Old Tortoise rushed into the depths of this world. Gu Fei and He Tian also went into the depths of this world. They both had life-saving trump cards, but they had to be careful. After all, the great necropolis had devoured the lives of countless experts over the years. Countless cultivators had fallen here, and it was definitely one of the most evil and terrifying places in the world. Roar! However, after traveling for only 500 kilometers, a roar came from the front. Killing intent soared into the sky, and a figure flashed. A god wolf the size of a small mountain was fighting with a young cultivator. It was a purple-haired young man. Purple lightning appeared with every move he made. This was a thunder art that attracted the power of thunder and lightning to attack the opponent. Dazzling lightning constantly cut through the void, illuminating the world. However, it had no effect on the god wolf. It could not break the god wolf's defense. Roar! The divine wolf's roar shook the earth and the mountains. The black fog in the entire region was dispersed. Although this divine wolf was also shocked by the mighty semi-sage aura coming from the depths of this world, it still had a great ferocious might. The successor of the Purple Emperor? Gu Fei could tell at a glance that the young man's cultivation technique came from the same source as the Purple Emperor of the Yuanshi immortal sect. The young man's identity was clear. It's an emperor. Tian was also very surprised. The successor of the Purple Emperor was very powerful. He already had the cultivation of an emperor of the celestial being realm. It seemed like he was only one step away from cutting the Tao. However, even an emperor was not enough to deal with this god wolf. The god wolf's body was covered with pitch-black fur. Each hair was shining with black light and endless death chi. Even though it had been dead for a long time, it was still very terrifying. The god wolf did not know any of the great techniques of its previous life. It only instinctively pounced and bit, but it could still force the successor of the Purple Emperor to step back. This god wolf was definitely a demon emperor when it was alive. Moreover, it was a demon emperor at the advanced level. Otherwise, its body could not be so strong. Tian said. A demon emperor at the advanced level had fallen here and become a fierce evil guarding the tomb. Just thinking about it made people feel cold. Even a demon emperor would not be able to protect himself here. Chapter 1169. A demonic shadow silently appeared behind Gu Fei and the others. The shadow of a huge scorpion could be vaguely seen on the body of this demonic shadow. This demonic person used magic to conceal his aura and arrived behind Gu Fei's group. Shua! A speck of black light flew out from the demonic person's back and directly pierced through Gu Fei's head. The speck of black light shattered the void and pierced through the heaven and earth. It was extremely fast and instantly shot towards the back of Gu Fei's head. Be careful! The purple-haired youth in the front noticed something strange and immediately warned them. However, this warning came too late and could no longer serve as a warning. The moment the speck of black light flew out from behind the demonic shadow, Gu Fei felt a dangerous aura instantly shrouding him, causing all the pores on his body to open up. Buzz! A loud sound came from Gu Fei's body and an ancient cauldron shadow emerged from his body. At the same time, he used the 8 desolate steps and directly rushed forward. Even so, Gu Fei's reaction was still a bit late. In an instant, the speck of black light shot out and touched the cauldron shadow that had just emerged from Gu Fei's body. The cauldron shadow blocked the speck of black light. However, the speck of black light contained a great amount of demonic power. It was the demonic shadow's sure kill attack. The violent power sent Gu Fei flying. Bold demonic person! Tian was shocked and angry at the same time. He patted his head and a mass of starlight immediately rushed out from the top of his head. Boom! The heaven and earth shook. The mass of starlight burst out with brilliant starlight. It was as if a huge star had appeared in the dusky world. The power of the stars was vast and a trace of Emperor's might was emitted from the starlight. Tian did not hesitate. He immediately unleashed the huge star that floated above his head and pressed down on the demonic shadow. A part of the void collapsed under the pressure of the huge star. The power of the almighty holy weapon was extremely powerful. With Tian's current cultivation base of being a half-step almighty, he could almost completely activate this almighty holy weapon to unleash a powerful attack. Rumble. It was as if a real star was descending, crushing a part of the void, wanting to obliterate the demonic shadow below. The power of the stars was like thousands of divine swords, condensing into resplendent starlight and slashing towards the demonic shadow. The demonic shadow walked out of the demonic chi. It was the scorpion demon that was scared away by the mysterious expert. With a flip of the scorpion demon's hands, a large flag immediately appeared in his hands. Then he waved the flag, and a torrential demonic aura surged out from the flag, enveloping the entire region and blocking the destructive starlight. Within the demonic chi, a demonic god could vaguely be seen. Roar! In the distance, Gu Fei let out a furious roar, causing the entire region to tremble. His roar could shatter mountains, rivers, and earth. Even in this part of the world, it caused the void to tremble. Scorpion demon. Gu Fei only felt a dull pain at the back of his head. Although he was not pierced by the black light, the demonic power from the black light still hit the back of his head. Even the power of the cauldron of mountains and rivers could not completely isolate this demonic power. What kind of demonic weapon was this? Swoosh! He used the 8 desolation steps and took a step forward. In an instant he rushed into the devil chi and struck out with the flawless 5 elements fist. Monstrous fire elemental true power erupted from his fist like 100,000 volcanoes erupting at the same time. The extremely ferocious power directly pierced through the void between heaven and earth. Bang! The heaven and earth shook. The mighty fire elemental true power dispersed most of the demonic chi in an instant, causing the scorpion demon to have nowhere to hide. Gu Fei directly rushed towards the scorpion demon. How is this possible? When the scorpion demon saw that Gu Fei did not seem to be injured at all, he couldn't help but be shocked and angry. No one had ever been able to block his scorpion tail. The scorpion demon was a demon scorpion in the 100,000 Devil Mountains. He cultivated a life-bound demonic weapon, which was his own scorpion tail. The barbs on the tail could even pierce through the flesh of a sage. Since this demon appeared, it was unknown how many great figures had died under his scorpion tail. This person in front of him was only a celestial being realm emperor. How could he still be alive? In fact, Gu Fei was also secretly shocked. If he did not use the power of the cauldron of mountains and rivers to protect himself, he was afraid that his head would have been exploded by this scorpion demon. With a cultivation like Gu Fei's, he had already refined the mark of life into every part of his body. Even if his head was exploded, he would not die. Even if there was only a piece of flesh left on his body, he could still be reborn. The scorpion demon used the demonic flag to block the falling stars, but Gu Fei's flawless 5 elements fists bombarded him one after another. This was a fist technique created by a saint. Every punch carried a trace of Tao power, causing the world to shake and the divine might to be awe-inspiring. Even the scorpion demon had to change his appearance. He had wanted to kill the Vermilion Bird Emperor of the Vermilion Bird clan, but he had been struck by a mysterious expert and had almost died. Even though he had managed to escape with his life, his cultivation base had been reduced by more than half by that expert. The scorpion demon's strength was not as strong as before, but he was still a demon emperor with rich combat experience. When he saw that Gu Fei's fist technique was incomparably powerful, he could only continuously retreat. Bang! Gu Fei struck out with the metal element fists, and his fists seemed to transform into 2 golden suns, as the vast metal true force dispersed the demonic chi in the surroundings. The golden fists drew in a mysterious trajectory in the void, drawing in the power of the heaven and earth, striking towards the scorpion demon. The powerful force caused the scorpion demon to have no choice but to retreat again. Damn it! The scorpion demon was furious. He was actually forced into such a difficult position by a junior. This was something that had never happened in his life. The devil chi around his body surged, and the shadow of a scorpion once again appeared on his body. Swish! A black light flew out from the scorpion demon's back, and in an instant, the black light shot towards Gu Fei, wanting to pierce through his body. Too fast, this black light was simply too fast. It was so fast that even Gu Fei didn't have time to react before the black light had already flown over. Gu Fei's heart thumped fiercely, as though it was about to jump out of his chest. His scalp also felt like it was going to explode. He felt a great sense of danger. He could only hurriedly stretch out his right hand to block. Puff! Gu Fei only felt a pain in his palm. The black light actually penetrated his palm, and in an instant, it hit his body. This shocked him to the extreme. Chapter 1170. I'm actually injured. Gu Fei was incomparably shocked. That black light that flew out from the scorpion devil's back was actually so powerful that it could pierce through his palm and even his body. He was a human with a king martial body. His physique was so powerful that even demonic kings and savage beasts at the same level couldn't compare to him. His physique could suppress all other physiques. But now, his extremely powerful physique, which was comparable to a holy weapon, was actually injured. This was simply unbelievable. How could such a thing happen? Gu Fei was sent flying. Although his palm and body had been pierced by that black light, it wasn't fatal. However, it still made Gu Fei feel a pain he hadn't felt in a long time. Roar! He raised his head to the sky and roared, stopping his retreat. His long hair fluttered in the wind as a torrential blood chi surged out of his body. He wanted to heal his injured body. However, something unexpected happened. Gu Fei's palm and body that had been pierced by that black light actually couldn't heal. There was a strange force attached to his wounds. Gu Fei was startled. That black light was very strange. Even someone like him, whose vitality was comparable to a giant dragon, couldn't heal his injuries in a short time. You've been poisoned by my devilish poison, so you're dead for sure. The scorpion devil sneered. He didn't chase after Gu Fei because in his eyes, Gu Fei was already a dead man. No one had ever survived his scorpion stinger. Scorpion poison? Gu Fei couldn't help being startled. This scorpion devil was truly hateful. And his scorpion poison was also very powerful. Gu Fei could sense a strange force slowly spreading from his wounds. This strange force was destroying Gu Fei's vitality. This was a force that could destroy a cultivator's vitality. It should be that devilish poison. Gu Fei's blood chi surged as an extremely powerful aura rushed out from the top of his head. His blood chi was like a dragon, and his vitality was exuberant. Even a devilish poison wouldn't be able to harm his life for a while. Impossible. The scorpion devil was shocked to see that Gu Fei hadn't fallen. He sensed Gu Fei's blood chi and was even more shocked. How could a human have such powerful vitality? You devil, go to hell. At this moment, countless divine runes appeared on He Tian's body. Countless divine runes rushed out from his body and imprinted themselves in the void. He had set up a killing formation in the void. Boom! Boundless killing light suddenly appeared, emitting a towering killing intent. Then, it suddenly enveloped the scorpion demons and the boundless demonic chi below, sealing them in the killing formation. The huge star above He Tian's head descended from the sky. His entire body blossomed with profound runes as the power of the formation merged with his own. He was the master of this killing formation. Numerous runes were imprinted into the ground, stirring up the essence energy of the earth. Instantly, the earth energy rose, as if there was a giant dragon turning over in the ground. A killing formation of this level isn't enough to kill me. In the middle of the killing formation, a devil flag was fluttering. The scorpion devil's cold voice came out from the surging devil chi. Roar! The devil flag fluttered, and a devil god roared from it as if it wanted to struggle free. This was one of the 9 child god fiend flags that hadn't been destroyed by Gu Fei. Furthermore, it was the main flag of the 9 child god fiend flags. The 9 child god fiend flags were divided into child flags and mother flags. The 9 flags that Gu Fei had destroyed were the child flags, while the one in the scorpion devil's hand was the mother flag. As long as the mother flag wasn't destroyed, there was a chance that the 9 child flags could be refined again to form the 9 child god fiend formation that could slaughter saints. Although the devil god in the 9 child flags had been destroyed by Gu Fei's godly plunder technique, the 9 child flags could still exert some of their power. The scorpion demon took out the 9 child flags and erected them in all directions, blocking the old tortoise's killing formation. Endless devil chi surged, and a huge demon god's shadow loomed in the midst of the devil chi, emitting a great demonic might. The devil god in the mother flag was far more powerful than the one in the 9 child flags. Even the scorpion devil had to be careful in controlling it, for fear of being devoured by the devil god. Swoosh! A black light suddenly appeared in the devil energy and shot toward He Tian in the sky. Its speed was still extremely fast, and it appeared in front of He Tian in an instant. However, He Tian was already prepared. The void around him distorted, and the black light was immediately moved away by a force. Couldn't hit He Tian at all. Hei-Tian stood in the formation, and the power of the formation was under his control. He seemed to be standing in an independent void, which was a field formed by the power of the formation. The scorpion devil, who was trapped in the killing formation, was very surprised. Hei-Tian was only a pinnacle Renhuang. Although he was only half a step away from the severing path, he was still not a severing path mighty figure. How could he avoid his killing move? The black light didn't hit Hei-Tian, and it flew back into the killing formation and into the surging devil energy. The power of the killing formation couldn't suppress the black light at all. Hei-Tian knew that the black light should be the scorpion hook on the scorpion devil's tail. This was the scorpion devil's natural weapon, and it had been refined into a terrifying devil weapon. The scorpion hook of the scorpion devil could even pierce the skin and flesh of saints. Rumble! The huge star floating above Hei-Tian's head descended toward the killing formation, and the endless power of the star merged into the killing formation, providing it with endless energy. The killing formation emitted a peerless killing light that constantly obliterated the pitch-black devil energy. However, for a moment all Hei-Tian could do was trap his opponent in the formation, and then think of a way to slowly obliterate it. Although the 9 fetuses' demon flags were already half destroyed, they still displayed great devil power. The 9 flags around the scorpion devil's body resisted the killing formation that Hei-Tian had set up, which was really surprising. At this time, Gu Fei was already sitting cross-legged on the ground. He felt that the vitality in his body was gradually being eroded by the devil poison. If he let the devil poison spread throughout his body, the sovereign martial body that he had painstakingly cultivated would also be destroyed. Gu Fei had no choice but to activate the divine spring in his inner world. The divine spring of life contained endless life essence, which was the nemesis of the destructive poison in his body. As expected, when the pure life essence surged into Gu Fei's body, the devil poison was immediately suppressed. Traces of black dead blood flowed out of Gu Fei's wounds. Chapter 1171. The fiendish poison of the scorpion devil was no trivial matter. Gu Fei didn't dare to be careless. He guided the life essence of the divine spring of life in his inner world to gradually disperse the fiendish poison in his body. If it was an ordinary emperor expert, the vitality in his body would have been corroded by the fiendish poison and turned into a corpse. Fortunately, Gu Fei's physique was different from ordinary people. His life essence was majestic and exuberant to the extreme. Therefore, his life wasn't in danger for the time being. Gu Fei's guess was right. The life essence was the nemesis of this fiendish poison. Everything in the world was mutually reinforcing and restraining. The fiendish poison could extinguish the vitality in the cultivator's body. Similarly, if the vitality in the cultivator's body was too strong, it could also restrain the fiendish poison. The black qi on his right hand began to disperse. The necrotic flesh on the wound began to fall off and was replaced by new flesh. Gu Fei's body was gradually recovering. At this moment, Hei-Tian and the scorpion devil were evenly matched. None of them could suppress the other completely. However, it wasn't easy for the scorpion devil to break out of Hei-Tian's killing formation. The purple-haired youth who was fighting with the god wolf in the distance took out a black nail-like object and threw it at the god wolf. The 1-foot-long black iron nail turned into a black light and shot towards the god wolf. The god wolf has already turned into a tomb guard. It doesn't know how to dodge. PFFF. After a soft sound, the god wolf's head was blasted by that rotten iron nail. The huge body of the god wolf fell to the ground with a loud bang. After the black iron nail blasted the god wolf's head, it flew back to the purple-haired youth. It was really surprising that the inconspicuous black iron nail could blast the god wolf's head so easily. This black iron nail must be a precious treasure. There was no energy fluctuation, no divine radiance or spiritual qi, but it was able to smash the head of a god wolf that was at least at the great perfection demon the arch realm when it was alive. One should know that it was the physical body of a greater mastery demon the arch. Even though it had fallen for countless years, the physical body of the demon the arch was still extremely tough and comparable to the saint weapon of a mighty figure. Could it be that this inconspicuous black iron nail could actually shatter the holy weapon of a mighty figure? The wolf god's head had exploded, but it was still moving. Without its head, the wolf god seemed to have lost its sense of direction. It couldn't even stand up and rolled on the ground. It seemed that the weakness of the tomb guards was their heads. As long as their heads were destroyed, they would completely lose the ability to fight. The successor of the Violet Emperor didn't bother with the headless wolf anymore. He flew towards Gu Fei and the others. And at this moment, Gu Fei stood up from the ground. The demonic poison in Gu Fei's body was completely expelled by him. How is this possible? You are just a puny sovereign realm expert. How could you survive after being poisoned by my demonic poison? The Scorpion Devil's astonished voice came from the killing formation. No one knew better than the Scorpion Devil how powerful his demonic poison was. Even a half-step saint would suffer unbearable pain after being stung by his scorpion tail, let alone a celestial being realm expert. You are Gu Fei? The successor of the Violet Emperor came to Gu Fei's side. His eyes flickered with divine light. He looked at Gu Fei curiously and asked, You know me? Hearing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but be surprised. He didn't have any acquaintances in the heaven realm. He only had enemies, and extremely powerful ones at that. I am also from the mortal realm, the purple-haired young man said. What? Gu Fei was shocked. The opponent was also from the mortal realm. Could it be that the Violet Emperor also brought his successor into the heaven realm? That was the only reason. Otherwise, how could this guy enter the heaven realm? After the path between the heaven realm and the mortal realm was cut off, the heaven realm and the mortal realm were separated. No one could enter the mortal realm from the mortal realm, and no one could ascend to the heaven realm from the mortal realm. Only the Tao platform where Ancestor Wu Tao comprehended the Tao could connect the heaven realm and the mortal realm. It opened up a path to the heaven realm, allowing the people of the mortal realm to enter the heaven realm. That was the heaven platform. When the heaven platform was in the mortal realm, it was controlled by the primordial Tao sect. However, tens of thousands of years ago, someone killed their way into the primordial Tao sect and wanted to steal the heaven platform. As a result, the heaven platform disappeared. When the heaven platform appeared, it accidentally opened up a path between the heaven realm and the mortal realm. That was why Gu Fei and the others could enter the heaven realm. Don't be so surprised. Other than the Almighty, I am not the only one who entered the heaven realm, the purple-haired young man said. His words shocked Gu Fei once again. So this successor of the Violet Emperor was taken into the inner world of the Violet Emperor and brought to the heaven realm. After a brief conversation with the successor of the Violet Emperor, Gu Fei found out that there were many people who entered the heaven realm this way. The elite disciples of the various forces were all chosen. When the news of the heaven platform appearing in the sky market spread, the Almighty of the mortal realm had already made preparations when they entered the sky market. With the cultivation of the Tao severing Almighty, it was not difficult to open up an inner world. If that was the case, it was possible that the Almighty had brought a large number of disciples into the heaven realm. No wonder the Violet Emperor dared to set up a sect in the heaven realm. It turned out that he had a strong force in his hands. At that moment, countless array patterns were flashing. A terrifying aura of destruction came from the front. He Tian had raised the power of this killing array to the limit. Rays of divine light were like heavenly blades. They constantly chopped into the surging devil chi in the killing array, directly killing the scorpion demon in the devil chi. However, the scorpion demon waved the mother flag of the 9 divine demon flags in his hand. A terrifying power of the devil way spread out from the large flag, shattering the void. At the same time, it also shattered the divine light that was coming towards the scorpion demon. Roar! The demon god in the mother flag roared. The demon god in the large flag had come to life. It actually wanted to struggle out of the large flag. The 9 divine demon flags floated in the surroundings. The devil chi was vast and mighty. There seemed to be many demonic shadows in the surroundings. The power of the 9 divine demon flags formed a safe zone, blocking the power of He Tian's killing array outside. The successor of the Violet Emperor took out the black iron nail again. Then he raised his hand and threw it at the trapped scorpion demon. A ray of black light instantly rushed into the killing array. There was no power that could stop it. The black iron nail hit the mother flag in the hands of the scorpion demon. An unbelievable scene appeared. The mother flag in the hands of the scorpion demon was actually broken in half. Chapter 1172. An inconspicuous black iron nail had actually broken the mother flag of the 9 child divine demon flags in the hands of the scorpion demon. This truly left everyone dumbfounded. Just what kind of weapon was this? It was simply too unusual. There were no monstrous spiritual fluctuations, nor was there any terrifying aura. It was just an ordinary black iron nail. Even if it was on the road, no one would take a second look at it. How could it have such great power? It was truly shocking. Roar! An angry roar came from within the killing array. The scorpion demon was enraged. This was his life's work, yet it had been destroyed by a single iron nail. It must be known that refining the 9-child divine demon flags was definitely not an easy task. The 9-child divine demon flags needed to be fed with the blood essence of all living beings. It also needed to find 10 demons with cultivation to become the demon gods within the flags. The blood essence and soul power of all living beings were all used to feed the demon gods within the flags, causing the demon gods to gradually become stronger. At the end of the refinement, the demon gods within the flags would be able to rush out from the flags and display all sorts of incredible demonic techniques. The 9-child divine demon flags had already been refined by the scorpion demon into 10 flags. The demon gods within the flags would be able to rush out and transform into demon gods, displaying their demonic might. However, the 9-child divine demon flags had first been slain by Gu Fei. Now, the mother flag had been broken into 2 by that inconspicuous black iron nail. How could the scorpion demon not be angry? "I'll kill you all," the scorpion demon roared. The destruction of the mother flag of the 9-child divine demon flags meant that his last hope of refining the 9-child divine demon flags had been severed. Swoosh! A black light flew out from behind the scorpion demon and shot towards the black light formed by the black iron nail. The black light's momentum was extremely fast, and in an instant it collided with the black light. However, the moment the black light and black light collided, the scorpion demon cried out in alarm. The sound of something shattering could be heard. The black light that had flown out from behind the scorpion demon had actually been shattered by the black light. At this moment, following the destruction of the main flag, the demonic chi within the killing array was continuously obliterated by the power of the killing array. One could see faint, illusory figures dissipating within the surging demonic chi. The large star floating in the center of the killing array released endless starlight. Every ray of starlight was like a starry sky sword that pierced towards the figure within the demonic chi. Without the protection of the 9-child divine demon flag's main flag, the endless killing light successfully penetrated the demonic chi. The scorpion demon cried out in alarm. The scorpion demon's losses were disastrous. His 2 life-threatening magic tools had been destroyed, greatly weakening the scorpion demon's power. After all, the black light that had flown out from behind the scorpion demon was a demonic weapon that could even pierce through Gu Fei's sovereign martial constitution. This magic treasure was incredible. After all, the black light that had flown out from behind the scorpion demon was a demonic weapon that could even pierce through Gu Fei's sovereign martial constitution. Gu Fei's sovereign martial constitution was comparable to an almighty holy weapon. It had been thoroughly tempered, but it had still been injured by that black light. There were no fluctuations of divine power or immortal power, yet it had been able to destroy 2 demonic weapons. This was truly incredible. This kind of magic treasure must have had a very powerful origin. However, at this moment, Gu Fei and He Tian were not in the mood to study the black iron nail. He Tian activated the killing array with all his might. Countless array patterns imprinted in the void, and the earth emitted a dazzling divine light. The array attracted spirit chi from all directions and drew upon the power of the earth to form an inescapable net that sealed the scorpion demon within. The killing light emitted a terrifying aura of destruction as it continuously penetrated the demonic chi within the array. The demonic chi that had been sealed within the killing array was rapidly dissipating. The demonic chi was rapidly being obliterated by the terrifying power of the killing array. He Tian's array had already reached an extraordinary level. This was a technique that could draw upon the power of heaven and earth at will. His entire aura was fused with the killing array, so he could sense any changes occurring within the killing array. Damn it! Within the killing array, the demonic chi was tumbling and the powerful demonic power was constantly erupting. The scorpion demon was really panicking. He was rampaging within the killing array trying to break out of it. However, the killing array had the endless power of the stars provided by the huge stars. It also drew upon the earth chi of the entire earth. These two powers were endlessly poured into the killing array, causing the killing array to display great power. The scorpion demon roared again and again in the killing array. Demonic blood kept appearing. The killing light condensed by the killing array had penetrated the scorpion demon's body countless times. However, Scorpion Demon was a devil emperor after all. Although his cultivation base had been reduced by more than half by the half-step saint and he couldn't use any of his devil Dao techniques, it was still not an easy task for him to kill this devil emperor. Although the Scorpion Demon's cultivation had been reduced, he still had the incomparably powerful body of a demon emperor. His vitality was incomparably strong, and it was difficult to kill him in a short time. At this time, countless demon scorpions began to rush out of the killing array. The scorpion demon had no choice but to release his demon scorpion army. The ground and the void were densely packed with demon scorpions. However, the killing array was operating, and the killing power strangled everything in its path. The demon scorpions, whether they were on the ground or in the air, were all pierced and minced by the destructive killing light. A fishy smell immediately filled the void. This was the blood of the demon scorpions splashing out when they were minced by the killing light. It was nauseating. Even Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. The demon scorpions were endless. Batches after batches died, but there were still demon scorpions rushing out of the killing array. It seemed like there was no end to them. Soon the ground was covered with a layer of pitch-black demonic blood. The runes on the ground gradually dimmed. The blood of the demon scorpions was actually corroding the runes on the ground. As a result, the killing array's power immediately weakened. Heavenly demon disintegration. In the middle of the killing array, the scorpion demon roared, and the whole array shook. Then, the demonic shadow in the middle of the demonic chi suddenly exploded with a bang. An extremely terrifying and powerful demonic power suddenly erupted. This was a terrifying power that could destroy the heavens and the earth. This power swept out in all directions, and the runes that were imprinted in the void and the earth collapsed one after another. The killing formation actually collapsed. Roar! Haitian let out an unwilling roar. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. The big star in the middle of the killing array also collapsed and flew high into the sky. Chapter 1173. The heavenly demon disintegration was a killing technique of the demonic Tao that allowed one to perish together with their enemy. This killing technique could burn every single drop of demonic blood in a demonic Tao cultivator's body, allowing the demonic Tao cultivator to erupt with all of their strength in an instant, obtaining a strength that surpassed the demonic Tao cultivator. The power of the devil Tao cultivator who used the heavenly demon disintegration was at least twice as strong as when he used his full strength. It was very terrifying. The scorpion demon trapped in the killing formation was really at the juncture of life and death. He didn't hesitate to destroy his own Tao foundation to kill his opponent. Once the heavenly demon disintegration was used, the scorpion demon was crippled. His cultivation and even his emperor-level demonic body no longer existed, leaving only a weak primordial spirit. If he was lucky, the scorpion demon could possess another cultivator's body, and seize their body and Tao foundation to cultivate again. If he was unlucky, his weak primordial spirit would also dissipate in the void with the wind. The result would be the miserable destruction of his body and soul. Rumble! A mass of devil chi exploded and swept across the heaven and earth. Within the devil chi, there was a terrible blood light constantly flickering. The scorpion demon's emperor-level demonic body exploded, and formed a terrible power that could destroy the heaven and earth. Every bone, every drop of flesh and blood radiated endless devil light. All the power contained in his demonic body was evaporated by the heavenly demon disintegration. Without any suspense, Mahakala, who had trapped the scorpion demon with the killing array, was the first to suffer a great impact. The killing array collapsed in an instant, and countless array patterns were instantly obliterated by the eruption of demonic power. Haitian coughed up a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying backward. Even the great star that had been refined from the star was sent flying high into the sky. Go! Without any hesitation, Gu Fei and the successor of the Purple Emperor quickly turned around and fled. This power was not something that could be resisted. Even a half-sage would be shocked. If not for the power of the killing formation and the protection of the endless star power, Haitian's body and soul would have been destroyed in an instant. Gu Fei's heart trembled. He sensed a great danger. He used the 8 desolate steps and rushed out several hundred miles in an instant. But even so, he was blown away by a wave of qi. As for the Violet Emperor's successor, he was in an even worse state than Gu Fei. He did not have Gu Fei's godly speed, and was almost swept into the destructive storm that spread out in all directions. He had just barely managed to escape, but he had already sustained heavy injuries. He had spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood essence, and his expression had also become weary. How terrifying! When Gu Fei landed on the ground, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. Demonic qi surged, dust rose up into the sky, the void was collapsing, and the earth was sinking. It was as if doomsday had arrived. Within 1,000 miles, everything ceased to exist. A terrifying power had destroyed everything. Even the phrase "the heavens are falling and the earth is splitting apart" couldn't describe it. All of the cultivators in the great necropolis could sense what was happening. The self-destruction of a devil emperor was causing a huge commotion. What's going on? There's actually a demon here. Is it that little demon? It's the aura of the demon emperor. It's actually the demon emperor using the demonic disintegration killing technique. Several powerful divine senses rushed out from various places in the great necropolis, sweeping towards the area where the scorpion demon self-destructed. Even the half-saints who had entered the depths of the great necropolis turned back. Rumble. The world shook as if it was about to be overturned. In the sky of dust and demonic qi, a blood-red light rushed out. In the blood-red light, there was a faint and illusory figure. The figure was only the size of a fist, but it exuded a heart-palpitating aura. It's the demon's primordial spirit. The Violet Emperor's successor exclaimed. But at this time, he no longer had the strength to use the black iron nail in his hand. He had suffered a great impact, and his entire body's yuan qi was almost scattered. Even his Tao foundation was shaken. Even the demonic disintegration killing technique doesn't die. Gu Fei was also shocked. Without thinking, he directly soared into the sky, using his extreme 8-step speed to rush towards the blood-red light. When the scorpion demon saw Gu Fei rushing towards him, he was frightened out of his wits. He hastily used his primordial spirit escape art to escape. Although the scorpion demon's devil body had disintegrated, his primordial spirit still remained. But at this time, his primordial spirit was extremely weak and couldn't endure any more attacks. Swish! The blood-red light tore through the void, instantly rushing hundreds of miles away. The scorpion demon's primordial spirit circulated its last trace of devil energy to flee. As long as his primordial spirit could escape, he would have a chance to cultivate again. If his primordial spirit was destroyed, then he would completely disappear from this world. You want to run? Gu Fei used his extreme 8-step speed. His martial Tao true force surged, and yin and yang energy overflowed from his body, forming a layer of qi astral around him. He transformed into a black-white bolt of lightning as he chased after the scorpion demon. How is this possible? The scorpion demon's primordial spirit was truly shocked. The opponent's speed was no slower than his primordial spirit escape art. It was truly horrifying. This great devil scorpion demon in the 100,000 Devil Mountains had shed his original form and transformed into a human. Even his primordial spirit was in human form. The scorpion demon wrapped in the blood-red light looked exactly the same as the scorpion demon. At this time, the scorpion demon was panic-stricken and desperately tried to escape from Gu Fei. But it had to be said that Gu Fei's extreme 8-step speed was too fast, unrivaled in the world. Even the primordial spirit escape art could catch up. The distance between the two was gradually shrinking. When those experts' divine sense swept over the place where the scorpion demon self-destructed, Gu Fei and the scorpion demon's primordial spirit were already thousands of miles away. At the scene, only He Tian and the Violet Emperor's successor were left. What's going on? A divine sense was transmitted from the depths of this world. It was vast and mighty, and an illusory figure immediately appeared in the void. It was an illusory figure condensed by the divine sense. It was not a real expert who had descended, but even so, a powerful coercion still descended from the sky. After the figure appeared, the other extremely powerful divine sense immediately retreated. At this time, the power of the scorpion demon's self-destruction had expanded to the extreme, and was shrinking inwards. The area within a radius of 1,000 miles had turned into chaos. This was a 1,000-mile hole between heaven and earth. The power of heaven and earth in this part of the world could automatically repair the collapsed void. But it was difficult to repair the chaos hole within 1,000 miles in a short period of time. "Hey Tian, where's Gu Fei?" that person asked aloud. In the entire heaven realm, the only emperor-level figure who could recognize He Tian and Gu Fei was probably the old turtle. Chapter 1174. Old Tortoise's divine sense spread out from thousands of miles away, and arrived at the scene. He could not help but be shocked when he saw the void collapsing and the world within a radius of thousands of miles turning into chaos. Which demon used the sky demon disintegration forbidden killing technique? The phantom formed by Old Tortoise's divine sense was equivalent to the arrival of his real body. Even if he was thousands of miles away, he could immediately know what was happening here. It seems to be a scorpion demon. He Tian struggled to sit up from the ground. He was badly wounded this time. If it weren't for the killing formation he deployed, which had activated the earth energy from the earth and attracted the power of the stars to counteract most of the power of the sky demon body disintegration, He Tian would have died a long time ago. Scorpion demon? Could it be the scorpion demon emperor from the 100,000 mountains? Old Tortoise was very surprised. How could Gu Fei and the others force the scorpion demon to use the sky demon disintegration forbidden killing technique? One had to know that once this forbidden killing art was unleashed, the person who unleashed this killing art would lose all their cultivation and even their Tao foundation in an instant. If the demon who used the forbidden killing technique was unlucky, even his primordial spirit might collapse. His body and soul would be directly destroyed, and he would perish together with the enemy. Where's Gu Fei? Old Tortoise could not help but worry. Before he arrived, Gu Fei had already chased the scorpion demon's primordial spirit for thousands of miles. Old Tortoise could not sense Gu Fei's aura. Boss? Boss went to kill the scorpion demon. He Tian panted as he spoke. His injuries were not light, and there were terrifying cracks all over his body. His heaven-defying body of flesh and blood, which had been reborn, was on the verge of collapse. Old Tortoise was about to ask again, but at that moment, a low roar suddenly sounded from the depths of the world. Old Tortoise's phantom immediately dimmed, and then completely disappeared into the void. At the same time, the heart-palpitating aura from the depths of the world suddenly increased by more than 10 times. The entire world trembled under this aura. Everyone felt great pressure and danger, as if the master of this world was awakening. Everyone felt a sense of fear and trepidation. He Tian recalled the star treasure that was sent flying away. He used the star force to protect himself and stood up with difficulty. At this moment he just wanted to leave this damned place as soon as possible. This was indeed a ghastly place. After this terrifying aura appeared, the countless ferocious guards who had been intimidated by the Emperor's aura immediately roared and were no longer affected by the Emperor's aura. Furthermore, the evil spirits guarding the tomb had become much more ferocious and powerful than before. He Tian took out a lot of pills and threw all of them into his mouth. The spiritual energy of the pills quickly spread throughout his body. The spiritual energy in He Tian's body was abundant, and his injured body was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. These pills were immortal pills and divine medicines that Yen-Er had refined before she went into closed-door cultivation. With Yen-Er's cultivation and strength before she went into closed-door cultivation, the pills she refined were naturally not ordinary pills. They were incomparably precious immortal pills and divine medicines. He felt the strength in his body gradually increase, so he stood up from the ground and walked over to the Violet Emperor's successor. The Violet Emperor's successor seemed to be even more injured than He Tian. At this moment, he was still circulating his energy to heal himself. However, this was not the time to do so. If he was right, a world-shaking battle was about to begin. He Tian couldn't care too much. He directly interrupted the Violet Emperor's successor's healing technique and pulled him towards the entrance of this world. If they didn't leave now, they probably wouldn't be able to leave anymore. At this moment Gu Fei, who was chasing the scorpion demon's primordial spirit, also sensed that something big was about to happen. If he continued to chase, he would most likely be in danger. Swish! With a thought, a vertical purple mark appeared between Gu Fei's eyebrows. It was as if a divine eye was about to open on his forehead, and a powerful divine sense was emanating from it. "Divine snatch!" shouted Gu Fei. As he spoke, a figure wrapped in divine light rushed out of Gu Fei's forehead, flying directly towards the scorpion demon's primordial spirit. This was a projection formed by Gu Fei's powerful divine sense. It was equivalent to another Gu Fei. One of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the divine snatch secret art, was a supreme great art for cultivating the soul. It was the most mysterious and unfathomable great art. Those who cultivated this secret art could display all sorts of unimaginable divine abilities. The figure that rushed out of Gu Fei's forehead instantly caught up to the primordial spirit of the scorpion demon. In an instant, it pounced on the primordial spirit and entered it. The scorpion demon sent out a horrified spiritual sense wave, then stopped in the void, motionless, as if it had completely lost its consciousness. The bloody light around the scorpion demon's primordial spirit dissipated, and the charm of the great Tao swirled around it. This wasn't the scorpion demon's own power. The figure that had entered the scorpion demon's primordial spirit appeared above it. This was a shocking scene. Gu Fei was using the divine snatch secret art to seize the scorpion demon's fruit of the way. The scorpion demon's primordial spirit was changing, and 2 different presences appeared above it. The appearance of the primordial spirit kept changing. Sometimes it was the scorpion demon and sometimes it was Gu Fei. The scorpion demon was putting up a final struggle. He didn't want his primordial spirit to be devoured just like that. However, all of this seemed to be in vain. Every secret of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao had the power to seize the fortune of heaven and earth. They were supreme great arts that saints had created by deriving the great Tao. Without any suspense, the scorpion demon's primordial spirit was completely refined by Gu Fei's divine sense. The appearance of the primordial spirit finally stabilized. It was a small person that looked exactly like Gu Fei, only the size of a fist. "I also have a primordial spirit?" Gu Fei felt a little incredulous. He had actually used the divine snatch secret art to seize a primordial spirit, the primordial spirit of a demon emperor. Everything of the scorpion demon emperor, including his primordial spirit, had been seized by him. When refining the scorpion demon's primordial spirit, Gu Fei read the scorpion demon's memories and learned many secrets of the 100,000 demon mountains, as well as the situation of the entire Nanling Mountains. The Nanling Mountains was dominated by 2 factions. The demon race and the demons dominated everything here. In ancient times, this place was a battlefield between gods and demons. For countless years, the demon race and the demons had been fighting incessantly. It was precisely because of this harsh environment that the demon race and the demons grew up in, that they had rich combat experience. They were much more powerful than the demons and demons of other regions. Swoosh! With a thought, the primordial spirit that Gu Fei seized from the scorpion demon flew back and sank into Gu Fei's glabella, sitting cross-legged in his Naiwan palace. Warriors only cultivated the physical body, and didn't cultivate the primordial spirit. Gu Fei only had a powerful soul, which was the mark of life. But now, he actually obtained a primordial spirit. This was absolutely something that had never happened in countless years. Even Gu Fei felt a little dazed, as though he was in a dream. Chapter 1175. Gu Fei originally wanted to use the divine plunder technique to seize the scorpion demon's Tao fruit and refine his primordial spirit. However, something unexpected happened. His divine sense entered the scorpion demon's primordial spirit and assimilated it with his primordial spirit. The scorpion demon's primordial spirit was a vessel. When Gu Fei's primordial spirit entered it, the scorpion demon's body and soul were destroyed, but his primordial spirit was preserved. The primordial spirit wasn't a divine soul. It was an existence formed by the essence, chi, and spirit of the immortal, celestial, demon, and Buddhist cultivators. It was mysterious and unfathomable. Gu Fei walked the martial Tao, different from the other cultivation systems. He only cultivated the mortal body and didn't cultivate the primordial spirit. He didn't know how to condense a primordial spirit. But now he unexpectedly obtained a primordial spirit that belonged to him. One of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the God Plunder, seized the fortune of heaven and earth and possessed unimaginable divine might. It could actually assimilate the primordial spirit. A little person sat in the Naiwan palace on Gu Fei's forehead like a god. The demonic chi around him had long dissipated and the entire primordial spirit changed. The demonic nature turned into divinity. Immortal Tao primordial spirit? Gu Fei sensed the ripples of the immortal Tao. It was strange, he could sense an unfathomable power in the heaven and earth. This power was elusive and indescribable, but it was vast and boundless. He tried to sense it with his heart. In this illusory state, there seemed to be something attracting him. He seemed to have touched something, but there seemed to be nothing at all. Gu Fei's consciousness entered the primordial spirit, and he could actually sense the supreme immortal Tao. Was this the effect of the God Plunder art? He sat in the sky with a solemn expression. His aura was changing. Sometimes immortal chi coiled around him like a true immortal from the 9 heavens. Other times his blood essence surged and his battle intent soared into the sky. He was like an ancient innate god. Gu Fei had once seized Li Xuandao's Tao fruit and slain his primordial spirit, so he knew quite a few secret arts of the immortal Tao. At this time, Gu Fei tried to use one of the divine arts of the immortal Tao. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth was immediately attracted by his aura. A huge seal appeared above his head, emitting a terrifying divine might of the immortal Tao. This was the embodiment of a type of immortal Tao divine technique. A large imprint emitted terrifying fluctuations of immortal Tao energy, possessing the power to shatter mountains and rivers. In the end, the seal floating above Gu Fei's head gradually dissipated into the void. He was trying to imitate the Tai Huang seal, but he did not succeed. The extreme Tao Saint weapon was unique. Even if one had great magical powers, it would be difficult to imitate it, much less display the power of the Tai Sovereign seal. Gu Fei was both surprised and overjoyed to have obtained a primordial spirit. With this primordial spirit, it was like he had 2 lives. Even if he was completely obliterated, as long as this primordial spirit was not destroyed, he could be reborn. Just as Gu Fei was consolidating his primordial spirit with the immortal Tao divine art, a terrifying fluctuation came from the depths of this world. The monarchs who had entered the depths of this world had finally made their move. Extremely powerful auras erupted in the depths of this world. This was the might of the monarchs, causing the entire world to change color. There were monarchs fighting in the depths of this world. If it was an ordinary Deva sovereign, they would have long collapsed to the ground, unable to withstand the pressure of the monarchs. But Gu Fei was not an ordinary Deva sovereign. Buzz! A rumbling sound came from his body as the image of an ancient cauldron emerged from him. The power of the cauldron of mountains and rivers protected Gu Fei within. The pressure of the monarchs was completely repelled, unable to affect Gu Fei. The cauldron of mountains and rivers was a sacred weapon of the extreme Tao. Unless it was the supreme might of an extreme Tao saint, even a saint's might wouldn't be able to affect Gu Fei. Gu Fei was startled awake. After a moment of thought, he strode deeper into this world. But soon he had no choice but to slow down. Dried bones began to appear below, and there were even broken artifacts scattered on the ground. The terrain ahead was clearly different. Mountain ridges began to appear in front of them. Each mountain ridge was like a giant dragon lying on the ground. Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. The mountain ridges were like dragons. This was a dragon vein of the earth, and not an ordinary one at that. It was most likely an ancestral vein of the earth. Swoosh! Boundless yellow energy rushed out of a mountain ridge ahead, and a yellow skeleton appeared on the mountain ridge. 2 yellow divine lights shot out from the skeleton's eye sockets like 2 heavenly swords, and pierced through the sky. Bam! The void around Gao Tianji immediately collapsed and turned into chaos. Within the chaos, there was a heart-palpitating aura. A black shadow directly walked out of the chaos. Demon? Monstrous demonic energy surged out of the black shadow and enveloped the entire world. In an instant, the area ahead became as terrifying as a demonic domain. Terrifying demonic shadows could be seen from time to time in the demonic energy. Did this guy really enter the heaven realm? Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the yellow skeleton. This was a ruthless character. Even the primordial pathmaster suffered a great loss in the hands of this guy. Half of his body was shattered. This was a ruthless character that could kill a monarch. However, what shocked Gu Fei even more was that a terrifying demon had also entered this world and was hiding in the side. He didn't need to think to know that this demon wanted to reap the benefits of a third party. Others risked their lives to take advantage of it. There didn't seem to be such a good thing in this world. Endless yellow divine light soared into the sky and swept through the world, contending against the monstrous demonic energy that came down from the sky. Two terrifying forces collided, causing the whole world to tremble. Gu Fei directly retreated to the distance. He was very clear about the power of the yellow skeleton. This yellow skeleton definitely had the terrifying combat power to kill a monarch. Only a character of this level would dare to fight in this place. The terrain here was extraordinary and contained great killing intent. This was because Gu Fei discovered that the land in front of him was filled with undulating mountain ridges. He didn't know how many dragon-like mountain ridges were entrenched in front of him. In the depths of this world, it was likely that an incredible thing had been bred. The spiritual energy of the whole world had gathered here, and every mountain ridge was like a real dragon. Although it took countless years of transformation to form such a terrain, using the world as a tomb, an existence buried in the depths of this world was probably comparable to a supreme saint when they were alive. Only such a character could have such a grand plan, laying down a heaven-defying terrain, gathering the spiritual energy of the whole world, just to nourish the supreme existence buried in the Dragon Mountain. Rumble. The two supreme experts fought. The yellow chi and demonic energy surged violently. The two auras were earth-shattering. Even the Dragon Mountain below was shaking. Roar. A dragon's roar resounded in the void. The Dragon Mountain below shook as if it was about to soar into the sky and transform into a dragon. The Earth's dragon chi was vast and mighty. It didn't seem like a mountain ridge, but a real dragon. This ancestral vein already has a soul? Not only Gu Fei, but the yellow skeleton and the great demon were also shocked. The dragon-shaped mountain ridge actually condensed a soul. This was an existence born from the heaven and earth. With a soul it had life. The terrain here was incredible. The dragon vein had a soul. This was a dragon with life. A life born from the heaven and earth. The battle between the yellow skeleton and the great demon had alarmed the sleeping dragon soul. The entire mountain ridge was shaking and a terrifying aura spread out from the mountain ridge. At the same time, the same aura spread out from other regions. This shocked everyone. The dragon souls of the earth were awakening. All the emperors who had entered cried out in shock, and then they charged out from within. 49. It's actually 49 ancestral veins. 49 ancestral veins that have given birth to life. How is this possible? Gu Fei couldn't believe it. Such a terrain couldn't be formed under the natural conditions of the heaven and earth. There were 50 great Daos and one was missing. In the world of cultivation, 49 represented the extreme of the great Daos. Someone had already set up everything countless years ago. Using a great amount of magic, he captured the 49 ancestral veins of the earth. These 49 ancestral veins gradually devoured the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. After countless years, this place became a lifeless place. The Xianyin Qi of this world was probably not ordinary. It didn't come from the Xianyin divine acupoint. It probably came from the supreme existence buried in the 49 ancestral veins. The Yin tomb seemed to be a misrepresentation. This place probably couldn't give birth to such an ancestral vein. This was definitely a heaven-defying method. Someone wanted to go against the Yin and Yang and the cosmos. He didn't hesitate to use the world as the price to nurture the 49 ancestral veins. 49 similar auras gradually converged into a shocking aura. This was a supreme aura comparable to a saint. Even Dao severing almighty emperors couldn't bear it. Everyone fled into the distance in a panic. When Gu Fei sensed this aura, he couldn't help but be shocked. He wasn't unfamiliar with this aura. It was the world-shaking aura that came from the peerless tomb that day. It turned out that this aura comparable to a saint didn't come from the supreme existence buried here. It came from the 49 ancestral veins. It was really hard to imagine. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed that such a terrain existed. It was like the 49 ancestral dragons had awakened from their slumber. The 49 dragon mountains were shaking. The dragon chi of the earth was vast and mighty. The 49 mountains seemed to struggle to rise from the ground. Chapter 1176. The 49 mountain ridges were like 49 huge dragons lying on the ground. The dragon head of each mountain ridge was facing inward. and the spiritual chi of the entire world was gathering from all directions. This was something that was protected by the 49 dragon-like mountain ridges at the cost of the entire world. This method was too frightening. Perhaps only the legendary extreme Tao experts could arrange such a heaven-defying formation, using the world as a tomb to nurture an inconceivable thing. At this time, the aura of the 49 Earth ancestral dragons' veins converged together. This was equivalent to the arrival of an extreme Tao expert. It actually emitted the extreme Tao's divine might. The mysterious yellow skeleton and the great devil had no choice but to stop and rush into the distance. A trace of the extreme Tao's aura could crush the heavens. No one could withstand it. The entire world seemed as if it was about to collapse. The entire world was shaking. Countless evil guards were roaring. The entire world seemed to have turned into the legendary Netherworld, as if doomsday had arrived. A trace of aura that could make even the supreme experts feel a bone-chilling coldness was emitted from the 49 Dragon Mountains. The 49 Dragon Mountains were shaking, and the world seemed to be filled with dragon roars. This was not a simple matter of the 49 Dragon Mountains being placed together. The existence of each mountain ridge was inevitable. The 49 Dragon Mountains formed a heaven-defying formation. This was a type of extreme Tao sacred formation. On top of each dragon mountain, there were extreme Tao sacred runes faintly visible. The extreme Tao sacred formation had been activated. At this time, the extreme Tao sacred formation was activated. No one could enter the 49 Dragon Mountains again. The extreme Tao saint's aura was vast and mighty, shaking the heavens. The 49 Dragon Mountains gradually disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. The area in front of them was obscured by a force. No one could see the scenery inside clearly, not even the almighty experts who had cultivated the divine eye. Gu Fei's martial Tao Heavenly Eye had also lost its effect at this time. At this time, Gu Fei had already retreated thousands of miles away. However, he still felt his divine soul trembling. The aura in front of him was too terrifying. Even with the protection of the cauldron of mountain and river, Gu Fei could barely withstand the terrifying aura of the 49 Dragon Mountains. Even the emperors at the almighty realm had to lower their proud heads at this time, trembling with fear. The celestial being realm emperors at the periphery had long been completely intimidated by this extreme divine might. They all lay on the ground trembling in fear. Who triggered the formation inside? Who is so wicked? Do they want to bury us in there? It seems to be the demon Thearka's doing. Someone saw him loitering around that divine item. Is it the Grand Imperial Saint? As it turned out, the 49 Dragon Mountains had long been in slumber. The extreme Tao Grand Formation had been suppressed by an item. It was very obvious that an extreme Tao expert had come here before. Hence, the almighty monarchs dared to enter the 49 Dragon Mountains to search for the coffin of the supreme existence buried in the 49 Dragon Mountains. If the extreme Tao Grand Formation was activated to protect the 49 Dragon Mountains, even a half-sage would die if he entered. No one dared to break into such a place of absolute death. Unless there was a topographic map of this area, even an extreme Tao expert would have a headache coming here. Was it the old tortoise who triggered this grand formation? Gu Fei was bewildered. With the old tortoise's character, it seemed that he really dared to do such a thing. The extreme Tao sacred formation had been revived. Only the old tortoise had the extreme Tao sacred weapon, the Tai Huang seal, could have the power to protect himself in the 49 Dragon Mountains. Haha, little ball donkey fan Xiao. How does the extreme Tao sacred formation taste? The old tortoise's laughter suddenly sounded in front of them. That laughter actually came from the 49 Dragon Mountains in front of them. This. After hearing the old tortoise's laughter, everyone's expression changed. It was really this guy's doing. Everyone gritted their teeth, but there was nothing they could do. This was because the demon emperor's background was too great. No one in the entire heaven realm would dare to offend him easily. Gu Fei was also incomparably shocked. The old tortoise really dared to do anything without any scruples. If those almighties did not rush out of the Dragon Mountains in time, they would probably die inside. The extreme Tao sacred formation, even an extreme Tao saint would probably be in danger, let alone almighties. I won't die yet. The little monk Fan Xiao's voice immediately sounded in the 49 Dragon Mountains. Although he had encountered great trouble, Fan Xiu was still calm. Two auras of the extreme Tao emerged from the Dragon Mountains. Even the extreme Tao sacred formation could not block them. It was as if two extreme Tao experts had descended on the Dragon Mountains. It's the extreme Tao's sacred weapon. All of the supreme beings trembled. Everyone felt as if their spirits were about to collapse. This was a type of supreme pressure. Just a trace of its aura could intimidate the heavens. Even Gu Fei, who had activated the power of the cauldron of mountain and river to protect himself, had a terrible look on his face. The cauldron in his body was impacted by the aura of the extreme Tao sacred weapon and showed signs of rushing out of his body. The cauldron of mountain and river must not be revealed in front of these almighties. Otherwise, Gu Fei would be in big trouble. Who would not be jealous of the extreme Tao sacred weapon? If these almighties knew that Gu Fei had the extreme Tao sacred weapon, they would definitely attack Gu Fei. Even with the old tortoise's protection, some people would still attack Gu Fei. Who did not want the extreme Tao sacred weapon? Who did not want it? Gu Fei retreated towards the exit of this world. At this time it was impossible for him to enter the Dragon Mountain. The extreme Tao sacred formation had been revived. Unless one had the extreme Tao sacred weapon like the old tortoise, anyone who entered would die. At this time, all the almighties were watching the movement in front of them. The extreme Tao sacred might was vast. Everyone had to use all their strength to protect themselves. In the darkness, there seemed to be more than a dozen suns. Those were the divine lights of the almighties and emperors. Divine power and immortal power were surging. There were more than a dozen existences above the emperor realm who had entered this peerless tomb. These were the super antiques of the heaven realm. Some people who were rumored to be dead also jumped out. Many of them had sacred weapons. Their holy might was vast between heaven and earth. Some emperors of the super forces brought their sacred weapons into this peerless tomb to fight for the heaven-defying thing that was bred in this peerless tomb. In ancient times the world had not changed. Sages were not extinct. There were tens of thousands of clans in the untainted land. There were many great clans that had transcended the mortal world. Those who comprehended the Tao were called saints. Those who comprehended the great Tao of origin were called extreme Tao saints. There were many saints, but those who could comprehend the great Tao of origin were few and far between. A weapon refined by a saint was branded with the great Tao comprehended by the saint. Such a weapon was the legendary saint weapon that possessed immense power. Only weapons imprinted with Tao marks could be regarded as sacred weapons. By activating the sacred weapon, the Tao marks inside could be released, and the full power of a saint could be unleashed. In this world, only the extreme Tao saints who comprehended the great Tao of origin could refine an extreme Tao sacred weapon with weapon spirit. This was the continuation of the extreme Tao saint's life. Among the dozen almighties, a few people stood at the forefront. There was a trace of sacred might surrounding these people. They had sacred weapons to protect them. After the mysterious yellow skeleton and the great demon retreated thousands of miles away, they started fighting again. Gu Fei dodged far away. He knew how powerful the mysterious yellow skeleton was. Even the primordial Pathmaster was not its opponent. If he was caught in a battle of this level, his life would be in danger. The great demon was also amazing. He fought with the mysterious yellow skeleton endlessly. He was so fierce that he was in a mess. Moreover, the great demon was surrounded by devil chi. The devil chi covered his true appearance. No one could see his appearance. The mysterious yellow chi was vast between heaven and earth. The mysterious yellow skeleton continued to use the life-slaying technique. It pierced through the heaven and earth, but it still could not gain the upper hand. That great demon was just too powerful. He also cast a great technique of the demon path to clash with the mysterious yellow skeleton. Pieces of the void instantly collapsed in the collision between the two. The two super experts fought further and further away from Dragon Mountain. At this time a great battle broke out in Dragon Mountain. With the extreme Tao sacred formations blockade, Old Turtle and Fan Xiu could use the extreme Tao sacred weapon without any scruples. Bang! A big seal appeared in the sky above Dragon Mountain. The whole Dragon Mountain trembled. 49 mountain ranges trembled at the same time. There was a faint dragon roar lingering between heaven and earth. Even the power of the extreme Tao Saint formation could not completely obstruct the terrifying extreme Tao Saint aura that emanated from the Tai Sovereign seal. Below the big seal stood a figure. Who else could it be but Old Turtle? The Tai Huang Yin Hao released rays of extreme divine light to protect the old tortoise. The power of the extreme sacred formation that came from all directions was blocked outside. If it was any other great emperor, they wouldn't even be able to get close to Dragon Mountain, let alone fight it on Dragon Mountain. The aura emanating from Dragon Mountain was simply too powerful, and it wasn't something that ordinary people could endure. Opposite Old Turtle was a little monk sitting on a lotus throne with a purple gold alms bowl in his hand. The lotus throne under Fan Xiu was blooming with endless Buddha light. He looked solemn and there was a 10,000 Buddha seal in the void around him. When Old Tortoise saw this scene, he was secretly shocked. This guy had probably reached the realm of being both Buddha and himself. A big Buddha loomed behind little monk Fan Xiu, like the Buddha Lord of ancient times, holding flowers and smiling. Is this the lotus throne that the ancient Buddha sat on when he achieved enlightenment? Old Turtle's knowledge was extraordinary. After all, he was the Supreme Emperor's holy son. He could see the origin of the lotus throne under Fan Xiu. It was a very special extreme Tao sacred weapon. Without saying anything else, Old Tortoise took out the purple gold alms bowl in his hand. A heaven-devouring force surged out of the purple gold alms bowl, causing the entire void to collapse. Chapter 1177. Buzz. The purple gold alms bowl let out a buzzing sound. Traces of Buddhism and Taoist Tao appeared on it. The mouth of the alms bowl produced a heaven-devouring power that swallowed the void and fell on the old tortoise's head. Humph! The old tortoise sneered. Little monk Fan Xiu's purple gold alms bowl was not an extreme Buddhist weapon. How dare he try to swallow me and the Tai Huang seal into the alms bowl? This was simply insane. Bang! The Tai Huang seal that was floating above the old tortoise's head shook a little. The purple gold alms bowl that was swallowing Fan Xiu flew backward. The Buddhist light dissipated and dimmed. Fan Xiu, who was sitting cross-legged on the lotus platform, trembled. He had suffered an impact. He stretched out his hand and called the purple gold alms bowl back. On the surface of the purple gold alms bowl, there were cracks that looked like spider webs. You old demon! Fan Xiu couldn't help coughing up blood. His Buddhist item had almost been destroyed. He had been too careless, thinking that by pouring the Buddhist energy from the lotus platform into the alms bowl, he would be able to contend against the Grand Emperor seal. This was definitely a mistake. Boom! After little monk Fan Xiu put away the purple gold alms bowl, his body suddenly erupted with a Buddhist light that soared into the sky. The shadow of the great Buddha behind him instantly became clear, as if it was going to walk out of the void. The destructive power from the supreme sacred formation was blocked by the Buddhist light. It was as if the ancient Buddha had descended. The Buddhist power was vast and mighty, with a domineering aura. It was useless even if the ancient Buddha came in person, let alone a shadow. The old tortoise flicked his finger and shot a purple divine light at Fan Xiu, who was sitting cross-legged on the lotus throne. Wherever the purple light passed, the void was shattered. This was not the old tortoise's power, but a trace of the supreme sacred might that he had drawn. With the power of the Tai Huang seal, he could use a terrifying power that surpassed that of a half-step sage. At this time, even a half-step sage was no match for the old tortoise. Little monk Fan Xiu sat cross-legged on the lotus platform, his expression unchanged. He stretched out a palm that was as exquisite as divine jade and pressed forward. Tao rhymes circulated on his palm, interweaving into mysterious Buddhist Tao marks. This was a palm that seemed to be able to crush heaven and earth. The Buddha shadow behind Fan Xiu also moved. It also stretched out a palm and pressed forward. Bam! The void in front of the Buddha's palm collapsed. Little monk Fan Xiu's palm blocked the dazzling purple divine light that Old Turtle had shot out. The two forces collided head-on, and there was a muffled sound. The purple divine light shattered, and the little monk Fan Xiu's body shook a little. The big Buddha behind him didn't seem real anymore. How are you going to fight me? Old Turtle was incomparably arrogant. He was the son of the Tai Huang Emperor, and the power of his bloodline contained unimaginable power. This little monk Fan Xiu was not the son of the ancient Buddhist lord, and his innate physique far surpassed Fan Xiu. Moreover, The Tai Huang Emperor's seal was an extreme sacred tool refined by Old Turtle's father. He could use it with ease, and it could even activate the power of the extreme path. Little monk Fan Xiu seemed to know his own limits. He didn't say anything and directly retreated, disappearing from the extreme Tao's sacred array. At least you know what's good for you. Old Turtle didn't chase after him. It should be known that little monk Fan Xiu had obtained the lotus platform that the ancient Buddhist lord sat on when he achieved enlightenment. This lotus seat was branded with the perfect and flawless marks of the Tao comprehended by the Buddhist masters throughout the ages, and it could already be considered as an extreme Buddhist artifact. Moreover, after the passage of countless years, this Buddhist artifact had probably given birth to a soul. With this lotus platform, even if Old Turtle had the Tai Huang Emperor's seal, it would be difficult for him to kill Fan Xiu in a short time. He could only force Fan Xiu away. Rumble! The 49 dragon mountains were shaking, and the dragon soul was awakening. The mountains were empty, and the shadows of 49 big dragons began to condense. This was a phenomenon formed by the rising dragon Qi. This phenomenon would only appear where the ancestral veins of the earth were located. 49 ancestral veins, how is this possible? Old Turtle muttered to himself. He was shocked by the scene in front of him. There was no way that this world could give birth to 49 ancestral veins of the earth. The killing intent triggered by the 49 ancestral veins of the earth was absolutely peerless. However, Old Turtle had the Tai Huang Emperor's seal to protect him, so the killing intent couldn't get close. Even so, he felt a great deal of pressure. This place is really strange. The dragon Qi was vast and mighty, but deep within the 49 dragon mountains, there was an aura that made even Old Turtle's heart palpitate. There seemed to be great danger inside. An aura even colder than the mysterious chill made Old Turtle feel a chill. Let's see what's inside. This peerless tomb had existed since ancient times. During the era of the Tai Huang dynasty, this tomb had also appeared and stirred up the winds and clouds in the sky. Even Supreme Emperor Wu had once entered this tomb. As the Supreme Emperor's son, Old Turtle naturally knew some great secrets of the world that others didn't. Old Turtle learned from his father that this peerless tomb was extraordinary, and that there was a heaven-defying existence inside. However, at that time the thing inside the tomb had not truly grown. Grand Emperor Wu didn't touch anything inside. In order to nurture that heaven-defying existence, someone used a large world as a tomb in the past. They imprisoned the 49 ancestral veins of the earth, and laid out this heaven-defying plan. Countless years had passed. The 49 dragon mountains had gathered all the spiritual qi in this world. The thing that was being nurtured inside had probably already grown up. Old Turtle didn't know what was inside the 49 dragon mountains. Grand Emperor Wu only told him about it when they were chatting. Back then, Grand Emperor was the ruler of the world. What couldn't he obtain? This was his era. He was an invincible existence and the ruler of the world. Old Turtle didn't expect that the world would change so much and usher in an era without saints. Whether it was in the mortal world or the heavenly realm, all saints disappeared. At this time, Old Turtle was only at the periphery of the 49 dragon mountains. The fluctuations inside were truly frightening. Even with the protection of the Supreme Emperor's seal, he couldn't guarantee his safety. 49 dragons were leaping around the 49 dragon mountains. Rays of destructive divine light intertwined in the depths of the mountains. Each ray was a trace of the Tao. Chapter 1178. Using the heavens and earth as a tomb to bury an inconceivable heaven-defying existence. This was absolutely the work of an extreme powerhouse. Countless years ago, someone had used a great divine ability to lay down this heaven-defying plan. Old Tortoise was the son of Tai Huang, and knew many secrets of the world. The appearance of 49 Earth ancestor veins in this world was absolutely world-shaking. Even the vast and boundless heaven realm did not have 49 Earth ancestor veins. Even if this world was a perfect world, it could not be compared to the heaven realm. Even the heaven realm couldn't nurture 49 Earth ancestor veins, so it was even more impossible for this graveyard to nurture so many Earth ancestor veins. The other Earth ancestor veins should have been taken from other worlds. Taking away the Earth ancestor veins was definitely an earth-shattering event. Once the Earth ancestor veins were taken away, the spirit chi in the area would gradually dissipate. Without the replenishment of the Earth ancestor veins, the area would eventually become a barren land. However, such a thing had never happened since ancient times. No one would do such a thing that could destroy a living thing. This peerless tomb was probably something from the mythological era. The mythological era usually referred to the beginning of the world, the birth of all things, the birth of gods and demons. It was an extremely ancient era. The innate gods and demons were extremely powerful. It was a world ruled by the gods and demons. In the later period of the mythological era, the human race and the monster race became powerful. Supreme saints and monster saints appeared. Such existences could compete with the innate gods and demons. The rise of the human race and the monster race represented the end of the mythological era. After that came the long primitive era. Some people speculated that in the later period of the primitive era, there was a great war between the supreme saints and the innate gods and demons. The war destroyed the primitive era and formed the current situation of the world. The collapse of the primitive era was a great secret of the world. No one knew about it. After the end of the primitive era, all the existences that had become saints, including the innate gods and demons, disappeared. In the long years that followed, no one could become a saint. The primitive era was broken and the laws of the world changed. Both the heaven realm and the human realm were affected. All beings in the 3 realms and 6 realms could no longer become saints. Heaven and earth seemed to no longer allow a saint to appear. No matter how heaven-defying the talent of the cultivators of the various races was, they could only cultivate to the half-sage realm. No matter how amazing one's talent was, they would still be stopped at this insurmountable barrier. Becoming a saint had become incomparably difficult. No one could see any hope of becoming a saint. Hope of becoming a saint? The old tortoise muttered to himself. He did not dare to be presumptuous in this place. He was only at the periphery of the 49 Dragon Mountains and did not go deep into it. However, the extremely powerful ripples emanating from the depths of the 49 Dragon Mountains were enough to make his heart palpitate. The world had become different from the primordial era. The old tortoise had a deep understanding of this because he realized that the great Tao now seemed to be impossible to truly touch. Although he could still sense the existence of the great Tao of heaven and earth, this feeling had become extremely weak. The great Tao of heaven and earth had become difficult to get close to. This was not a good sign. In such an environment, no one would be able to prove their Tao and become a saint. The old tortoise decided to take a risk and break through the 49 Dragon Mountains. His cultivation level was almost completely obliterated by the absolute formation in the virtual sky world, which almost reduced him from the demonic saint realm to his original state. The world had become different. It seemed that it was already an extravagant hope for him to completely restore his cultivation level in such an environment. The old tortoise had obtained the true inheritance of his father, Tai Huang. His cultivation level was no small matter, and was definitely not comparable to ordinary great emperors. However, in this place even he had to be cautious. The 49 Dragon Mountains were like dragons. The rocks of the mountains had turned into dragon scales. The dragon heads were facing inward. The spiritual aura of heaven and earth converged from all directions and sprayed out from the dragon heads, nourishing the area in the depths of the 49 Dragon Mountains. There were traces of the great Tao emerging there. It was the power of the great Tao of heaven and earth, which was difficult to comprehend unless one was a saint. Every trace of the great Tao emitted an aura of destruction, flashing in the void like lightning. The power of the extreme Tao sacred formation was concentrated there to protect the things there. The old tortoise used his divine eyes, but it was still difficult for him to see into the depths of the 49 Dragon Mountains. The extreme Tao traces shielded all the mysteries of heaven there. Even divine mathematician, who was proficient in the great divination technique, found it difficult to calculate what was inside, let alone look at it with his divine eyes. What a powerful method! Did that supreme existence actually bury himself? How could there be a master of the extreme Tao in this world who would spend countless efforts to set up such a heaven-defying plan for others? The old tortoise used the Tai Huang seal to protect himself and carefully walked into the depths of the 49 Dragon Mountains. The extreme Tao sacred formation was not untraceable. After all, the old tortoise was the son of Tai Huang. He avoided all kinds of dangers and gradually approached the center of this area, where there were countless intertwining traces of the great Tao. 49 mountains that were no different from the dragon heads faced the countless traces of the great Tao. Every dragon head's mouth was spewing spiritual aura of heaven and earth. Countless traces of the great Tao wrapped the thing inside, like a giant egg that was gestating a sacred fetus. The traces of the great Tao intertwined, and the great Tao of heaven and earth was evolving. The spiritual aura spewed out by the 49 dragon heads was constantly being devoured by the unknown thing, wrapped in the traces of the great Tao. What was stealing the creation of heaven and earth? This was stealing the creation of heaven and earth. After countless years, the entire world had become a barren world. All the spiritual aura was gathered by the 49 ancestral veins, and devoured by the existence in the intertwining traces of the great Tao. Although the old tortoise had already guessed something, he could not help but be shocked when he saw this scene with his own eyes. Someone was stealing the fruit of the great Tao of heaven and earth. This method was too unimaginable. All the spiritual aura of heaven and earth had gathered here. The spiritual aura here was so thick that it could turn into liquid. This place was many times better than any of the sacred grounds in the heaven realm. Was someone really using the power of the entire world to gestate a sacred fetus? This is indeed heaven-defying. Even the old tortoise, who had seen many people, was shocked. This was stealing the creation of heaven and earth to fulfill one's own method. Countless traces of the great Tao were intertwined. The old tortoise clearly sensed that there was a faint fluctuation of life among the traces of the great Tao. Was life really born? Chapter 1179. Only an extreme path cultivator could use the heavens and earth as a tomb. The person who laid down the 49 dragon mountains was definitely an invincible existence of an era. Such a person would not work for others. The old tortoise had already guessed that the person buried in this tomb was most likely an extreme path cultivator. Countless traces of the Tao interweaved and formed a giant cocoon. Each trace was branded into the void and triggered the power of the great path of the world. Only a saint could master and use this power. The old tortoise was once a great saint of the demon race, so he knew very well how terrifying this power was. Not to mention the countless interweaving traces of the Tao. Even a single trace could crush the world and destroy everything. Is this the birth of a saint? Or, the old tortoise thought of a certain possibility, and could not help but reveal an expression of extreme shock. Countless years ago, the cultivator who laid down this heaven-defying plan had conspired to do something truly heaven-defying. To build a tomb for himself and bury himself inside, triggering the power of the world. Does he want to sublimate to the extreme and make another breakthrough? The old tortoise could not help but tremble. The extreme path represented the pinnacle of the great path of the world. For countless years, those who could comprehend a perfect and flawless great path could be counted on one hand. In the endless past, someone actually wanted to make another breakthrough. How was this possible? In this world, was there really an existence above the great path of the world? The more the old tortoise looked, the more shocked he became. This place was incredible. There were 50 great paths, but there were 49 dragon mountains here. No one could surpass the great path of the world and stand above the great path of the world. However, the terrain here and the layout here showed the ambition of the supreme existence who laid down this heaven-defying plan. He wanted to sublimate to the extreme. The old tortoise was the son of Grand Emperor Wu, so his knowledge was extraordinary. He once heard his father say that the extreme path saint was the limit of cultivation. Even Grand Emperor Wu did not believe that there was an existence above the great path of the world. The extreme path was the limit, and no one could go further. However, the giant cocoon formed by countless traces of the Tao emitted a wave of life. This was a life born from the traces of the Tao. Such a life was too heaven-defying and frighteningly powerful. It seemed that it was not impossible for something that even Grand Emperor Wu did not think to happen. At the very least, the 49 dragon mountains were not existences that could appear in this world. The 49 dragon mountains themselves were already a miracle of the world. The old tortoise wanted to get closer to the cocoon, but he stopped after walking for less than 1.5 miles. He could not get any closer. Countless marks of the Tao interweaved in front of him, and a wave of power that made even the old turtle's heart palpitate surged forth. The Tai Huang seal that floated above his head trembled. Beams of purple divine light fell from the Tai Huang seal like a great river, protecting the old turtle inside and blocking the possible forces that were surging in from the surroundings. A flawless Tao mark. Old tortoise stared at the giant cocoon in front of him for a long time before saying this. He sensed a vast and boundless wave of energy that he could only sense when he was facing his father, Supreme Emperor. The life that was born from the Tao marks of heaven and earth was definitely an existence comparable to an extreme grade expert. It had not even been born, but it already possessed the might of an extreme grade expert. This was truly unbelievable. Countless years had passed, and the thing that was born from the 49 Dragon Mountains seemed to have grown up, which made the old turtle extremely shocked. If this life could be born, it would be invincible in this world where extreme grade experts were extinct. No one would be its opponent. Buzz! The Grand Sovereign Seal trembled, and runes began to appear on the surface of the seal. Each rune seemed to be innate as they were imprinted on the seal. An extreme grade divine might spread from the seal. This was the great path of Supreme Emperor Wu. The Tai Huang seal was awakening, and the entire 49 Dragon Mountains began to shake. The Tai Huang seal contained the flawless great path of heaven and earth that Supreme Emperor Wu comprehended. It was an extreme grade divine weapon. Once awakened, it could unleash an all-out attack of an extreme grade saint. The old turtle wanted to take the fruit of the Tao bread from the 49 Dragon Mountains. This fruit of the Tao was too amazing, and no one would not be jealous of it. It was definitely the hope of becoming a saint. Countless Tao marks intertwined to form the flawless great path of heaven and earth. This was a great opportunity, a miracle of the world. Under the state of nature, it was impossible for the world to give birth to such a heaven-defying thing. This life was too high, and it would definitely incur the jealousy of the world. Otherwise, the 49 Dragon Mountains would not have been sealed by someone. However, in order to kill the little monk Fan Xiao, the old turtle pulled out the supreme divine item that sealed the 49 Dragon Mountains, causing them to awaken. The revival of the 49 Earth Ancestor veins formed a heaven-defying momentum. 49 mountain peaks that looked like the heads of real dragons began to gush out spiritual energy. The life that was born from the endless Tao marks devoured the spiritual energy gathered by the 49 Earth Ancestor veins. The life within the Tao marks gradually became stronger. This was not a good sign. No one knew to what extent the life that was born from the flawless Tao marks had grown. No one knew if this life would suddenly appear after awakening. Buzz! The Tai Huang seal vibrated and the Tao marks began to rush out from the seal. They circled around the seal, and the divine aura of the extreme great path shook the entire world. Even the Tao marks in front of it began to vibrate. The old turtle wanted to activate the Tai Huang seal and strike the giant cocoon in front of him. However, at this moment the intertwining Tao marks in front of him began to change. Whoosh! 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 Traces of the great path rushed out from the giant cocoon like dazzling heavenly rivers. They exuded a destructive aura as they rushed towards the Tai Huang seal. A vague consciousness emerged from the countless intertwined Tao marks. Although it was a vague consciousness, the old tortoise's expression changed when it sensed the fluctuation. Not good. The old tortoise's shock was no small matter. The life that was born from the Tao aura of heaven and earth had already developed consciousness and could sense danger. Then it immediately reacted. He immediately retreated, but the dozen Tao marks that rushed over still hit the supreme sovereign seal above his head. The dozen Tao marks immediately dispersed the rays of extreme Tao divine light around the supreme sovereign seal. However, when the Tao marks dispersed the Tao marks around the Tai Huang seal, they also dissipated in the void. This was the collision of two great path powers. The void was directly annihilated, and nothing was left behind. The old turtle suffered a great impact and was sent flying along with the Tai Huang seal. The Tai Huang seal almost flew away, which made the old turtle break out in cold sweat. Without the protection of the Tai Huang seal, he would not be able to last long in this place. His body and soul would be destroyed by the extreme great path saint. Only the power of the extreme great path could compete with the power of the extreme great path. However, the power of the Tai Huang seal was suppressed here. This did not mean that the flawless great path comprehended by the Tai Huang seal was inferior to the flawless great path comprehended by the existence that laid out this heaven-defying plan. The main reason why the old turtle was sent flying was because he was not strong enough. With his cultivation, it was not easy for him to activate the Tai Huang seal. The power of the Tai Huang seal could not be fully displayed. However, this place was protected by the power of the flawless great path. Under such circumstances, How could the old turtle be a match for the life that was born from the Tao marks? The old turtle reached out to wipe the trace of blood from the corner of his mouth and muttered to himself, "Damn it, if I had brought that brat Gu Fei here, he might have been able to suppress this place." The old turtle knew that Gu Fei had a few extreme Great Path Saint weapons. Perhaps he could use the power of the extreme Great Path Saint weapons to suppress this place and then pluck the fruit that was bred here. If he could seize the Tao fruit of life and obtain the flawless perfect Great Path, becoming a saint would only be a matter of time. It was no wonder that in ancient times, the peerless tomb gave birth to the hope of becoming a saint. This was not groundless, but there really was a hope of becoming a saint. The old turtle could not help but be moved. If he could pluck the Tao fruit here, he would regain his cultivation as a great saint of the demon clan and become a demon saint between heaven and earth. The hope of becoming a saint was right in front of him, which made the old turtle extremely anxious. He had to find Gu Fei immediately. He did not hesitate and directly withdrew from the extreme Great Path Saint formation. Just as the old turtle left, a figure appeared where the old turtle was just now. The person was surrounded by Buddha's light and sat cross-legged on a lotus throne. There was a golden halo behind his head, and there seemed to be the sun and moon sinking in the halo, as if a world was evolving. The person who suddenly appeared silently was the little monk Fan Xiu with white teeth and red lips. At this time, the little monk Fan Xiu looked at the void in front of him with a solemn expression. There were flawless Great Path Tao marks in front of him. Even the little monk Fan Xiu could not remain calm. However, the little monk Fan Xiu did not make any moves, let alone try to probe. Even the old turtle had to retreat, so it was impossible for him to seize the Tao fruit in front of him. In the end, the little monk Fan Xiu also retreated. Just as the old turtle was anxious to find Gu Fei encountered a big problem at the exit of this big tomb. Two great completion Emperor realm experts intercepted him. Not far behind Gu Fei, there was a middle-aged man in green who was eyeing him like a tiger watching its prey. When Gu Fei sensed the aura of the person behind him, he could not help but be secretly shocked. This was because this person was a great expert, and this person had the aura of a great emperor. This was a young great emperor. Judging from his aura, this middle-aged man in green had most likely broken through to the great expert realm in the past 1,000 years. Chapter 1180. 49 Dragon Mountains Awakened. Releasing an extreme aura. No one could resist this aura. Aside from a few great figures with saint weapons protecting them, everyone else retreated in a panic. It was a boundless pressure that caused the souls of all living beings in heaven and earth to tremble. Even the countless evil gravekeepers who roamed the lands around the area went silent. Gu Fei used the power of the cauldron of mountains and rivers to protect himself and retreated. However, he was intercepted by 3 experts near the exit. They didn't hide their killing intent towards Gu Fei. 2 sovereign realm experts and 1 almighty. "Who is it that thinks so highly of me, Gu Fei?" Gu Fei said indifferently. He didn't show a trace of panic even though he was surrounded by 3 experts. "Humph. Do you think you can still live after killing Zi Huang?" A white-robed Shen King said coldly with a somewhat arrogant expression. A sovereign realm expert was only 1 step away from cutting the Tao and becoming almighty. This white-robed Shen King had the qualifications and strength to look down on any sovereign realm expert of the same level. These 3 people all had secret treasures that could resist the mighty aura from the depths of this world. "Why are you talking so much? Just kill this guy and leave this place," another black-robed immortal emperor said impatiently. "Zi Huang? You are the subordinates of primordial Emperor Xian?" Gu Fei was taken aback. He didn't expect primordial Emperor Xian to send such experts to intercept him. Moreover, there was even a Tao-severing almighty among them. Using such a force to intercept Gu Fei meant that primordial Emperor Xian wanted Gu Fei to be trapped in this peerless tomb. This was a sure kill situation for the other sovereign realm experts. However, for Gu Fei, although these 3 experts were powerful, they weren't enough to kill him. It was still uncertain who would live and who would die. "All right, you should go now." The middle-aged expert standing behind Gu Fei spoke. He didn't take Gu Fei seriously at all. He could just ignore a mere emperor. There was no comparison between Tao-severing experts and celestial being realm emperors. A Tao-severing expert could kill a large number of emperors with a single hand. "Want to kill me? Bring it on." A look of disdain appeared on Gu Fei's face. This Tao-severing Almighty was only at the first or second heaven of Almighty. Gu Fei could still fight him. The mighty cultivator at the severing path standing behind Gu Fei did not show any signs of making a move. It seemed that Emir Renhuang was not worth his time at all. Meanwhile, the martial emperor who was blocking in front of Gu Fei moved. Bam! The celestial emperor in black stretched out his right hand and pressed it towards Gu Fei. The void suddenly shook, and the celestial emperor's palm rapidly grew larger. It was crystal clear like jade, and there was a terrifying immortal power in it. The jade-like hand grew to the size of a small hill and slammed towards Gu Fei. Boundless immortal force surged, causing the void below the hand to crack into pitch-black spatial cracks. Shattering the void with a palm was an immortal killing technique. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. This guy really didn't know what was good for him. He actually dared to compete with his palm strength. Wasn't he courting death? He was really stupid to the extreme. Without any words, Gu Fei directly punched out with the flawless Five Elements fist. With one punch he shattered the huge hand that was slapping towards him. At the moment when he punched out, Gu Fei used the 8 desolation steps and rushed forward. The extreme speed of 8 steps was unparalleled in the world. Even powerful experts couldn't catch up to him. They could only eat dust behind him. Swoosh! Gu Fei appeared in front of the black-clad immortal emperor, and pressed his body against the black-clad immortal emperor's. The black-clad immortal emperor was taken aback by Gu Fei. Oh no! The celestial emperor in black was scared out of his wits. Before he could react, Gu Fei's fist had already hit his face. Puff! Without any suspense, the celestial emperor in black's head was smashed by Gu Fei's fist. The celestial emperor in black's primordial spirit couldn't even rush out of his Naiwan palace before it was shattered by Gu Fei's fist strength. The headless corpse was still standing on the ground. A gush of blood spurted out from the celestial emperor in black's neck. This was the blood of the celestial god, and every drop contained immortal power. The white-robed Shin King and the powerful expert were dumbfounded. Gu Fei's movements were too fast. Before they could react, the celestial emperor in black's soul had already been shattered by Gu Fei. No one was willing to believe what they had just seen. It should be known that the person who had died was an advanced realm emperor. Moreover, the person who killed this advanced realm emperor was actually an emperor who was a few levels lower than the advanced realm emperor. It wasn't that there weren't people who could kill opponents with higher cultivation levels. However, in the entire world of cultivation, such people were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. How is this possible? The white-robed Shen King hurriedly retreated to the side. This fiend was so close to him that he sensed great danger. His face turned pale. Bam! At this time, the corpse of the celestial emperor in black, whose head had been smashed by Gu Fei's fist, finally fell to the ground. The celestial god's blood dyed the cold soil red. A bloody smell lingered in the void. Good. Very good. No wonder even Zihuang died in your hands. The middle-aged powerful expert recovered from his shock. 2 rays of cold light shot out of his eyes as he glanced at Gu Fei. This guy's combat strength was too abnormal to be able to kill an advanced realm emperor. If he was allowed to grow, he would become a huge problem for the primordial emperor Xian. The white-robed Shin King was stunned by Gu Fei and didn't dare to make a move. It should be known that the strength of the celestial emperor in black and the white-robed Shin King were almost on par. Even the celestial emperor in black had been turned into ashes in just one move. How could the white-robed Shin King still dare to make a move? The white-robed Shin King was shocked by Gu Fei's thunderous means, but the middle-aged powerful expert wasn't. A monstrous murderous intent radiated from his body as he walked toward Gu Fei step by step. Every step the middle-aged almighty took was extremely firm. Every time he took a step, the ground would tremble. Gu Fei felt a great pressure. The middle-aged man in front of him was like a moving primordial divine mountain that was pressing down on him. Rumble! The middle-aged man's aura was rising. Although he hadn't made a move yet, his aura had already locked onto Gu Fei. The entire void was shaking under his aura. This was the aura of a powerful expert at the severing path. Ordinary realm emperors wouldn't be able to withstand it. Even the white-robed Shin King's expression changed, and he had no choice but to retreat further away. However, Gu Fei still stood there like a mountain in the face of this extremely powerful pressure. His expression didn't change in the slightest. Gu Fei's performance made the middle-aged powerful expert feel a little uneasy. It seemed like something was wrong, but he didn't know what the problem was. After taking 7 or 8 steps, the middle-aged powerful expert's aura soared to the peak. The entire void of heaven and earth seemed like it was about to be crushed by this aura. The bones in Gu Fei's body kept making explosive sounds. His back was ramrod straight. The pressure of the powerful expert couldn't make him lower his head. Instead, it aroused his battle intent. Roar! Gu Fei let out a furious roar. His long hair fluttered wildly even though there was no wind. A monstrous qi and blood erupted from his body. It was like a terrifying primordial beast had awakened in his body. The sudden burst of power shook the void around him. A circle of ripples that could be seen by the naked eye spread out from Gu Fei's body. At this moment, Gu Fei's every move was filled with boundless martial path true force. He easily dispelled the middle-aged powerful expert's aura. What? The middle-aged powerful expert's eyes flickered when he saw this scene. This wasn't the power of the immortal path, nor was it the power of the divine path. It wasn't the power of the demon path or the Buddhist path. This kind of power seemed to be very similar to some kind of inheritance from ancient times. The martial ancestors' orthodoxy hasn't been lost? Although the middle-aged powerful expert had the appearance of a middle-aged man, he was able to sever the Tao to become a powerful expert. His age must be frighteningly old. The middle-aged powerful expert was both shocked and angry. His opponent's battle prowess was unparalleled. This was the strength and cultivation of breaking all laws with brute force. No wonder even the Violet Sovereign died when facing this guy. I'm going to extract your soul. The martial ancestors' inheritance will be mine. The middle-aged powerful expert made his move. He pointed out with a finger and a sword wave shot out. Buzz! The void rumbled as if a peerless divine sword was unsheathed. An extremely cold sword qi spread out from the middle-aged powerful expert's finger. The middle-aged powerful expert was very knowledgeable. He could tell that Gu Fei had a martial inheritance. This was a martial emperor. Such an existence could be said to be invincible in the same realm. In ancient times, the martial ancestor's strength was the strongest in the 3 realms and 6 paths. He had invented the martial path of achieving the sacred realm with his flesh. A powerful martial body was like an indestructible weapon. Gu Fei had cultivated the martial emperor body. Even beasts and divine beasts of the same rank would not be as strong as Gu Fei's. In the face of the middle-aged Almighty's killing move, he didn't dodge. Instead, he punched at the sword wave that pierced through him. The power of the 5 elements surged in his fist, and there seemed to be 5 small worlds faintly discernible in his fist. Gu Fei's punch had activated the force of the 5 elements. It was the ultimate killing art invented by the martial ancestor. Bang! Gu Fei's fist did not stop after shattering the sword wave. He threw a punch at the middle-aged powerful expert, causing the rift to vibrate. The middle-aged powerful expert was taken aback. He did not expect Gu Fei's flesh to be so strong that he could shatter the sword wave with his bare hands. An ordinary martial emperor would have been penetrated by the sword wave. Whoosh! Gu Fei charged forward with the 8 desolation steps, but the middle-aged powerful expert was not flustered at all. He waved his hands in front of him and tore a gap in the rift. The cracked void sucked in Gu Fei, who was charging over. Gu Fei was actually sucked into the void chaos. This stunned the white-robed divine emperor, who was watching the battle from afar. Chapter 1181. A Tao-severing Almighty wasn't something an ordinary emperor could compare to. A Tao-severing Almighty had already severed his own Tao and created his own Tao. This was a transformation of being reborn. Only by severing one's Tao could one truly walk their own path. The Tao of others would always belong to others. Even if one cultivated to the peak, it would still be difficult to surpass their predecessors. Only by severing one's own Tao could one hope to become the strongest expert in the world. Although the middle-aged Almighty only had the cultivation and strength of a 2nd or 3rd ascendant realm Almighty, he was still a Tao-severing Almighty. Moreover, his own Tao had also reached the minor success stage. He displayed a great killing technique. He tore apart the void and swallowed Gu Fei into the void of chaos. Such a technique could only be performed by a mighty cultivator of the severing path. He killed this guy just like that? In the distance, the white-robed Shen King was dumbfounded. Almighty was indeed almighty. He killed such a powerful opponent in one move. It should be known that this Gu Fei blew up the head of the black-robed immortal emperor with one move, causing his soul to scatter. Such combat strength was absolutely invincible in the same realm. Killing a grand completion emperor was as easy as crushing an ant. This made the white-robed Shen King's heart palpitate. No wonder even the son of the primordial emperor Xian, the Violet Emperor who was known as the invincible emperor of the younger generation in the eastern lands, had to die at the hands of this Gu Fei. However, the middle-aged almighty still had a solemn expression. He waved his hands, manifesting his own Tao. A trace of Tao rhyme flowed between his hands. He sent out divine runes that branded the void in an attempt to close the rift he had torn open. However, there was a powerful force within the rift that he had torn open. What? He still didn't die? The white-robed Saint Emperor had a bad feeling. He felt somewhat uneasy. Inside the void crack was a terrifying chaotic turbulence. It was a destructive force that could destroy everything. Even an emperor at the almighty realm wouldn't dare to recklessly enter the void crack. The inheritance of the martial ancestor is indeed extraordinary. The middle-aged supreme elder's heart trembled. He had actually not died after being swallowed into the primal nothingness. Such battle prowess was truly astonishing. The middle-aged man manifested Tao rhymes with his hands as he imprinted divine runes into the void, wanting to close the tear in the void. However, he discovered that it was extremely difficult. The divine runes imprinted into the void drew upon the power of heaven and earth, and the tear in the void slowly recovered. However, this speed was simply too slow. Bam! The void trembled and a powerful force rushed out from the spatial crack. The divine patterns that were imprinted in the void trembled and flashed with divine light. How is this possible? In the distance, the white-robed deity emperor sensed Gu Fei's aura. This caused him to be indescribably shocked. Not only did Gu Fei not die, he even had the ability to break through the Almighty's seal. Even the middle-aged Almighty couldn't help but change his expression at this time. The strength of Gu Fei had far exceeded his expectations. If primordial Emperor Xian had only sent 2 advanced realm emperors to intercept and kill Gu Fei, he was afraid that Gu Fei would kill them instead. Is this guy really a sovereign realm emperor? The middle-aged Almighty was secretly shocked. He didn't dare to be negligent and tried his best to manifest his Tao. However, he was only at the 2nd or 3rd heaven of the Almighty. His Tao didn't even have an embryonic form, and he could only evolve a trace of Tao rhymes. Even so, it was still very shocking. A trace of Tao rhymes attracted the power of heaven and earth from all directions. The entire void seemed to have turned the middle-aged Almighty into a supreme god. Even so, it was difficult for the middle-aged Almighty to completely close the spatial crack. There seemed to be a terrifying primordial beast lurking in the spatial crack. Bam! 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 A huge collision sound resounded between heaven and earth. The spatial crack was surrounded by divine runes, and was supported by the power of heaven and earth from all directions. However, it still created circles of transparent ripples that looked like water waves. This part of the void seemed like it could suddenly collapse and shatter at any time. I don't believe that I can't destroy you. The middle-aged Almighty was furious. He was a Tao-severing Almighty and an emperor, but he couldn't even deal with a puny sovereign realm emperor. If this news were to spread, he would definitely lose face. Rumble. The middle-aged Almighty's body emitted a terrifying emperor's aura. The violent power shook the entire world. Rays of divine light rushed out from his body and interweaved into a light net, sealing the spatial crack in front of him. The white-robed Shen King immediately retreated. The emperor's aura had greatly impacted him, and he almost had a mental breakdown. This was the power of a Tao-severing Almighty. It was just the aura that was released, but an advanced realm emperor could not withstand it. However, just as the middle-aged Almighty was about to unleash the unsealable technique, an extremely terrifying and powerful energy fluctuation suddenly erupted in the spatial crack like 100,000 volcanoes. Boom! In an earth-shattering sound, the entire void collapsed. The destructive power spread between heaven and earth, and the void within a radius of thousands of feet turned into a black hole without a trace of light. Countless divine inscriptions that the middle-aged Almighty had imprinted in the void were instantly shattered. Even the divine net that the middle-aged Almighty had condensed with his own power dissipated in an instant. The middle-aged Almighty was shocked. He had suffered a great impact, and he directly vomited blood as he flew backward. The divine robe that he was wearing was instantly torn to pieces. Buzz! With a deafening sound, an ancient cauldron rushed out of the black hole without any light, and a terrifying aura descended between heaven and earth. This aura made the middle-aged Almighty's heart palpitate. It was like a trace of aura that was released by a supreme existence, and it was extremely terrifying. Even the spiritual soul of the Almighty was shaken. The middle-aged Almighty flew backward for thousands of feet. Before he could regain his senses, Gu Fei had already rushed in front of him. A fist surging with the power of the 5 elements directly smashed towards his face. The fist had not yet arrived, but the wind from the fist was like a blade. The impact made the middle-aged Almighty's face hurt, and he could barely open his eyes. Roar! The middle-aged Almighty roared angrily. He immediately flew backward without thinking. When fighting against someone from the martial progenitor's bloodline, the greatest taboo was to let the opponent get close to you. Once the opponent got close, the outcome would be miserable. Martial artists who had reached the great accomplishment realm had unparalleled physical bodies. Even the physique of divine beasts could not be compared to them. Their entire body was like a terrifying battle weapon, and their fists could smash the stars in the sky. It was absolutely terrifying to let such an existence get close to you. The middle-aged Almighty thought of various legends and did not dare to be careless. He retreated with lightning speed. However, Gu Fei executed the 8 desolation steps and chased after him like a shadow. In this short period of time, the momentum of his fist soared to the limit. Boom! Chapter 1182. Gu Fei punched out with his strongest punch. He raised the power of the flawless 5 elements fist to the limit. The power of the 5 elements surged and intertwined with each other, with Taoist rhymes circulating. This was the extreme fist technique created by the extreme path martial saint. If he could truly display the power of the flawless 5 elements fist, he would be able to display the extreme path divine might. Under the extreme path divine might, the world would probably be beaten back into a state of chaos. What? The middle-aged Almighty sensed the fluctuation of Tao rhymes from Gu Fei's fist. He could not help but turn pale with fright. Gu Fei was not an Almighty and had not cut the Tao. It was impossible for him to manifest Tao rhymes. There was only one possibility. The fist technique that Gu Fei used was a sage technique. Only when sage techniques were used could they manifest Tao rhymes. This was one of the characteristics of sage techniques. Sage techniques were evolved from the great paths that sages had comprehended. When sage techniques were used, Tao rhymes would naturally be generated, which could draw on a trace of Tao power. Gu Fei's movement technique was too fast. With 8 steps, even the middle-aged Almighty could not distance himself from Gu Fei. Gu Fei's fist arrived in front of the middle-aged Almighty. This made the middle-aged Almighty feel like vomiting blood. He was actually forced to retreat by a mere emperor. Moreover, his momentum was completely suppressed. He was even at a disadvantage. How could he endure this? An emperor stage cultivator had actually forced a Tao-severing Almighty expert to the point of having no choice but to retreat. This was absolutely unprecedented and it was unheard of. Almighty and Emperor were not existences of the same level. Almighty was so high that they could kill a group of Emperor with a slap of their hands. There was no comparison between the two. But now Gu Fei had forced the middle-aged Almighty to retreat with one punch. This made the white-robed Shen King, who saw this scene, dumbfounded. He could not believe what he had seen. What's going on? Am I seeing things? How is this possible? The white-robed Shen King's voice trembled. This scene was simply too shocking. If news of this were to spread, the entire world of cultivation would probably be shaken. An emperor was actually able to fight a supreme being endlessly, and even force the supreme being to retreat. Such combat strength was simply heaven-defying. A golden divine shield appeared in the middle-aged man's hand. After that, he brandished it and rushed forward. Numerous divine inscriptions could be seen on the surface of the shield. This was a divine weapon of a supreme existence. Bam! Gu Fei's fist fiercely smashed against the golden shield, causing it to collapse inwardly, leaving a fist mark on it. The middle-aged Almighty was sent flying with his divine shield once again. He felt a sharp pain in his arm that was holding the shield. It was almost broken by the terrifying fist force that came from the divine shield. What? The middle-aged almighty was sent flying by Gu Fei's punch. Blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. The extremely ferocious fist force might have been dissipated by the divine shield, but it still caused the middle-aged almighty to suffer a significant impact. The middle-aged almighty was shocked to the extreme. This was a divine weapon of a supreme existence, yet it was almost shattered by a single punch. The area around the fist mark on the divine shield was densely packed with tiny cracks. With the fist mark as the center, the cracks spread in all directions, covering the entire golden divine shield. The fluctuations emitted by the divine shield became weaker. This divine weapon was already half destroyed. The divine inscriptions imprinted on it were already dim. He's a monster. The white-robed Shen King seemed to be dumbfounded as he mumbled to himself. At this moment he finally understood how terrifying and dangerous the person he wanted to kill was. A physical body that could resist a divine weapon of a supreme existence. What kind of concept was this? Just thinking about it made the white-robed Shen King's heart turn cold. No wonder the Violet Emperor would die in the hands of this person. The Violet Emperor had no regrets in his death. This Gu Fei was already invincible in the same realm. He was truly invincible in the same realm. When the white-robed Shen King received the order from the primordial Emperor Xian, he thought that the primordial Emperor Xian was making a big fuss over a minor issue. Was he just an emperor? Even two great accomplishment emperors couldn't kill him? The white-robed Shen King and the black-robed immortal emperor, who had died in the hands of Gu Fei, were very puzzled that the primordial Emperor Xian had sent an almighty to deal with Gu Fei. An almighty killing an emperor was like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. But now, it seemed that the white-robed Shen King knew how wrong he was. If it wasn't for the almighty, he was afraid that he would have been killed by Gu Fei on the spot. Gu Fei wouldn't give the middle-aged almighty any chance to catch his breath. He followed him like a shadow and exerted the extreme speed of the 8 steps to the extreme. He directly punched the middle-aged almighty. It was a simple attack, but it was often the most effective one. The power of the 5 elements was earth-shattering, and seemed to be able to destroy everything. Gu Fei was incomparably powerful like a battle saint god. His qi and blood soared to the sky, and his killing intent was like a rainbow. Since the other party was a subordinate of the primordial Emperor Xian, he could only kill him. Being merciful to the enemy was being cruel to oneself. Gu Fei would never be cruel to himself. Their energies were connected, and Gu Fei's attack was like a shadow. The middle-aged almighty didn't have the chance to use any kind of great technique. He could only passively take a beating. This was the consequence of being close to a martial artist. Bam! Gu Fei punched the golden divine shield again and bombarded the same place. This punch almost penetrated the divine shield. Countless divine runes vanished on the divine shield. Without any suspense, the middle-aged almighty was once again sent flying by Gu Fei's punch. Gu Fei strode forward and punched 18 times in a row. Finally, the divine shield in the middle-aged almighty's hand was shattered. One of the middle-aged almighty's arms was broken, and his flesh and blood were badly mangled. Bam! Without the divine shield's resistance, Gu Fei's punch landed on the middle-aged almighty's chest. The middle-aged almighty's chest immediately caved in. His sternum was directly shattered, and his internal organs were also smashed into meat paste by Gu Fei's punch. The middle-aged almighty vomited a large mouthful of blood. He was unwilling to accept this. He was actually injured by a sovereign. This made him feel ashamed and resentful. He even had the urge to die. Wah! The middle-aged almighty roared. He seemed to have gone mad as he desperately urged the immortal energy in his body. Rays of divine light immediately rushed out from his body like divine swords. His injured body was healed in the blink of an eye. It was as if he had never been injured. An extremely powerful force surged out from the middle-aged almighty's body. The space he was in was torn apart by this force. This force even shook Gu Fei away. Either you die or I die. Devour the heavens. The middle-aged almighty coughed out blood, but he still roared. After that, he opened his mouth and inhaled towards Gu Fei. Boom! The space Gu Fei was in suddenly collapsed, turning into primordial nothingness. Gu Fei was shocked. He discovered that he was bound by a force. This force was incomparably powerful. It pulled Gu Fei towards the middle-aged Almighty. A great force that could devour heaven and earth emerged from the middle-aged Almighty's mouth. Chapter 1183. The middle-aged Almighty displayed an unfathomable technique. He opened his mouth and sucking in the surrounding space. Even Gu Fei was sucked into his stomach. Gu Fei was wrapped up by a great force and flew forward involuntarily. In an instant he entered a pitch-black void. There was a mighty destructive force here. Gu Fei was shocked to the extreme. He had actually been devoured by the middle-aged man's body, and an invisible destructive power was coming at him from all directions. Swish! A bright divine light suddenly appeared in the pitch-black void. Then it suddenly shot in front of Gu Fei. It was so fast that even Gu Fei found it difficult to dodge. He stretched out his hand to block it. Puff! With a soft sound, blood suddenly appeared. Gu Fei only felt pain in his hand. The divine light had actually penetrated his palm. This shocked and angered him. His emperor martial body was injured. His palm had been pierced. This was the first time that Gu Fei had encountered such a thing since he had cultivated the emperor martial body. This divine light contained a trace of Dao power. Although it was not pure Dao power, it was already enough to injure Gu Fei's emperor martial body. Gu Fei felt danger. This middle-aged man's methods were really frightening. You still won't die this time? The middle-aged great cultivator's voice resounded in the surroundings. After that, rays of divine light that contained a trace of power of the way surged around Gu Fei, and then they interweaved into a huge net that trapped Gu Fei within. The large net formed by the interweaving divine light was rapidly shrinking. Every ray of divine light was emitting a heart-palpitating fluctuation. It wanted to obliterate Gu Fei alive in the large net. Humph! You dare to swallow me into your body. The only one who will die is you. Gu Fei sneered. This middle-aged man was really reckless. He had actually swallowed Gu Fei into his body. If Gu Fei activated the mountain and river cauldron, this guy would definitely explode and die. Buzz! A loud sound came from Gu Fei's body. Then, an ancient cauldron appeared on Gu Fei's body. This was not the real mountain and river cauldron but an illusion of it. The shadow of a huge cauldron blocked the shrinking divine net. Even the divine net, which was formed by interweaving divine light that contained Taoist rhymes, was unable to advance even an inch. What? A figure appeared outside the divine net. It was a phantom and not the true body of the middle-aged man. It was a manifestation of his primordial spirit. This figure looked exactly the same as the middle-aged man. You can die now. Gu Fei smirked coldly. Then he shook the cauldron of mountain and river. Bam! The divine net that enveloped Gu Fei was shattered by a great force that came from Gu Fei's body. The Dao runes dissipated in the void. Wah! The middle-aged man's body trembled violently. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was filled with shock. A force exploded in his body as if it was going to break out. At this time, the white-robed Shen King was walking over from afar. When he saw this scene, he could not help but stop and look at the middle-aged man in shock. He was very clear about the middle-aged man's strength. He was the second most powerful person in the Eastern lands. He was second only to the emperor and was half the ruler of the entire Eastern lands. At this time, the body of the second most powerful person in the Eastern lands seemed to be changing. A strange aura spread out from his body. No way! The white-robed Shen King's expression changed several times. He had vaguely guessed what was going on. His face was filled with disbelief. How could this guy not die? Wah! The middle-aged man roared at the sky. His face became extremely ferocious. His body was expanding. There was a force inside him that exploded, causing his body to expand. How is this possible? How can you have such a thing? The middle-aged Almighty roared. His voice was filled with despair. As his body swelled up, cracks began to appear on it. His physical body was about to collapse. No matter how the middle-aged man used the power of the world to strengthen himself, or how he used the Dao runes or all sorts of unfathomable methods, he could not suppress the power in his body. The middle-aged Almighty let out a final scream. Boom! His entire body exploded as a huge cauldron rushed out of his body. The cauldron of mountains and rivers could shake the earth and mountains. It could exert unimaginable power. Not to mention a powerful being. Even a saint would not dare to swallow an extreme sacred weapon into their body. An extreme sacred weapon could cause the entire world to collapse with just a gentle shake. The middle-aged man lost very unjustly. His body exploded, but his primordial spirit turned into a beam of divine light and soared into the sky, wanting to escape. With the middle-aged man's cultivation and strength, as long as his primordial spirit was not destroyed, he could be reborn. However, Gu Fei did not plan to let the middle-aged man's primordial spirit go. After he used the cauldron of mountains and rivers to destroy the middle-aged man's body, a beam of divine light shot out from his brow. Within the divine light was a figure. This was the immortal Tao primordial spirit that Gu Fei had accidentally cultivated after taking the scorpion demon's Tao fruit and assimilating the scorpion demon's primordial spirit. This was something that Gu Fei had never thought that he could have a primordial spirit. Swoosh! The middle-aged man's primordial spirit quickly fled and was about to disappear. However, the flying technique that Gu Fei's primordial spirit used wasn't slow either. Divine Snatch. Without hesitation, Gu Fei used the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. His primordial spirit immediately turned into a beam of violet divine light and pounced forward at an unbelievable speed. Without any suspense, Gu Fei's primordial spirit immediately pounced on the middle-aged man's primordial spirit. The strange power of the divine snatch immediately enveloped the middle-aged man's primordial spirit. Arg! The middle-aged man's primordial spirit emitted a horrified spiritual fluctuation. It was vast and mighty, wanting to devour Gu Fei's primordial spirit instead. Unfortunately, the divine snatch secret technique was too strange and unpredictable. Under the power of the secret technique, the 2 primordial spirits gradually became blurry. The 2 primordial spirits were assimilating, and Gu Fei was receiving everything from the middle-aged man. The white-robed Shen King was dumbfounded by the sudden change. He never thought that not only would Gu Fei not die, but he was also using a great technique to assimilate the primordial spirit of the middle-aged man. The Tao rhyme was circulating. Gu Fei's glabella flickered with violet divine light. Behind the violet divine light, there seemed to be an unpredictable world connected to it. He sat cross-legged in the void, and the shadow of an ancient cauldron appeared faintly around him. He used the power of the cauldron of mountain and river to protect himself. He was not afraid of any aura from the outside world. Damn it! The white-robed Shen King wanted to attack, but he didn't dare to. One should know that the guy in front of him had killed the other immortal emperor that came with him with a single move. Gu Fei was already invincible among those at the same level. Anyone who went against him would die. Unless it was in existence at the Almighty Realm, only then could they fight with Gu Fei. He could already challenge Almighties that were at a higher level. Such an existence made the white-clad Divine Emperor feel a great deal of pressure. The battle prowess and unparalleled aura that Gu Fei displayed had completely stunned him. In the end, the white-robed Shen King chose to retreat. Even if he went forward, he would only be courting death. It was better to escape and inform everything to the primordial Emperor Xian. Gu Fei didn't care about the white-robed Shen King. It seemed that he didn't care about the white-robed Shen King at all. He was using the divine snatch secret technique to assimilate the primordial spirit of the middle-aged man. Such a great technique could seize the fortune of heaven and earth. It could seize the opponent's Tao fruit and even inherit the opponent's primordial spirit power to strengthen one's own. Such a great technique specialized in restraining the opponent's primordial spirit. Even the primordial spirit of the Almighty Realm couldn't escape. In the end, the 2 primordial spirits completely disappeared in the void. Only a ball of Tao charm and flowing light were left there. Something seemed to be nurturing in the divine light. At this time, the white-robed Shen King had already escaped thousands of miles away and was heading for the exit. He didn't dare to stay in this peerless tomb. Once Gu Fei dealt with the primordial spirit of the middle-aged man, he would be free to chase after him. The white-robed Shen King knew how powerful this was, so he didn't dare to stay for even a moment. This time, the bloodline of the primordial Emperor Xian had suffered heavy losses. The Almighty's physical body had been destroyed, and even his primordial spirit couldn't escape. It was only a matter of time before his body and soul were destroyed. The middle-aged man was an emperor and had a great background in the Eastern Earth. Even the primordial Emperor Xian had to be polite to him and didn't want to offend him. Although this was the second task in the Eastern Earth, he controlled almost everything. He could replace the primordial Emperor Xian and manage the power of the primordial Emperor Xian's bloodline. The fall of such a person would cause a great upheaval in the entire Eastern Earth. This was a loss that couldn't be made up for. The primordial Emperor Xian was destined to have a tragedy. The more the white-robed Shen King thought about it, the more frightened he became. He didn't dare to return to the Eastern Earth. With such a thing happening, the primordial Emperor Xian would probably kill him. However, no one knew whether the primordial Emperor Xian would punish the white-robed Shen King. But right now he didn't want to let the white-robed Shen King leave just like that. At the foot of a hill a few hundred kilometers away from the exit, the white-robed Shen King was stopped by an extremely handsome young man. The young man wore black clothes, and his fair skin formed a sharp contrast with his black clothes. Although he was a handsome man, he had an unruly and frivolous expression on his face. "Who are you? Why are you blocking my way?" The white-robed Shen King couldn't help but fly into a rage when he saw someone blocking his way. He couldn't wait to leave this damned place, so he attacked as he spoke. Swoosh! 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 The white-robed Shen King raised his hand, and 5 rays of divine light shot out from the fingers of his right hand and pierced through the handsome man in front of him. Everywhere the divine light passed, the space seemed to be torn apart, and ripples were left behind. "Humph!" the young man sneered. He didn't dodge and just walked over with large strides. When the 5 rays of divine light were less than a foot away from the young man, they suddenly shot back at the white-robed Shen King. "What?" The white-robed Shen King was shocked. He quickly dodged to the side, but at this time, the young man instantly arrived in front of him and punched him in the chest. Chapter 1184. The speed of the young cultivator was extremely fast. Not only did he dodge the attack of the white-robed Shen King, he also instantly approached the white-robed Shen King and punched the white-robed Shen King's chest. The punch caused the white-robed Shen King's body to bend like a prawn. His internal organs seemed to have been shattered, and blood spurted out from his mouth. Bam! The young cultivator's fist shook, and the white-robed Shen King was immediately sent flying. The clothes on his body were torn into thousands of pieces, fluttering in the air like butterflies. How is this possible? The white-clothed deity sovereign was both shocked and furious. He was a deity sovereign of the Great Perfection realm, an absolute powerhouse among those in the same realm. But now he was sent flying by a single punch. Could it be that this person was even more terrifying than Gu Fei? The white-robed Shen King couldn't help but be shocked. The opponent's battle strength was too heaven-defying. This person was not an almighty, but an emperor in the celestial being realm like him. Roar! The white-robed Shen King roared. Rays of divine light emitted from his body. The dazzling divine light illuminated the entire dark sky, and the divine power spread across the 9 heavens. The injured body quickly recovered. The white-robed Shen King's body was crystal clear like a peerless divine jade. Rays of divine light circulated, displaying the peerless aura of the Shen King. A sonorous sound came from the white-robed Shen King's body. It was as if thousands of divine weapons were unsheathed from his body. His entire body seemed to have turned into a heavenly sword, and his aura became extremely sharp. The young cultivator was also shocked. The opponent was actually a sword emperor. The sword emperor was the strongest among the emperors of the same realm. The Shen King had the strongest attack power, and there were few who could be a match for him in the same realm. 9 heavens magic sword kill! The white-robed Shen King roared. 9 rays of dazzling sword light rushed out of his body. Endless sword chi spread out from the 9 rays of sword light, and the heaven and earth lost their color. The 9 beams of sword light lit up the world and attracted the power of the 9 heavens. 9 beams of divine light shot down from the sky and merged with the 9 beams of sword light. It was as if heaven and earth had been enraged, and the sword of the heavens that could slay everything descended. Wherever the 9 beams of sword light pointed, the void would be cut apart, shattered, and twisted into nothingness. There was nothing that could be left behind. The young cultivator felt a great deal of pressure, but he still maintained a calm expression. There was still a trace of an evil smile on his face. Heavenly magic sword? Interesting. It's worth me, Haitian, to take it seriously. The young cultivator muttered to himself. This guy was the Haitian who was separated from Gu Fei. Haitian was heavily injured in the battle with the Scorpion Devil, but this fellow had many spirit herbs on him. Even the 70 to 80,000-year-old medicine sovereign had a few stocks with him. It wasn't good to be injured in the Great Tomb. One had to know that there were powerful enemies all around, and no one would show mercy. Being killed here wasn't a rare thing. For millions upon millions of years, the great necropolis had appeared several times, and each time it did, countless powerful figures would come seeking the chance to ascend to sainthood. Most of those who entered the necropolis perished in its fearsome formations, but there were also quite a few who died at the hands of other cultivators. Haitian didn't dare to be careless. He consumed a medicine sovereign, and under the effect of the medicine sovereign, his injuries were quickly healed. A medicine sovereign that had grown for 70 to 80,000 years was extremely rare in the world. It was extremely difficult to find one. Such a medicine sovereign could regenerate flesh and bones from the dead. It had unimaginable miraculous effects. With a medicine sovereign in hand, it was like having a life-saving talisman. No matter how serious the injuries on the body were, as long as one consumed the medicine sovereign in time, they would be completely healed. In Gu Fei's inner world, there was no lack of spirit herbs. Countless spirit herbs grew around the god spring of life. Among them, there were incomparably precious medicine sovereigns, and even an undying divine herb. This fellow Haitian had long been eyeing the spirit herbs in Gu Fei's inner world. Although Gu Fei's inner world was guarded by the Undying clan, this fellow still managed to steal a few medicine sovereigns. 9 divine swords slashed down from the sky, seemingly capable of cutting down the stars in the sky. Endless sword chi filled the air, causing the temperature of the entire world to drop to freezing point. The 9 resplendent sword lights connected the heavens and the earth, sealing the space around Haitian. The sword chi was all-pervasive, like flowing mercury, making it impossible for Haitian to dodge. Bam! Haitian directly blasted out with his palm. Endless yin and yang energy intertwined in his palm, forming a giant yin-yang palm. One hand to cover the sky. Haitian's expression didn't change. The giant yin-yang palm instantly grew to the size of a mountain, blocking the entire heaven and earth, and collided with the 9 sword lights. Buzz! The 9 sword lights vibrated, emitting a vast and mighty sword chi that cut through the void. They wanted to pierce through the yin-yang palm that Haitian had struck out and strangle Haitian. However, the yin and yang energy intertwined in the giant yin-yang palm, evolving into the yin and yang of the heaven and earth. There was also a Taoist rhyme circulating around it, making it impossible for the 9 sword lights to penetrate it. Boom! The giant yin-yang palm vibrated, and endless yin and yang energy surged out from the giant hand like a volcanic eruption. This power was simply too strong and indestructible. The 9 sword lights continuously vibrated, but they only managed to resist for a while before collapsing in the void. The soaring sword chi was obliterated by the giant hand. However, just as Haitian performed his supreme magic, covering the sky with one hand and obliterating the 9 sword lights descending from the sky, the void around him suddenly shattered. The 9 divine swords tore through the void and slashed out towards Haitian. Haitian couldn't help but be stunned. This guy is really cunning. He seems to be attacking with all his might, but it's just a cover for his true killing move. It has to be said that such an attack is really hard to guard against. If it was an ordinary sovereign, they would probably be dead by now. Unfortunately, the white-robed Shen King ran into Haitian. In this world, apart from the old tortoise and the little monk Fan Xiu, it was Haitian's turn. Speaking of sneak attacks, this was simply Haitian's specialty. Yin-yang shift. Haitian roared. Immediately, a strange power that was formed by the interweaving of yin and yang energies surged out of his body, causing the void around him to distort. The 9 divine swords that pierced towards Haitian vibrated at the same time. Then the 9 divine swords lost their aim and flew past Haitian's side. They didn't even touch Haitian's clothes. What? The white-robed Shen King was shocked. He thought his killing move was foolproof, but it was countered by his opponent. He was dumbfounded and in disbelief. He couldn't believe what he was seeing at all. Shen King, who was at the phenomenal success realm, went all out and used such a vicious method. Yet, he still couldn't kill his opponent. The white-robed Shen King felt that something was wrong. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The divine swords flew across the sky. The 9 divine swords didn't hit Gu Fei and were called back by the white-robed Shen King. The 9 divine swords danced around him. In the heaven realm, the Sword Emperor represented combat strength. Sword Emperors of the same rank were stronger than other sovereign realm experts. This was something that everyone in the heaven realm knew. The Sword Emperor with unparalleled combat strength had a bad start. This made the white-robed Shen King want to retreat. You want to leave? You won't have the chance. The evil look on He Tian's face became even more intense. He revealed a disdainful expression and said with an evil smile. It was as if he could see through the white-robed Shen King. No matter if it was the aura or the rhythm of the battle, it was all under his control. The white-robed Shen King had no chance at all. Who are you? There doesn't seem to be any hatred between us. The white-robed Shen King's expression was extremely solemn. The opponent was too powerful. They were both sovereign realm experts, but the opponent's combat strength could completely suppress an advanced sovereign realm expert. This made the white-robed Shen King's heart turn cold. The people of the primordial era Emperor Xian should all die. He Tian said coldly. Not long ago, he was chased by the experts sent by the primordial era Emperor Xian for thousands of miles. Could it be that you are? The white-robed Shen King felt the killing intent of He Tian and couldn't help but change his expression. He was definitely not the opponent's match. At this time, he also thought of what happened in the Eastern Land not long ago. He Tian didn't say anything more. He took a step forward and instantly pressed forward. A terrifying aura swept forward like a mountain torrent. The white-robed Shen King subconsciously retreated. He Tian stretched out his big hand and slapped forward. The violent palm force crushed the void in front of him. The power of yin and yang intertwined in his hand. The mighty power that was released could simply obliterate everything. Buzz! The 9 divine swords around the white-robed Shen King let out a dragon roar. The 9 divine swords emitted endless sword light and blocked forward. He Tian's big hand constantly collided with the 9 peerless divine swords. The yin-yang divine light circulated in his palm, allowing his hand to resist the peerless divine swords. Even with the protection of the yin-yang divine light, He Tian dared to resist the peerless divine swords. This was enough to prove that his physical body was also very strong. Although it couldn't compare to Gu Fei, it was still very abnormal. It seemed that only martial artists would dare to use their physical body to resist divine weapons. The white-robed Shen King couldn't help but be shocked when he saw that He Tian only used one hand to resist his 9 divine swords. He was scared to the extreme. After blocking He Tian with the 9 divine swords, he soared into the sky and fled toward the exit of the Supreme Tomb. As long as he could escape, he would be able to soar freely in the sky and swim freely in the sea. Even this fellow wouldn't be able to catch up to him. There was some kind of power enveloping the Supreme Tomb. In this place, even the transportation formations were rendered useless. It was impossible to use them to escape through the void. When He Tian saw that the white-robed Shen King wanted to escape, he immediately used an unfathomable divine ability to deflect the 9 divine swords. He chased after the white-robed Shen King and stomped him down from the sky. A grand completion sovereign was nothing in He Tian's eyes. Unless it was a sovereign with a special bloodline, there was nothing to fear even if a large group of them came. Without any suspense, He Tian charged down from the sky and slapped the white-robed Shen King's head until it exploded. Even the white-robed Shen King's Yuan spirit was scattered by the palm force. Chapter 1185. He Tian's cultivation had already surpassed the celestial being realm. He was already half a step away from becoming a powerful cultivator. Killing an advanced-level emperor was as easy as killing an ant for him. It would not take him much effort at all. It seemed like Lu 5 after killing the white-robed Shen King. He Tian turned around and looked into the depths of this world. There was a mighty great Tao there, and it was a perfect great Tao. This peerless tomb really gave birth to incredible things. He Tian seemed to know something. His expression was extremely solemn. The mighty pressure coming from the depths of this world was too powerful. It was as if an extreme saint was awakening. Many important figures retreated. No one could withstand the mighty pressure coming from the depths of this world. Almost everyone chose to retreat. In the vicinity of the entrance to the great necropolis, people began to emerge one after another. Apparently, they had just experienced a fierce battle, and some of them were stained with blood, while others had holes pierced through them, causing immortal god blood to ooze out. Why hasn't the boss retreated yet? Haetion did not sense Gu Fei's aura. The exit of the peerless tomb was right in front of him. Cultivators kept leaving. At this time, even the emperor of the celestial being realm could not withstand it anymore. I don't care anymore. Haetion turned around and walked out of the entrance of the tomb. At this time, no one could stay in this peerless tomb unless they were half-saints. At this time, only half-saints were qualified to take action. Rumble. Strange sounds like muffled thunder came from the depths of this world. There the great Tao was intertwining. The great Tao was vast and mighty. Beams of divine light shot into the sky from time to time, connecting the sky and the earth. Gu Fei wanted to leave this world that was said to have the hope of becoming a saint as soon as possible. However, just as he was about to go in the direction of the exit of this world, a figure stopped him. Stinking brat, come with me. The person directly grabbed Gu Fei and flew into the sky. He flew quickly towards the place where the great Tao was intertwining. This was not to leave this world. Old tortoise. Gu Fei was shocked and horrified. He was stunned by the scene in front of him. He saw countless great paths intertwining in the 49 Dragon Mountains. The countless Tao marks interweave to form a gigantic cocoon. A powerful life force ripple came out of the cocoon. A life born from countless Tao marks was no small matter. It was Old Tortoise who had captured Gu Fei. The Old Tortoise used the Tai Sovereign Seal to protect himself. He moved quickly within the formation as if there was no one there. The power of the extreme holy weapon had even attracted the spiritual chi of this part of the world. Outside the 49 Dragon Mountains, Old Tortoise and Guam Fei landed on a hill. What do you want? Gu Fei trembled in fear as he faced the mighty aura of the extreme Tao. If it were not for the power of the Tai Sovereign Seal protecting him and Old Tortoise, he would have died many times over. The aura of the extreme Tao was vast and boundless. It was as if he was facing a whole new world. It was so terrifying that even a half-saint could not withstand it. No one could get so close. If Old Tortoise did not have the Tai Sovereign Seal to protect him, he would not have been able to get close to this place. Endless draconic energy rose from the 49 Dragon Mountains. 49 illusory dragons circled above the Dragon Mountains. Their heads faced the cocoon, formed by the Tao marks, and constantly spewed out draconic energy of the earth to nourish the unknown life inside. The person who set up this plan is really amazing. I'm afraid this is another kind of rebirth of that person. Old Tortoise said. The Tao marks intertwined to form a complete great Tao. This was something that could make anyone go crazy. If one could seize the fruit of the way nurtured by the 49 Dragon Mountains, it would be impossible not to become a saint. Someone buried himself here? Gu Fei could not help but be shocked. The person who could set up such a heaven-defying plan must be a supreme existence of the extreme Tao. How could such an existence bury himself? The hope of becoming a saint was right in front of them. No one could remain calm. Gu Fei was also very excited. Old Tortoise did not say much and directly asked Gu Fei to borrow the extreme sacred weapons of the mountain and river cauldron, half of the peerless saber, and the violet gold divine sword. Gu Fei had all three extreme sacred weapons. You want to break this extreme Tao formation using the same method you used to break the 9 dragons fighting for the pearl? Gu Fei was shocked to the extreme. The Old Tortoise really seemed to be planning on doing that, using the extreme holy weapon to suppress the formation, and then completely breaking it. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron vibrated. This was an extreme sacred weapon that had already nurtured a soul. Impacted by the aura of the extreme Tao, the cauldron's soul was awakening. Primordial chaos chi was faintly discernible on the ancient cauldron. Runes containing great Tao began to appear on the body of the cauldron. A trace of extreme Tao divine might was emitted from the mountain and river cauldron. As soon as the mountain and river cauldron appeared, the 49 Dragon Mountains immediately calmed down. This extreme sacred weapon displayed the supreme power to suppress the mountains and rivers. Swoosh! Half of the peerless ominous saber soared into the sky, emitting a domineering saber chi. It cut through the void and shattered the heavens and earth before being inserted into one of the array eyes. Rumble. The entire area shook violently and the aura of the extreme Tao began to quickly recede. Although it did not break the extreme Tao formation, it reduced the power of the formation to its lowest point. The essence of the world spewing out from the 49 dragon heads was obviously much weaker. There was a faint dragon's roar that lingered between heaven and earth. The moment the peerless ominous saber was inserted into the array eyes, the 49 dragon shadows in the sky immediately dissipated. The vision of heaven and earth disappeared. The purple gold divine sword also flew up and inserted itself into another array eye. The aura of the extreme Tao that the entire extreme Tao formation emitted immediately disappeared. Even so, the extreme Tao formation could not be considered broken. It was only temporarily suppressed by the two extreme sacred weapons. There was still a peerless killing intent hidden in this area. As long as the extreme sacred weapons were removed from the two array eyes, and the mountain river cauldron that was suppressing the 49 dragon mountains, the extreme Tao formation would be revived again and display the power of the extreme Tao. Only the extreme sacred weapons could suppress the power of the extreme Tao formation, and one extreme sacred weapon was not enough. At least two were needed. Done. The old tortoise breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, even he himself was not sure if he could really suppress the power of the extreme Tao formation, but he did not expect it to work. The method worked. Originally, the extreme Tao formation was suppressed by a divine weapon of the extreme Tao. It was only after the old tortoise removed the divine weapon that the extreme Tao formation could be revived. After the divine weapon was pulled out by the old tortoise, it turned into flying ashes. The old tortoise brought Gufei to the sky from the hill, and arrived above the giant cocoon. He then opened his inner world and swallowed it down. He wanted to take the giant cocoon, that was interwoven with endless Tao marks, into his inner world. Just at this moment, a golden beam of light shot over from the distance. An auspicious and peaceful Buddhist power rippled through the world as a gigantic figure of a Buddha appeared between the heaven and earth. Stretching out a gigantic hand, it grabbed at the gigantic cocoon below. Damn bald donkey. Chapter 1186. The old tortoise was enraged and his eyes were red. He had always been the one to steal from others. No one dared to steal from him. This little monk Fan Xiu was truly despicable. Go to hell. The old tortoise directly shook the Tai Huang seal. Countless runes rushed out from the seal. An extreme divine might spread out and even the void was annihilated. The golden Buddha's hand was immediately shattered by the extreme divine might of the Tai Huang seal. Specks of Buddhist light, like golden stars, vanished in the void. Heaven-defying divine items belong to those who are fated. The little monk Fan Xiu sat on the lotus platform with a solemn expression. Rays of Buddhist light circled around his body, and a golden halo was fixed behind his head. It was as if the heavenly Buddha had come back to earth. The peaceful power of Buddhism spread across the sky and the earth. The little monk Fan Xiu displayed the great power of Buddhism that could save all living beings. Those with weaker cultivations would most likely be converted. Even Gufei felt an inexplicable sense of closeness in his heart, and he felt an urge to convert to Zhangxian. This feeling only flashed through Gufei's mind for a moment before he came to his senses. The cultivation power of Buddhism was simply too incredible. One should know that Gufei's mind was extremely firm and unshakable. However, just now he almost lost control of his mind. This was something that had never happened before. It seemed that, no wonder Buddhism could still exist in this world after so many years and had tens of thousands of believers. This was a forceful conversion. The old tortoise was truly angry. He had spent a lot of effort to control this supreme matrix, but this little monk Fan Xiu wanted to steal it. There was no such thing in this world. Rumble. The Tai Huang seal emitted divine light and became as huge as a mountain. Countless runes intertwined and the rhythm of the great path was mighty. This was a flawless great path that could destroy the world. It was as if hundreds of thousands of ancient divine mountains were sinking. The entire world was collapsing. Even the 49 dragon mountains below were shaking and showing signs of collapsing. There seemed to be dragon roars lingering in the world, as if thousands of real dragons were wailing. If a divine weapon of the extreme path were to display its true power, It would be equivalent to an attack from a saint of the extreme path. The entire world could be destroyed. Little monk Fan Xiu did not dare to be negligent. He channeled his Buddhist techniques with all his might, and a Buddha shadow rushed out from the top of his head. A huge Buddha appeared in the void. It was as if the entire world had transformed into a peaceful Buddhist kingdom. Buddhist chants and chanting could be heard in the air, and an incredible Buddhist power could cause one to feel converted. The aura exuded by the great Buddha was simply too powerful, able to contend against the Tai Huang seal. It was as if a supreme Buddha had descended, and the aura of the great Tao permeated the air. The golden palm that was as huge as a mountain retreated, and the might of the extreme path was vast and mighty. The Tai Huang seal and the Buddha's palm collided in an instant. This was the collision of the two powers of the great path. The entire world could not withstand it and was instantly torn apart like a thin piece of paper. The terrifying power came crashing down, and the entire area almost collapsed. The 49 Dragon Mountains almost collapsed. At the critical moment, lines of runes appeared in the sky above the entire area. These were the extreme path runes that were imprinted in the earth. Under the impact of the extreme path's power, these runes condensed and drew upon the power of the entire earth to counteract the extreme path's divine might that came crashing down from the sky. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron shook, and the chaotic primordial chi surged. This was the ancestral chi of heaven and earth, and a trace of it could crush a mountain range. The destructive power that swept down from the sky was reduced by more than half. The purple gold divine sword and the peerless blade both emitted divine light that shot up to the sky. They were evolving the great Tao on their own to resist the power of the Tai Huang seal and the great Buddha. The entire area did not collapse, and the extreme path runes could not be erased. The three extreme path divine weapons were all reviving and evolving the great Tao on their own to resist the extreme path's divine might that came crashing down from the sky. Gu Fei and the old turtle stood together. Although they were protected by the Tai Huang seal, their spiritual souls were still shaken. They felt an unimaginable pressure, and their minds almost collapsed. This was the terrifying power displayed by the limit of the great Tao, and this power had not fully recovered. No one below the Saint Plane could completely revive the extreme path divine weapons. Several great Taoists clashed. These were different great Taoists, but they all reached the same goal by different means. They all represented the strongest power in the world, and it was difficult to determine who was superior. But in the end, the Tai Huang seal was superior. The shadow of the great Buddha in the void was impacted by the Tai Huang seal and dimmed. Its great Taoists were almost scattered. In this place, the old turtle could attack with all his strength because this place was sealed by the extreme path divine weapons and was protected by the extreme path matrix. Unless a true saint of the extreme path came, no one could destroy this place. Whoosh! A figure rushed out from the Tai Huang seal. It was a blurry figure that seemed to be wearing a crown, and it had a soul-stirring aura. The soul of a divine weapon? Fan Xiu, who was sitting cross-legged on the lotus throne, was shocked. He never thought that the old turtle could revive the soul of a divine weapon. This was not good. Little monk Fan Xiu knew his own situation. Although his lotus platform was a holy object of the ancient Buddhist masters, it was not a true Buddhist weapon. This was because this lotus platform did not have a soul. The shadow that rushed out from the Tai Huang seal was like the reincarnation of the Tai Huang seal, displaying supreme divine might. With just one blow, the shadow of the great Buddha in the void was scattered. Fan Xiu's expression changed, and he immediately rushed into the distance. The soul of the Tai Huang seal turned into a human, like the incarnation of the great Tao. Supreme divine laws appeared, and Fan Xiu was so frightened that he did not dare to fight back. He immediately turned around and fled. Unless Fan Xiu also had a perfect Buddhist weapon, there was no way he could compete with the Tai Huang seal. The old turtle also risked his life. He did not hesitate to sacrifice his vitality to awaken the soul of the Tai Huang seal, urging the soul to kill this living being. However, Fan Xiu did not fight him head-on. The soul of the Tai Huang seal was equivalent to the incarnation of the great Tao. With Fan Xiu's current cultivation, if he did not have a Buddhist weapon to protect him, he would probably be killed in a single exchange. The old turtle did not chase after him. At this time, the blurry figure flew back and entered the Tai Huang seal. The old turtle's face turned pale in an instant, and his body swayed, almost falling from the sky. With the old turtle's cultivation, it was absolutely difficult for him to urge the soul of the Tai Huang seal to kill the enemy. However, he was a relative of the Tai Huang seal and had received the true teachings of the Tai Huang seal, so he could use it with ease. Even so, the old turtle paid a great price to urge the soul of the Tai Huang seal. He looked a little tired, and there were signs of him collapsing. Chapter 1187. Extreme imperial weapons of the Great Path possessed incredible power. They were the carriers of the flawless Great Path comprehended by the Extreme Path cultivators. They were branded with the flawless Great Path divine markings, and nurtured the Extreme Path soldier soul. The Extreme Path soldier soul of the Tai Sovereign seal could be said to be another manifestation of the Tai Sovereign's life. It was a supreme existence derived from the intertwining of the Great Path. The old turtle did not hesitate to sacrifice his vitality to summon the Extreme Path soldier soul to scare away the little monk, Fan Xiao, who was his greatest enemy. But just when he thought he could breathe a sigh of relief, something unexpected happened again. Boom! With a loud noise, the void around the Great Path fetus, which was formed by countless intertwining marks of the Great Path, suddenly collapsed. It was as if the world had opened its mouth to swallow the Great Path fetus. How dare you? Who dares to spoil my plans? The old turtle was about to go crazy. A saintly might surged from the depths of the collapsed void. Someone was driving a holy weapon in the dark, trying to take away the Great Path fetus. Gu Fei was extremely shocked. The old turtle had a holy weapon of the Great Path, but it was still difficult to intimidate the people in the dark. This surprised him. What kind of people were they? You're forcing me to kill. The old turtle did not want to kill the cultivators in the dark, but now that things had come to this, it seemed that he had to kill a few to establish his might. Tai Sovereign soul-severing technique. The old turtle roared. A strong light suddenly emerged from between his eyebrows. There seemed to be a divine eye in the middle of his eyebrows. Swoosh! Several shadows rushed out from between the old turtle's eyebrows. Gu Fei was right beside the old turtle. He felt a peerless murderous intent, which made his hair stand on end. The phantoms instantly disappeared into the depths of the collapsing world, and a few screams immediately rang out from the pitch-black chaotic void. It was unknown how far away they were, but the three extremely powerful auras on a certain hill in this peerless tomb disappeared in an instant. A disc-shaped saint artifact fell out of the void. A figure rushed over from afar and climbed up the hill. What he saw shocked him to the core. Three extremely powerful emperors were sitting in a formation, but all of them were dead. In front of the three emperors, there was a saint artifact that was still flashing with light and Dao runes. That person was completely dumbfounded. Three emperors were dead and blood seeped out from the center of their brows. There were no more injuries on their bodies. The Tai Huang secret technique was truly terrifying. Even though they were separated by who knew how many miles, they were still able to kill powerful beings. Furthermore, they had killed three powerful beings at the severing path at the same time. The fall of three almighty emperors would definitely cause a huge upheaval in the heaven realm. As for what would happen, no one knew. Looks like you 5-inch humph. You're courting death. At this moment, the old tortoise was incomparably powerful. He had to obtain the Dao core in front of him. This was a Dao core condensed from a flawless great Dao, and it had endless wondrous uses. In this world where it was impossible to become a saint, this Dao embryo was the hope of achieving Dao. Whoever could get it would have the opportunity to become an invincible saint. Rumble. The old tortoise's inner world pressed down from the sky. The power of heaven and earth spread in all directions. An endless essence of heaven and earth surged out from the opened inner world. The power of the inner world formed 49 heavenly blades that contained the laws of the inner world. They rushed out from the inner world, trying to cut off the connection between the Dao core and the 49 dragon mountains. Between the 49 dragon mountains and the Dao core, there were 49 Dao runes. The essence of the dragon mountains flowed along the Dao runes and continuously gathered towards the Dao core. The 49 heavenly blades descended from the sky and slashed at the 49 Dao runes. The clanging sound was endless. The heavenly blades that contained the laws of the inner world could not shake the Dao runes. The old tortoise's inner world was not a truly perfect world. The laws derived from it were not perfect. It was impossible to use the power of the flawed laws to cut the flawless Tao runes. It seems like I still have to use the Tai Huang seal. The old tortoise was somewhat helpless. If he used the Tai Huang seal to cut off the 49 Tao runes, it would cause him to lose his vitality again. If there were still people secretly watching, he would be in danger. The mysterious yellow skeleton has not shown up yet. Gu Fei transmitted his voice to the old tortoise. He had seen the mysterious yellow skeleton appear in this peerless tomb. It was definitely a ruthless character that almost killed the primordial Tao master. What? The old tortoise was shocked when he heard this. The opponent was not a kind person. He felt a little uneasy. The mysterious yellow skeleton must be secretly watching. This guy was very mysterious and very powerful. Everyone saw the mysterious yellow skeleton's attack in the pseudo-heaven realm. Even the great emperors were not a match for it. It almost killed the primordial Tao master. The primordial Tao master also entered the heaven realm, but he did not show up. Perhaps he had not recovered from the injuries he suffered in that battle. No one knew where he was hiding to recuperate. However, the arrow was already on the bowstring. It had to be released. The old tortoise did not hesitate. He immediately used the supreme technique and activated the Tai Huang seal. The seal was shaking. Countless extreme Tao runes emerged on the seal, interweaving into flawless Tao and truth. 49 Tao runes of the great Tao fell from the Tai Huang seal and slashed at the 49 flawless Tao runes connected to the Tao core. This was a battle of extreme Tao power. Buzz! The void was shaking. The Tai Huang seal was branded with the flawless Tao law that the Tai Huang had comprehended. The Tao runes that fell from the Tai Huang seal were the embodiment of the great Tao. The embryo of Tao seemed to have sensed the danger. Countless patterns of Tao lit up, and an extremely dreadful divine power spread out from the embryo of Tao. The whole world seemed to be collapsing. This embryo of Tao was nurtured by the power of the entire world, and because of its existence, the entire world lost its vitality. Now that the Tao embryo was moving, the entire world was shaking. All the experts who had entered this part of the world felt a great sense of danger. Even if they had divine tools to protect themselves, it was not safe at this time. Some people began to retreat, but some were still watching. The hope of becoming a saint was too tempting. Even if they had to risk their lives, it was absolutely worth it. The Tao runes that fell from the Tai Huang seal were like the Milky Way hanging upside down. They could crush the ancient heavens. Nothing could resist them. When the two Tao runes collided, nothing terrible happened. The Tao runes intertwined and the void was silently annihilated. The Tao core became more and more restless. A vague divine thought came out. It was like a newborn baby's divine sense, which was as white as a piece of paper. This divine sense emitted a frightening fluctuation, like a frightened child. This. Chapter 1188. Both Gu Fei and the old turtle were shocked that a new life had been born in the Tao embryo. They had thought that a supreme figure from ancient times was buried there, but they didn't expect it to be like this. No one was able to find out exactly when this peerless tomb had appeared. Not even the super antiques who had survived the late period of the prehistoric era knew anything about it. During the era of the Tai Huang Emperor, the tomb had appeared as well. The Tai Huang Emperor had said that the tomb was nurturing an unimaginable thing. However, during the Tai Huang Emperor's era, the thing nurtured in the tomb had not yet matured. Countless years had passed since the Tai Huang Emperor's era. The world had undergone earth-shattering changes, and the Great Desolate Era had collapsed. However, the Great Tomb had existed for far too long. The old tortoise didn't know much about it, but he did know that it contained the hope of becoming a saint. The Great Tomb's hope of becoming a saint was not groundless, nor was it just a legend. It was real. That unparalleled figure from ancient times had really buried himself in the 49 Dragon Mountains. The flawless Great Tao was that unparalleled existence's flawless Great Tao charm. Burying one's own body and using the supreme Great Tao to give birth to a new life. Such a method, such a spirit, even in the endless river of time, it was one of a kind. Extreme Tao experts represented the strongest power in the world. They were invincible in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, immortal and indestructible. It was obvious that the supreme figure from ancient times wanted to reach a higher level. He wants to surpass the extreme Tao? The old turtle and Gu Fei both thought of this. It was too shocking. There was an existence that could surpass the extreme Tao and stand above the great Tao? The Tao embryo was incredible. Once the life inside was born, it would be in existence on the same level as the extreme Tao saints. It was too heaven-defying. However, there were many people who had their eyes on the Tao embryo. Even the old turtle was jealous. He didn't mind sacrificing his vitality and using supreme techniques to obtain it. The Tao runes that fell from the Tai sovereign seal were destroying the Tao laws that connected the 49 dragon mountains to the embryo of Tao. However, the process seemed to be very slow. The Supreme Emperor seal represented the flawless great Tao that the Supreme Emperor had comprehended, but the Tao embryo had the flawless Tao pattern of that supreme existence from ancient times. This was a contest between two flawless great Taos. Endless waves of Yuan Qi emanated from the old turtle's body. He did not hesitate to draw the endless essence of heaven and earth from his inner world to strengthen himself and activate the Tai sovereign seal with all his might. "Protect me," the old tortoise said to Gu Fei. Then, he sat cross-legged under the Tai sovereign seal. A ray of light shot out from the top of his head, and the shadow of an ancestral dragon emerged. Faster Lu 5 updates. This was the primordial spirit of the old tortoise. He was going to risk his life. The primordial spirit of the old turtle rose from the top of his head. The little ancestral dragon seemed to have some kind of connection with the Tai Huang seal above. Once the primordial spirit of the old turtle appeared, the Tai Huang seal emitted an even more powerful wave of Tao power. The Grand Sovereign seal resonated with the old tortoise's primordial spirit. Swoosh! A shadow rushed out of the Tai Huang seal. An ancient seal floated above the little ancestral dragon. It was the weapon soul of the Tai Huang seal. The old tortoise's primordial spirit and the weapon soul of the Tai Huang seal became one. Between the two there were Tao rhymes intertwined. He was using his primordial spirit to connect with the weapon soul and draw out the ultimate power of the extreme Tao. Gu Fei did not dare to delay. He rushed down from the sky and landed on the cauldron of mountain and river. He then used his divine consciousness to connect with the soul of the cauldron of mountain and river, triggering the cauldron to display the power of the extreme Tao. The cauldron of mountain and river shook, and the entire land calmed down. The primordial chaos chi could suppress the world in all directions. This was the ancestral chi of heaven and earth, and everything in the world originated from it. At the same time, the purple gold divine sword and the half of the peerless ominous saber were both vibrating. The sword chi that rushed out from the purple gold divine sword reached up to the 9 heavens and down to the 9 hells, connecting the world. The half of the ominous saber was even more terrifying. Its murderous aura surged and turned the area into a terrifying killing field. There seemed to be countless sounds of fighting in the void. No one knew how many creatures this ominous saber had killed. It was definitely the most ominous saber in the world. The 3 great sacred weapons of the extreme Tao all emitted a trace of the power of the extreme Tao. Under the guidance of Gu Fei, the power of the 3 great sacred weapons formed a terrifying domain. This was a sacred domain that imprisoned and suppressed a part of the world. In the void, vague patterns of the Tao interweaved. Unless a saint jumped out, no one could enter this sacred domain. Gu Fei could not completely control the 3 great sacred weapons of the extreme Tao, but the sacred domain that was set up by the power of the sacred weapons was enough to stop a half-saint. In this world where saints were extinct, a half-saint was an invincible existence. If even a half-saint could not break in, it was even more impossible for others to pose a threat to Gu Fei and the old tortoise. But even so, Gu Fei still felt a little uneasy. The figure of the mysterious yellow skeleton kept appearing in his mind. This guy must be spying in the dark. The mysterious yellow skeleton was too powerful and mysterious. No one was willing to face such an opponent. It definitely did not enter this peerless tomb to have fun. The hope of the sacred city had even attracted an existence like the mysterious yellow skeleton. Apart from the mysterious yellow skeleton, there must be other terrifying existences secretly watching. These existences had not made a move yet. They were waiting for an opportunity. Gu Fei knew very well what these guys were waiting for, so he stared at the old tortoise nervously. The old tortoise's primordial spirit and the weapon soul of the Tai sovereign seal merged. He actually succeeded in triggering the endless power contained in the Tai sovereign seal. The power of the extreme Tao was almost completely awakened. Inside the seal, there seemed to be a cultivator of the extreme path awakening. Endless laws of the way were intertwined, and countless Tao patterns rushed out from the Tai Huang seal. They intertwined into divine laws of the Great Path and slashed at the Tao patterns of the 49 Dragon Mountains. This time the 49 Tao patterns that stretched out from the Tao fetus vibrated at the same time. They dimmed for a while and showed signs of